Honourable Members, the Deputy Speaker.
Are there any statements by honourable members? Member for Curtin.
There's no shortage of loud voices in this parliament on migration. Migration is being targeted as an easy scapegoat for all our challenges, despite the long history of its successful contribution to our economy and our society. There's no doubt that we need better planning in our migration system to match infrastructure needs with our population, but there are also aspects of our migration rules that are failing because they're deeply unfair to those caught in the system. Australia has a parent visa system that's quietly failing thousands of families. More than 151,000 applicants are currently in the queue. With only 8,500 places allocated each year, the queue grows faster than it's processed. The government's independent review described the situation as cruel and unnecessary, noting that offering visas that will probably never be granted serves neither applicants nor system integrity. I could not agree more. Families choosing the premium pathway pay fees of nearly $100,000, about 10 times the standard option, on the expectation of processing times of around 3 years, but wait times have blown out to 15 years. If you lodge an application today on the standard pathway, you can expect to wait until 2059. A 70-year-old applicant today would be 103 before receiving a decision. Kyle from Shenton Park paid the premium so his parents could join him, his partner and his 7-year-old son, Isaac. 6 years later, his parents are still waiting. Based on current wait times, Isaac will be in his 20s before his grandparents can settle permanently in Australia. Stefan from Mosman Park contacted me about his mother, Christina, who's 82 and has been on a bridging visa for 6 years. She cannot leave Australia to visit a gravely ill friend in Germany without voiding her application. She waits, unable to plan her life in either direction. These families acted in good faith and the system has not matched that. I welcome some of the government's migration reforms announced in the budget, updating the points test, fixing skills recognition and increasing scrutiny of visa applications are sensible steps. But the parent visa backlog sits outside that conversation and it shouldn't. I urge the government to look seriously at options for improvements for the parent visa system, increasing the number of parent visas each year with stronger financial obligations on sponsoring families to manage the fiscal impact, or introducing a fairer method of allocating places from the existing backlog, such as a lottery instead of a queue that stretches beyond most applicants' lifetimes, or placing greater emphasis on temporary parent visas that are more affordable and accessible, supported by enhanced financial commitments from sponsors. The migration debate in this country too often focuses on problems that are overstated. Here is one that's real, measurable and within the government's power to fix.
Minister for Veteran Affairs and Defence Personnel.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's great to see wonderful WA representation across all sides of the chamber this morning. Deputy Speaker, a future made in Australia means better jobs for our community, using our resources, knowledge and innovation to make more things here and backing skilled Aussie workers. My community of Burt is home to some incredible workers and businesses, making and developing things from Kenwick down to Byford. Recently, I visited some to see their great work, often hidden away, happening right in the heart of our community. There's companies like AG Trusses in Armidale who are making the need to build more houses faster a reality, turning WA timber into housing frames that can be up within a day. Then there are the industries that keep Australia moving, like Specialised Tyre and Wheel, who manufacture agricultural and off-highway vehicle wheels, and those that grow our resources sector, like metallurgical lab Nagrom, who are world-leading in lithium testing. Backing agriculture, construction and Australian industry is why the Albanese Labor government launched the largest pro-manufacturing package ever, our Future Made in Australia policy, to see more industries like this. Nearly 10 years ago, I was elected to represent our community of Burt. Since day dot, I've been fighting for the infrastructure funding our community needs and deserves. For too long, our community's population was exploding, but the infrastructure we needed simply was not keeping up. Just think about Armidale Road. In 2016, a decade ago, when the seat of Burt was first formed, Armidale Road was nothing more than a pothole-riddled, congested, single-lane carriageway. Now it's been duplicated, has a bridge at the freeway, and has made the journeys of thousands of people in our community faster and safer. We're continuing to build a better Burt. We're upgrading and extending Tonkin Highway. Just recently, the first section of the new underpass structure was installed. This is the first of 7 units that will form the underpasses that will support the future road network. The contract's also been awarded to widen Tonkin Highway to 6 lanes, delivering new grade-separated interchanges at Welshpool Road and Hale Road. That will mean a new path for pedestrians and cyclists, as well as safer and faster journeys on the road. But it's not just about roads, it's about supporting our community to grow and thrive. The Armidale Central Park development is now underway. Known as Carlup Journey Place, it'll bring with it a more vibrant and welcoming town centre to Armidale. With this project, we're investing in the places our community lives, works and learns. A wonderful new space connecting the new Armidale train station with shops, cafes, Armidale TAFE and the Armidale University Study Hub that was opened earlier this year.
Member for Mallee.
Deputy Speaker, your postcode shouldn't decide whether you can see a doctor, whether your child receives care or whether a loved one survives. But in Mallee, too often, that is the brutal reality. From Mildura to Swan Hill, Oyen to Horsham, St Arnaud, Robinvale and Dimboola, people know what Labor's regional health failure looks like. It looks like weeks waiting for a GP appointment, families driving up to 6 hours for a specialist care, and older Australians delaying treatment because fuel, accommodation, lost wages and out-of-pocket costs are simply too much. This is no longer just a staffing problem. It is a patient crisis and a financial crisis for regional health services. When hospitals and aged care providers cannot recruit permanent doctors, nurses, midwives, allied health workers and aged care staff, they are forced into a desperate cycle of locums and agency nurses at enormous cost, let alone increasing FIFO specialist workforce. Every dollar spent plugging roster gaps with short-term staff is a dollar not spent supporting permanent teams or improving patient care. Labor's failure to build and retain a real regional health workforce is forcing country health services to burn scarce funding just to keep the lights on, and patients pay the price. The workforce crisis is the crisis. Without health professionals in our towns, there is no access, no continuity of care, no early intervention, and certainly no prevention. People get sicker, patients present to hospital acutely unwell when earlier care could have prevented it. Labor can shout slogans about Medicare all it likes, but slogans do not open a GP appointment in Oyen, deliver allied health in Dimboola, keep maternity services safe, or bring specialists to Horsham or Mildura. This Labor government has failed to address the lack of regional health workforce at the scale required. It has pushed metro-centric policies and offered political band-aids when the bush needs structural reform. Regional Australia needs end-to-end rural training to grow our own workforce from local kids and keep them. We need real incentives for clinicians to live and work in regional communities. We need funding models that recognise distance, disadvantage, thin markets and chronic disease. Regional healthcare is not and should not be second-class healthcare.
Assistant Minister for Defence.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this week I got to play basketball, and given my prodigious height, this was quite a sight. And I did it for a great cause with some of my good mates, the member for McNamara and the member for Hunter, and it was put on by the Man Cave. It was a great cause, a great not-for-profit organisation in my electorate as well, which focuses on preventative mental health for boys and young men. Now, this year's men's health theme is Partners in Care, which highlights how relationships, communities and support networks shape men's health outcomes across their lifespan. The event brought to life the fact that with young boys, you get them together, you unite them with their role models and with other leaders. You do it on the court, in any sporting environment. That physical, mental and emotional health are really deeply quite connected. And this event showed that when we come together, we can build positive support networks that lead to a greater connection amongst young men. And this is what it's about. It's about human connection. Getting them offline and getting them off these things and actually connecting with others, connecting with peers, connecting with mentors. Having that human connection is so critically important for their development as young boys. That's why organisations like Man Cave actually matter. They help young men build positive habits early, because men, frankly, continue to experience poor health outcomes when it comes to a range of areas. They're less likely to engage in preventative health checks, and a lot of health experts agree that early detection remains one of the most effective ways to improve health outcomes and save lives. Now, most blokes in this country are more often comfortable talking about the footy, I know I am, or talking about the World Cup, or talking about work, or whatever they're doing on the weekend, than they are actually talking about their own health. But actually having those conversations can literally save lives. Having them early as well can literally save lives. And in a sense, to be able to talk to your mates can save lives, because, and it sounds a bit melodramatic, but having someone to talk to that understands is really, really important. So if you're a bloke out there, and there's a lot of blokes out there, if you've been putting off a checkup or a blood test or a conversation with your GP, now is the time to do it. Go and do it, make the booking. Looking after your health isn't a sign of weakness. It's one of the most important things you can do for yourself and for your family and for the people who rely on you and who love you. And I think that's an important message for men across the country. So in honour of Men's Health Week, I encourage all men to get a checkup, check in on both their mental and their physical health, and seek support when they really need it.
Member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. There's a dangerous disconnect between Labor balancing its budget on a spreadsheet and veterans paying the price in blood. Through shrapnel tearing flesh, the concussive shockwaves of roadside bombs and the agonising torment of combat trauma, the men and women who sign up to defend our nation do not cap their sacrifice. Yet this Labor government has capped their health care by slapping a $5,000 annual cap on DVA-funded allied health treatments. Labor is giving a teaspoon and taking with a shovel. They are boasting about raising fees for providers, but because each appointment now costs more, this cap means that a veteran's entitlement evaporates twice as fast. It's a double-edged sword that cuts into our ex-service men and women, forcing them to decide whether their physical wounds or their mental scars need treating first. These essential treatments are not discretionary extras. They are what keeps our wounded veterans functioning daily. Deputy Speaker, I saw the human cost of this policy last week in Townsville, Australia's largest garrison city. As I saw the pain on the faces of the veterans who live in my electorate, I gained an understanding of how this ambushed and assaulted their faith in this Labor government. On the night of State of Origin, right before Queensland thrashed New South Wales, the local pub wasn't just full of footy fans. It was packed with veterans who came specifically to voice their disgust at this policy. One proud gentleman stood before me and said the words that should haunt every member in this chamber. He told me that the only day he gets thanked for his service is on Anzac Day. And he feels that people only say that because they get a day off work. But what has hurt him more is that this allied health cap feels like a sickening kick in the guts from a government who cares more about ISIS brides than our own soldiers. Our veterans that spent decades fighting to overcome how they were treated when they first came home. We promised we would never abandon a generation of heroes like that again, yet that is what Labor is doing. When these men and women signed up, they gave the country a blank cheque with their lives. They did not limit their sacrifice, and Labor should not limit their recovery. Labor must stop treating the DVA gold card like a coupon. It is a sacred promise, and these heroes have earned every single cent. Have a heart, those opposite. Revert this. Look after our veterans. They certainly do deserve it.
Member for Reid.
Like so many other first-time parents, I am deeply indebted to the midwives who helped me through the birth of my son. I could not thank the midwives at the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital enough for their care and support, and they were there for us during the many hours of a difficult labour. And recently I heard from my constituent, Mark Ottaway, who felt a similar sense of gratitude when his beautiful boy Patrick was born. And just 10 days later, I also had the privilege of welcoming Patrick's mum, Katie, as a new Australian citizen. Having come from the United States, Katie experienced pregnancy, birth and motherhood far away from family and support networks. And like many expectant parents, Katie and Mark were excited, but also very nervous. Their story is one example of the extraordinary midwifery care provided through the Concord Midwifery Group practice at Concord Hospital. For Katie and Mark, what made all the difference was their incredible midwife, Annie Leven, now affectionately known as Auntie Annie. The impact Annie had on this young family was profound. From their first appointment, Katie said she had never felt more comfortable with a healthcare provider. Annie listened deeply, respected their choices and empowered them. Over time, that care became more than clinical support. It became a relationship built on trust, warmth and genuine compassion. When Katie went into labour, Annie calmly guided them through those uncertain first moments. And when complications arose and Katie needed surgery, Annie's care went beyond the clinical. In one of the most frightening moments of Mark's life, Annie was there for him too. She cared not just for Katie and baby Patrick, but for the whole family. And that care did not stop at the hospital. In those early weeks at home, Annie's visits, advice and encouragement were, in Mark's words, invaluable. This is the kind of care that happens every day at Concord Hospital. Skilled, compassionate and deeply human. Stories like Katie and Mark's remind us of the important work that midwives do. That is why the Albanese Labor government is supporting the next generation of midwives through paid prac placements, so eligible midwifery students receive financial support while undertaking mandatory clinical placements. For Katie and Mark, Annie Leven was the reassuring voice and trusted presence they needed, and that is the difference great midwives make.
Member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise today to speak on what is affectionately known as Australia's longest shortcut, the Outback Way. This route links Laverton in the northern goldfields of West Australia to Winton in central West Queensland, cutting through the Red Centre. And I welcome today Patrick Hill and the Outback Way Development Council to Parliament House. Since the late 1990s, this ambitious trans-Australian tourism route and essential freight artery has secured over $1 billion in federal, state and territory funding. The Outback Way will provide a shorter, more direct route for interstate freight movement, reducing reliance on the main southern corridor, strengthening supply chains and improving efficiency for industry. For outback communities, it will deliver food security, greater access to fresh produce and improved connectivity to health, education and social opportunity. It will also unlock tourism across the heart of Australia, supporting regional communities along the way. Industry recognises this. The Livestock and Rural Transporters Association has affirmed that the route will improve market access year-round and enable the relocation of livestock during drought or flood. Across much of the country, progress has been strong. In Queensland, the corridor has been effectively completed. In the Northern Territory, the Plenty Highway has been largely upgraded and key sections to tourist destinations such as Uluru are well maintained. But the West Australian corridor tells a very different story. Along 732 kilometres of this route in WA, progress remains stifled as funding sits unspent and bureaucracy continues at a glacial pace. In 2022, the Morrison government committed $678 million towards completing the remaining sections. This year, Main Roads pointed to official processes to gain agreements for the reallocation of land tenure and existing native title claims along the length of the corridor. But this cannot be used as an excuse for further delay. Native title considerations are not new and they are not insurmountable. They are a standard part of developing major infrastructure projects in this country. There are stretches of this road that do not fall within any native title claims, and still no progress has been made. It's bureaucracy and it's delay, and it's failure to move from a commitment to delivery. With civil construction costs exploding since 2022, the cost of sealing the remainder will only continue to balloon while this project sits idle. Main Roads now suggests that completion may not occur until 2032, 10 years after key funding was announced. This is simply not good enough. So I ask, what is the updated cost of completing the Outback Way? Where is the allocated funding? Who will fund the shortfall? And when will we see action to cut through the bureaucracy that is holding this program back? Because for the communities along this route, this is not just a road,
has
it is a
expired.
long way to access the services.
I call the Assistant Minister for Competition, Charities and Treasury.
Last week I joined the Prime Minister and Housing Minister at the North Canberra suburb of Jacker. Jacker is named after Albert Jacker, the first Australian to receive the Victoria Cross. Before he served in the First World War, he worked as a forester, which raises a question: could a worker on a forester's wage buy a secure home today? To address that, the Australian government's boosting housing supply across the country. In Jacker, skilled tradies are building 57 social and affordable homes, backed by $50 million in Commonwealth funding through the Housing Australia Future Fund. These homes are due to welcome their first residents within a year. Our $47 billion Homes for Australia agenda will unlock 420,000 homes over the next decade. Through our 5% deposit scheme, 250,000 Australians have already been helped towards their first home. We're changing negative gearing, so new investors are encouraged to finance new homes, which means more construction and a fairer contested auction for first home buyers. In Jacker and across the country, Labor is building that future. Yesterday, Pam Muston organised her 10th Cowan Trail Marathon, an event that raises funds for the Womboyne Rural Fire Brigade, turning hills and kilometres into community strength. Hundreds of runners chose to run the 12, 21 or 42 kilometre courses through Cowan Forest before returning to a breakfast cooked by the local fireys. I've had the privilege not only to run plenty of Pam's races, but also to run alongside her. So I can attest that she's not only a great race director, but also a terrific ultramarathoner. Pam has won the Glasshouse Mountains 100-miler 3 years in a row, raced the 240-kilometre Coast to Cozzy on multiple occasions, and runs the Sri Chinmoy Canberra 100 trail race each year. Her 2025 ACT Local Hero nomination recognised the admiration Canberrans have for Pam. I also pay tribute to Jenny Kellett of Hawker. At 71, Jenny holds multiple Australian age group records for the half marathon and marathon. 2 years ago, she ran the Chicago Marathon in 3 hours 23 minutes. Last year, she completed the Comrades Ultramarathon in 9 hours 29 minutes. Jenny keeps proving that older athletes can produce speedy times. Pam and Jenny both took up serious running in their 50s, and these two remarkable women inspire many to run further than they might have imagined.
Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the King's Birthday Honours remind us of the incredible contributors in our community and the wonderful work that they do each year. And of course, Goldstein is the home for many recipients, including Associate Professor Mirren Gladswasser, AM, for significant service to orthopaedic surgery and to clinical education and training, to Michael Kennedy, AM, for significant service to snow sport development and advancement in Australia, Professor Andrew Stripp, AM, for significant service to medical administration. Also, other significant notable contributors have been Dov Degen, OAM, for service to medicine and mental health support, Stephen Laffin, OAM, for service to the community through voluntary roles with sporting associations, Prudence Moldner OAM for service to the community, Andrew Mullett OAM for service to Aussie Rules Football, David O'Brien OAM for service to the community through not-for-profit sector, Barry Snedden OAM for service to sports administration, Cornelius Van Den Dungan OAM for service to motorsports, and Rodney Watson OAM for service to secondary education and to the community. Each have made an enormous contribution to our community, and we want to thank them not just for the work they've done, but the work they continue to do. Deputy Speaker, I also want to acknowledge the important work that's being done by local residents to ensure young Australians with a disability have a pathway to employment. Every young person deserves the chance to participate, contribute and thrive within their community. And recently we had a Bayside Young Persons with Disabilities Roundtable hosted in the Goldstein office that brought together the Bayside City Council, local employers such as All Things Equal Cafe, AusPV, Sports Conscious, Brighton Paper, Joe T Drinks, Buxton Brighton, Match and DFP Recruitment, along with the disability advocates and community organisations and Sandy Village Traders Association to focus on one question: how do we remove barriers and expand opportunity for young Australians with a disability to improve employment opportunities? So I want to particularly thank the leadership of Emily Higgins for spearheading this initiative and bringing people together to share experiences, challenge assumptions and identify practical solutions. The roundtable reinforced that inclusion requires employers, governments, advocates and communities to work together to create pathways to employment, participation and independence. And I really want to stress that last point: independence. The future belongs to young people who are empowered to pursue their goals with confidence. Our job is to ensure every person has that opportunity by giving them a pathway to be able to secure employment, to be able to go on and live independent lives, and to be able to go on and live their best life, Deputy Speaker. It's not just what we want for people with a disability, it's what we want for every Australian. And this important step by Emily Higgins and all those who participated is part of it. We wish Bayside Council well, in particular, for continuing to lead it.
Member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Just like our valiant Socceroos, this Albanese government is kicking goals, and in Hasluck that means health, it means housing and it means opportunity. In Hasluck, we have now committed and delivered on the 3 urgent care clinics. We have one in Midland, Morley and Ellenbrook. That means for constituents in Hasluck, no one is further than 20 minutes from urgent care. And already 70,000 presentations have been made at these urgent care clinics, which naturally takes the pressure off our emergency departments. So for a young kid at the DOS spraining the ankle, they can go and get treated at Ellenbrook. They can get an X-ray done. They can get the treatment that's needed rather than diverting all the way down to Midland to be treated at emergency there. We have, of course, too, delivered on our commitment for $25 scripts. This has meant that 2,583,000 people in Hasluck have saved enormous amounts of money because they have benefited from the $25 capped scripts, and that's 40 million across Western Australia. Bulk billing clinics, I welcome the fact that Walter Road East GP Clinic, Edgerton Drive, Swan Valley Medical, Alpha Omega Family Practice, the Woodlake Village, Ellen Sterling Medical Centre, all these clinics that are coming on board thanks to our commitment and our delivery for tripling the bulk billing incentive. Bulk billing is a fundamental core part of Medicare, and it's fantastic to see more and more clinics are opening to be fully bulk billed for all patients. And then mental health. Now, we know that's a big concern to families right across my electorate. And so to have a bulk billing, no referral even needed, Medicare mental health clinic in Midland is absolutely sensational. And in fact, 25,000 people have already presented there. And that means they're getting the care and the attention that is needed to ensure that their mental health is prioritised and it doesn't escalate into any sort of further concerns because they're getting the treatment that they need. And then to round out on health, we've got St John of God Hospital, an absolutely brilliant service that supports a massive big catchment. And we have committed $355 million to upgrading St John of God Hospital, which is going to include neonatal, new ICU, more beds, of course, ensuring that people across my electorate of Hasluck get the health opportunities that they need. In housing, it's a big story. I won't have the time to get through it all, but I just want to highlight 539 homes that are going to be social affordable homes built around train precincts, so Woodbridge, Bassendean and in Ellenbrook. These are beautiful homes homes already, the construction is started, that will be built in no time. And then we've got the 5% housing deposit for people in the Help to Buy, and we've got shared equity options. We're building 100,000 homes just for first home buyers, and then we've got massive investments in last mile infrastructure. These are the opportunities that we're creating for residents in Haslar.
The members' time has expired. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1 for a motion in relation to bulk billing.
Member for Reid.
I move the motion relating to bulk billing in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Medicare is one of the most precious of Australian promises, that the healthcare you receive should depend on your Medicare card, not your credit card. And it speaks to who we are as a country, that when you're unwell, you get the care you need, no matter who you are and your circumstances. It's a proud Australian tradition and a proud Labor legacy. Labor created Medicare, Labor will always protect Medicare, and Labor is strengthening Medicare for the future. But that promise hasn't universally been supported by all sides of politics. When the Coalition was last in government, they weakened and undermined Medicare every chance they got. When we came into government in 2022, it had never been harder or more expensive to find a doctor, because the Coalition had frozen Medicare rebates for 6 long years. Every year the freeze stayed in place, Medicare covered less and less of the real cost of seeing a doctor. That meant more pressure on GPs, more pressure on clinics, and more pressure on patients. And let's not forget, they tried to introduce an infamous GP copayment. They wanted Australians to pay more just to see a doctor. Bulk billing was in freefall after a decade of cuts and neglect. That should tell you everything about the Coalition's approach to Medicare. They cut, they froze, and they tried to force Australians to pay more for healthcare every single chance they got. And then there is One Nation. On Medicare, like everything else, One Nation is all slogan and no solution. They say they support bulk billing, but when it comes to the serious work of strengthening primary care, supporting GPs, training more doctors and nurses, and making it easier for Australians to see a GP for free, they have nothing serious to offer. Medicare and bulk billing aren't strengthened by a press release or a dog whistle slogan. Neither One Nation or the Coalition have any plans to strengthen Medicare. They've only got grievance and noise. Australians don't need Medicare turned into another culture war. What they need is a government that truly believes in Medicare and wants to strengthen it. And that's exactly what we get with the Albanese Labor government. Our government has made the single largest investment into Medicare ever. $8.5 billion to deliver more bulk billing practices, GPs and nurses to help ensure all Australians have access to free and quality healthcare. And we have the numbers to back it up, because it's working. From March 2025 to March 2026, bulk billing increased in every single state and territory. It's now up to 81.9% nationally, up more than 4.6% in a year, with more than 3,600 practices fully bulk billing. And bulk billing rates in my electorate are now up to 88%, with a total of 39 Medicare bulk billing practices which fully bulk bill every patient with a Medicare card. And that is 59% of all GP clinics in my community. And when it comes to strengthening Medicare, bulk billing is just the tip of the iceberg. We promise to deliver 137 fully bulk billed Medicare urgent care clinics for free urgent health care. They're open until late, open 7 days, and accessible without appointment, so that we are able to free up our emergency hospital rooms. And we have kept our promise. We have established all 137 Medicare urgent care clinics, including one in my electorate in Burwood, at 8 Elsie Street. It opened in December last year and has already treated thousands and thousands of patients. And in this year's budget, we made Medicare urgent care clinics a permanent part of Medicare. We've made medicines cheaper, with PBS medications to cost no more than $25, the first time since 2004. Labor is the only party that is delivering on Medicare. We are the only party that will protect and strengthen Medicare.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
There is. I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Reid for moving this motion. And I'm happy to acknowledge that bulk billing rates increased in every state and territory in the last quarter. The bulk billing practice incentive program is having a measurable effect, and the government deserves credit for that. However, for the GPs and the patients of Kooyong, the experience of Medicare in 2026 is much more complicated than the headline figures suggest. In south-eastern Melbourne, bulk billing rate is essentially static. It's just over 74%. And for those patients who attend practices that aren't able to bulk bill, the average out-of-pocket cost increased by 9.4% in the last 12 months. It is now $93.44. According to Clean Bill, 147 electorates out of the 150 in this country have experienced an increase in out-of-pocket costs on average to see a GP in the last year. Deputy Speaker, the Medicare benefit schedule was built around short episodic consultations, but that model no longer reflects the reality of general practice. More than half of all Australians have at least one chronic condition, a growing number 2 or more. Managing complex multiple morbidities takes time, but GPs who do that are financially penalised for doing so. Recently, the Grattan Institute found that GPs are paid as much as $15.41 per minute for a 2-minute bulk billed consultation, as opposed to $3.30 a minute for consultations for more complex issues that take as long as 20 minutes. That's not a sustainable model when we have an ageing population with increasing rates of chronic illness. The government continues to fail to overhaul how Medicare rebates are designed, and the rebates are not keeping up. The Medicare rebate was indexed by 2.6% this year. That's against general inflation and wage growth much higher than that. Every year that the rebate is indexed below the annual cost of running a practice, lower than wages, than rent, than compliance and insurance, that's a year in which the gap between what it costs to deliver a bulk bill service and what Medicare pays for it widens further. A recent Consumer Health Forum survey gives us a really clear idea of the current patient experience in Australia. Almost half of all respondents, 49.8%, said that they had missed healthcare that they needed in the last year. And the leading reason for that was cost. 2 in 3, 67%, who skipped dental care, said that they just couldn't afford it. More than half, 54%, who failed to fill a prescription, said the same. Only 1 in 3 Australians felt confident that they could afford medical care if they became seriously ill. When even the most transparent, most accessible part of our healthcare system is generating that level of cost anxiety, it tells us something about the pressure that the whole system is under. Cost pressures on patients who need care, cost pressures on practices to maintain bulk billing. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge the changes to assignment of benefit requirements announced by the government late last week. Prior to that change, bulk billing in many practices, community health centres and aged care facilities was under immediate threat. For patients who can't easily engage with a digital consent workflow, children, people in mental health crises, people with an intellectual disability, elderly patients who don't have a smartphone, people from non-English speaking backgrounds, aged care residents. For those people, a failed consent capture means that either their bulk bill service goes unpaid or it's converted to a private bill. I wrote to the Minister several times raising urgent concerns about this proposal, and the last-minute extension of the current arrangements, which came at the end of last week, was after sustained pressure from the RACGP, the AMA and other expert groups. In response to that advocacy, I'm glad to see the government extend verbal assignment of benefits until July 2027. Without that change, our bulk billing system would have been under immediate administrative threat. Deputy Speaker, bulk billing increases are real in some parts of this country, and they're certainly welcome. But Medicare's long-term health depends on rebates keeping pace with the actual cost and complexity of care, and on the administrative architecture supporting access, not undermining it. I ask the government to turn its attention to both of those things.
Member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I am proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government, which is investing $8.5 billion to strengthen Medicare and deliver more free healthcare for Australians. This free access to a GP is life-changing for many Australians because it means they can go to the doctor when they need to, not just when they can afford to. Labor has made it easier for Australians to see a GP for free by expanding bulk billing incentives and boosting payments to GP clinics that bulk bill every patient. Our most recent reform came into effect on the 1st of November last year. From that date, and for the first time, bulk billing incentives are paid to GPs for every patient they bulk bill. Previously, these incentives were only available to children under the age of 16 and concession card holders. This investment means that patients will save hundreds of dollars a year in out-of-pocket costs. And I'm delighted to say that the latest data shows Labor's bulk billing policies are delivering excellent results. The national GP bulk billing rate was 81.9% for the January to March quarter, a 4.6% point increase on the same period last year. Bulk billing has increased in every state and territory due to our reforms, including a rise of 4 percentage points to 85% in my state of New South Wales. In my electorate of Whitlam, in 2023, bulk billing rates were at 73%. In 2026, due to our government's incentives, bulk billing rates are close to 90%. The bulk billing rate has risen for every age group as a result of Labor's reforms, including a particularly strong increase of almost 8% to 76% for patients aged between 16 to 64 years. There are now over 3,800 Medicare bulk billing practices across Australia, and I note that more than 1,400 of these were previously mixed billing clinics. In my electorate of Whitlam, the number of fully bulk billing practices has jumped from 9 to 28 due to Labor's incentives. Approximately 97% of the Australian population is now within a 20-minute drive of a bulk billing practice, which is a wonderful outcome. Another major bulk billing reform implemented by this government is the rollout of Medicare urgent care clinics, which are open for extended hours 7 days a week with no appointment needed. Patients can walk in, see a trained doctor or nurse, and the services are bulk billed, and they do not pay a cent. A network of 137 Medicare urgent care clinics has opened over the past 3 years, including 2 in my electorate of Whitlam, 1 in Dapto and 1 in Shellharbour. Medicare urgent care clinics across Australia have seen over 3 million presentations since the first sites opened in 2023, and there have been over 33,000 visits to urgent care clinics in my electorate of Whitlam. A significant benefit that flows from opening an urgent care clinic is that it takes pressure off local hospitals. In my electorate, that includes Shellharbour and Wollongong hospitals, where more than half the presentations are non-urgent or semi-urgent presentations. Labor has also cut the cost of everyday medicines on the PBS to $25, the lowest co-payment since 2004, and it's just $7.70 for concession card holders to get their medicines. This is helping millions of Australians afford the medicines they need. Over 3 million cheaper PBS scripts have been filled in my electorate alone, and that's delivering over $19 million of savings to people in my community. Speaker, Labor built Medicare and the Albanese government is strengthening it after a decade of neglect under the Coalition. When Labor came to government in 2022, bulk billing was in decline. GP clinics were under pressure and people were putting off seeing a doctor because they simply couldn't afford it. The Albanese Labor government has stepped up and reversed that trend, recognising that healthcare must be based on need, not wealth. Bulk billing is the beating heart of Medicare, and the Albanese government is successfully delivering more bulk billing for more Australians. By strengthening Medicare, expanding bulk billing, and making essential medicines cheaper, the Albanese Labor government is restoring confidence in a vital system that defines who we are as a country. Thank you, Speaker.
Member for McKellar.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. Speaker, every year more than 22 million Australians see a specialist general practitioner for essential healthcare, making GPs the most accessed health professionals in the country. We know high-quality general practice reduces emergency department presentations and hospital admissions and improves long-term health outcomes. The latest quarterly bulk billing data is encouraging, particularly the rise in bulk billing for non-concessional patients to 72.5%, up 8.5 percentage points over the year. But more than 1 in 4 non-concessional GP visits are still not bulk billed, meaning too many Australians still face out-of-pocket costs. The government should treat these figures as a foundation for further reform. As a priority, we must ensure people who need more time with their GP can access this care. More than 2/3 of GPs nominate the increasing complexity of patient presentations as the greatest challenge facing the profession. Last year's Health of the Nation report showed that 84% of GPs want to provide more preventive care, but only 1 in 3 have time to provide it. The average GP appointment is now 20 minutes long, and 3 in 5 Australians live with at least one chronic health condition. Yet Medicare rebates still fail to reflect the time, complexity and continuity required in modern general practice. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners has again called for GPs to be properly remunerated for longer consultations, including most recently at the Health Committee inquiry into alcohol and other drugs. In alcohol and other drug care, as in so many other areas of health, GPs need time to have those sensitive conversations, identify risks early, coordinate care and support recovery for complex conditions. Many leading patient and health organisations agree, and to quote just a few, Chris Forbes, the Chief Executive Officer for Kidney Health Australia, says, Kidney Health Australia supports GPs to take the time needed to identify those at risk of kidney disease, enable early diagnosis and ensure the latest evidence-based medications and support programs are appropriately utilised, drastically improving outcomes and slowing disease progression. Dale Kelleher, CEO of Sexual and Reproductive Health Australia, says, longer GP consultations are essential in sexual and reproductive health care. They enable meaningful conversations, support informed decision-making and ensure patients feel comfortable raising sensitive issues. Adequate time leads to earlier intervention and better health outcomes. And Professor Tanya Buchanan, CEO of Dementia Australia, says, it is vital that the estimated 446,000 Australians living with dementia have access to affordable, long GP consultations to ensure they receive timely, comprehensive and coordinated healthcare tailored to their needs. What is key is that when GPs have more time with patients, care is earlier, safer and more effective. In 2024, Deloitte Access Economics found that a 40% increase to patient rebates for level C and D consultations would lift the bulk billing rate to 85%, halve out-of-pocket costs for patients who are not bulk billed, and deliver around $339 million in annual health savings to the system. Out-of-pocket costs disproportionately affect people with chronic and complex health conditions,
particularly those on low incomes, and carers and people unable to work because of their poor health. If patients cannot afford high-quality general practice care, they delay treatment, become sicker, and are more likely to end up in hospital. If we are serious about improving Australia's health, easing cost of living pressures, and reducing pressure on hospitals, we must strengthen general practice. And that means supporting GPs to spend the time their patients need with them, investing in preventive care and ensuring Medicare rebates reflect the complexity of Australia's changing healthcare needs. Thank you.
Member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Medicare has been the backbone of my professional life as a paediatrician for over 40 years.
Very good one you've been too.
I thank the honourable member. In fact, I opened my paediatric clinic in Macarthur the same day that Medicare was launched by the Hawke government in 1984. In that time, I've seen the transformational significance that Medicare, and bulk billing for that matter, has had on communities like mine in Campbelltown and Camden. I've seen many efforts to downgrade Medicare, from the Fraser government destroying Gough Whitlam's Medibank to the Howard government attempting to destroy Bob Hawke's Medicare. We even saw attempts under the Abbott government to introduce a co-payment, a way of rationing health care, particularly to people who were disadvantaged. And when we came into government in 2022, we saw firsthand what a decade of cuts and neglect to Medicare had done. It had never been harder or more expensive to find a bulk billing GP, and this was having a real effect on the health and well-being of people in my electorate. It too was having an impact on our local hospitals as our emergency departments became overcrowded with patients who couldn't afford to get into bulk billing GPs sooner. Fortunately, Labor understands Medicare. It is a part of our DNA. No one should forget that. We are the one party of government in Australia that supports our universal healthcare insurance system known as Medicare. Labor understands Medicare, it's part of our DNA, and so we've got on with addressing the serious shortfalls that were affecting bulk billing rates across the country, particularly with general practitioners. This was led by our historic $8.5 billion investment into Medicare, the single largest investment in Medicare since its creation over 40 years ago, which has delivered more bulk billing and more doctors that bulk bill so that Australians can see a GP without added costs and that can get access to healthcare in an affordable and timely manner. And I know the member for Mackellar, who spoke just prior to me, understands the importance of Medicare as well, also as a very highly respected general practitioner in her electorate of Mackellar. Australians know the importance of Medicare, and it was one of the reasons, to be honest, that we had such a resounding win by the Albanese government in the last federal election. I'm very proud that after this historic investment in Medicare bulk billing, that rates in Macarthur have risen to an incredible 98% of GP visits bulk billed as of March this year. Bolstering this is the number of Medicare bulk billing practices in Macarthur, which have now grown to 45, an increase of 14 since our historic investment into our beloved Medicare system. Aiding our GP clinics and helping reduce pressure on our emergency departments are our innovative Medicare urgent care clinics, and I'm proud to have one which is working very well in my electorate of Macarthur, opening in December 2023, and since then having over 32,000 presentations. Around the country, we've opened all of the 137 urgent care clinics we promised to deliver during the last election, with more than 3 million presentations have been made to urgent care centres across the country. And whether it's leaving a bulk billing practice or the urgent care clinic with a script, patients are still benefiting from the strong investment into healthcare by our historic improvements to cheaper medicines and our cheaper medicines policy, saving the money all the time they go to the pharmacies, and ensuring those that need medication can afford it and access it. In Macarthur, there have been over 2.3 million cheaper medicine scripts prescribed to individuals, resulting in over a $14 million saving to patients in the Macarthur electorate. So considering that we inherited a broken bulk billing system and a neglected Medicare, I'm very proud of the tremendous work of our government has done under the 4 years we've been in federal power. There's more to be done, I agree. There certainly is more to be done. And the College of GPs has recently presented to the Health Committee the importance of more prolonged consultations for things like addiction medicine, for dealing with mental health challenges, and for some of the chronic illness that many of our constituents suffer from. But I'm very proud of what we've done. There's more to be done. It is part of our DNA. We will make sure that our health system is strengthened every time we can, and I'm very proud of the actions of this government in healthcare.
Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. The member for Macarthur was going so well until he started bagging the coalition out. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do want to just acknowledge the member for Macarthur because I think he's a decent fellow and a lifelong paediatrician who's served his local community, and good on him. We need more paediatricians. You should go back and be a paediatrician, serving your local community that way. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, those members opposite often talk about how they're the champions of Medicare. Well, I've got to tell you, Madam Deputy Speaker, the coalition absolutely supports Medicare, absolutely supports it. The last thing we would want to see in Australia is a US-style healthcare, where if you get sick and seriously sick, then that is, it could often be a death sentence to you, or certainly a life-changing situation. The beauty about a universal healthcare system in this country, such as Medicare, is that it doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter how wealthy you are, it doesn't matter what your job is, it doesn't matter what your postcode is. You will be able to get world's best treatment at a tertiary hospital, provided you live in the cities. Now, for those people who live in the bush or live in rural and regional Australia, it's a lot harder. They have to often be transferred to a tertiary hospital through organisations like the Royal Flying Doctor Service, who do incredible work. But the coalition is absolutely supportive of Medicare because it does provide access to world-class doctors and world-class medical treatment. The motion that's before the House today notes that bulk billing has ticked up in the March quarter, and the motion congratulates Labor on spending $8.5 billion of taxpayers' money. It pats itself on the back for 3,800 bulk billing practices, but it says nothing about the Australians who still can't find a doctor, still can't afford one, and still see their local services being hollowed out. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare tells us that after peaking at around 89% in 2020, the national GP bulk billing rate fell to 77% in 2023 and only inched back to 78% in the first 10 months of 24, still well below where it was under the coalition. For the key working age group, 16 to 64-year-olds, bulk billing sits at around 69%. Labor's so-called free healthcare is least available to the Australians most likely to be juggling work, children and mortgages. Out-of-pocket costs have surged. Independent analysis shows that in 2/3 of electorates, average out-of-pocket fees for a standard consult now exceed $45, and in some electorates, the total cost of a visit is pushing beyond $100. In my own electorate of Fisher, non-bulk billed patients are paying significantly more than they were just a couple of years ago, even after Labor's so-called strengthening Medicare reforms. That is not a system delivering free healthcare. That is a system shifting more cost onto ordinary patients. Madam Deputy Speaker, this motion doesn't mention that Labor's incentive has sent more money into already well-served communities, while underserved regional, rural and outer suburban areas see clinics close, doctors leave and patients travel further and pay more. It doesn't mention that 12 leading nursing and healthcare organisations have warned a Senate inquiry that Medicare policy is materially compromising timely access to care in rural and regional Australia. Under Labor, nurse practitioner bulk billing has fallen sharply and regional patients are being slugged more at exactly the time they can least afford it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Coalition is absolutely committed to Medicare. It always will be in the future. Medicare is a vital part of the health services in this country.
Member for Chisholm.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. And I also really want to thank my colleague, the member for Reid, for bringing this very important matter to the House today. Indeed, like the member for Reid, my electorate of Chisholm has thousands of people in my community that are dependent on accessing Medicare bulk billing services, and it was instilled in me from a very young age, with a GP for a father and a nurse for a mother who ran their own medical practice, the importance of everyone in our community being able to access healthcare. When I speak about Medicare bulk billing services, I'm speaking about pensioners, concession card holders, families with children who benefited from our initial $8.5 billion investment in Medicare. I think when I speak about Medicare bulk billing services about every Australian worker in my electorate who since the 1st of November last year has also benefited from Labor's further investment in Medicare bulk billing. This includes the more than 4,000 retail assistants, the 1,500 registered nurses, the many thousands of teachers, carers and aged care workers who live in my electorate. On this side of the House, we know that Australians don't hope to get sick at all. No, none of us do. And when you do, you shouldn't think about how you're going to pay for being sick and what the impact of going without income may be. I'm really proud to be part of a government that values Medicare, and we know that when you value something, you invest in it. And so I'm really pleased that we have been investing significantly and consistently in Medicare. Whether it's through the Albanese Labor government's record investment to strengthen Medicare with more bulk billing or through cheaper medicines, we're continuing to deliver high quality, low cost health care for Australians. It should be no surprise to anyone that when you triple the bulk billing incentive, you create the conditions that enable medical practices to deliver increased bulk billing services. That's precisely what we've seen happening on the ground. This includes more than 1,400 mixed billing practices across Australia switching to bulk billing. The delivery of bulk billing services across Australia, throughout Victoria and in my electorate of Chisholm, has increased by every measure. That means that there are more than 3,800 bulk billing practices across the country, including more than 1,000 in Victoria and 31 bulk billing practices in my electorate of Chisholm. And we've seen that increase in practices leading to an increase in bulk billing rates since our investment in Medicare, resulting in real and practical cost of living relief for Australians right across the country. This is the kind of real help Australians are looking for and our government is providing. Minister Butler said that Labor built Medicare and we are strengthening it for all Australians. And this is a really important mission that we have in government, and we will continue to keep our focus on investing in healthcare. As I mentioned, we tripled the bulk billing incentive in 2023 and again further stepped up to invest in Medicare and strengthen it by expanding that incentive from November last year. Our incentives are helping more people see the GP for free and delivering the biggest boost to Medicare ever. The 31 Medicare bulk billing practices in my electorate of Chisholm now are bulk billing all their patients all the time. And almost 50% of GPs in my electorate are now bulk billing practices. And I'm really proud of the fact that that bulk billing rate has increased since I was first elected in May 2022. I'm really pleased that the bulk billing rate in my electorate sits at 80%. This is a significant achievement, and it's something that I'm really pleased to be able to have delivered for my community in government. And I really want to thank all of those general practitioners and the staff in those practices for the important work that they do every day, keeping our community healthy. One of the other significant ways that we've invested in Medicare bulk billing is through investing in our Medicare urgent care clinics. So we've got a Mount Waverley urgent care clinic opened in September 24, and we've had over 21,700 presentations in that time, which has made an enormous difference to people in our community. And I hear positive feedback all the time from people in my electorate. Labor built Medicare. We will always do what we can to defend it and to strengthen it, so everyone in our communities can get the healthcare they need when they need it. And I'm proud to speak on this motion today, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this motion in relation to bulk billing. And I say to the Australian taxpayer who may be watching, this is what we're actually using taxpayer funds to debate. We've got a government motion, so a motion that's moved by a member of the Australian government that commends the government's record and that thanks the government for its investments. Now, Deputy Speaker, when I came to this place, I came here, maybe I was aspirational or hopeful, but I came here because I thought that we would actually be having the conversations about how we can better this country and how we can take this country into the future. Not just come and speak on motions that are congratulating the government, which is something that we seem to do very, very often in this place. But if the government wants to speak about bulk billing and if the government wants to speak about health, let's speak about it. Because the simple fact is that Labor's bulk billing rates are lower than the bulk billing rates under the coalition. And we've seen a government which has attacked private health care and older Australians, in particular over the last couple of months, in a way that is not only negligible, but it is absolutely unconscionable. Labor's urgent care clinics look far too much like political infrastructure instead of health infrastructure. And the reality of bulk billing is that Labor says it's strengthening Medicare, but patients are asking, including in my electorate on the Gold Coast, why it's actually costing them more to see a GP. In 2021-22, when we left office, GP bulk billing was at around 88%. But by 2023-24, it had fallen to 77%, and the July to March 25-26 year-to-date figure is around 79%, still far below what it was under the former coalition government. In fact, Deputy Speaker, bulk billing rose under the previous coalition government from around 83% in late 2013 to around 88% in 2022. That's the reality, that's the facts. If the government wants to speak about it, let's talk about it. Private health insurance and older Australians. Now, what we've seen over the last couple of months is a decision by this government to cut the private health rebate for around 3.2 million older Australians, which will hurt our most vulnerable people at the time of their life that they need it the most. Labor's testing the resilience of our health system at the expense of older Australians. And that is wrong. It is wrong on so many levels. And if we're looking at urgent care clinics, Deputy Speaker, Labor's failing on health, but it's always ready to use health and to use healthcare when it comes to political advantage or political opportunities, because nowhere is that clearer than in Labor's Medicare Urgent Care Clinics campaign. We ran the numbers, Deputy Speaker, and what we've come up with is actually quite interesting. Labor electorates are around 3.5 times more likely than coalition electorates to have 2 or more urgent care clinics. Now, I kind of think that's quite surprising, especially when you take into account the size of coalition electorates, which are, on average, larger and more regional and rural. So you'd expect them to be prioritised on the basis of size and service need. But that's not something that we're seeing from this government. What we're seeing is a Labor government that's using taxpayer-funded clinics to shore up its own marginal seats. Again, that is wrong. Deputy Speaker, the assault by this government on older Australians and on people who depend on our healthcare system seems to have no bounds. And I represent an electorate on the southern Gold Coast which has an average age demographic that is slightly larger than the national, or slightly higher than the national average. So people are speaking to me day after day about these changes because they're feeling them, and they're feeling them compounded with what's happening as a result of the government's cost of living crisis. So I'd say to the government, look at what you're doing. Instead of just coming in here and moving motions, congratulating yourselves and patting yourselves on the back, actually come and bring the facts. Let's talk about it. Because what we need to do is come up with a system that protects those Australians who depend on our healthcare system, not punishes them. Deputy Speaker, Labor promised stronger Medicare, but Australians are getting higher costs, fewer bulk billing options, and putting more pressure on the healthcare system. And older Australians are being hit, patients are being required to pay more, and health funding is being used for political gain. So Labor can spin the figures, but Australians know the truth when they pay at the GP counter. It's not a record to celebrate. It's a record that Labor should be ashamed of and should be held accountable for.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2 for a motion in relation to Australian manufacturing.
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to Australian manufacturing in the terms which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, Australia over decades has all but lost the manufacturing industry, and under current Labor's governments, they're determined to kill off the rest. Australia has lost the manufacturing industry due to higher wages, low productivity, excessive red and green tape, inflexible IR laws, and high energy costs. And under the Albanese Labor government, none of these are getting any better. We have the engineers, we have the tradies, we have the best and brightest people in this country that can design, produce, scale up and manufacture in this country. We don't have to suffer through this continual decline. You can't make complex things like cars, any complex engineering feats without the simple processes of making the small things. And the Coalition has a plan. With computers, AI, robotics, we can increase the productivity. So when you increase the productivity, we can actually increase people's wages. We can pay higher wages. The Coalition is supportive of paying higher wages as long as you get the productivity. But all these changes are energy intensive. Energy is the manufacturing industry, energy is the economy. And it's fair to say that Labor is certainly failing in the energy policy sphere. And when I travel around talking to, and more importantly, listening to manufacturers, they tell me, Andrew, the number one issue, the number one problem that manufacturers face in this country is energy costs. Whether it be fuel, electricity under the Labor government has gone up 40%. Gas has skyrocketed. So manufacturers can't compete with their overseas competitors. What we need to enhance manufacturing in this country is we need abundant, cheap, reliable energy. Energy that is available 24/7, not just when the sun shines or the wind blows. Now, when you go to heavy industry and they're casting something, whether it be copper, zinc, whatever it is, you might have molten liquid there around 1,000 degrees. Now, with intermittent, unreliable energy, if that stops, then all of a sudden, everything stops. It's not molten anymore, it goes back to solids, creating a massive problem. Industry is also capital intensive, so you need to be able to run industry 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Otherwise, it simply doesn't stack up, and you cannot do that with renewable energy, even backed up by batteries. And capital is portable. So when people are looking, when international companies are looking, where are we going to invest? We need to make sure that they come to Australia. We need to make sure that they have the settings right, so they could bring manufacturing to this country. And the Coalition has a sensible energy plan. We will scrap net zero. The net zero fantasy that is destroying industry in Australia and is bankrupting manufacturing, all while making Australia poorer, and we're seeing our living standards drop. The Coalition has a cheaper, better, fairer plan. Cheaper because we're going to keep our existing coal-fired power stations running longer. And coal-fired is the cheapest way of making an electron. We're going to be energy agnostic. Whatever is the cheapest that is generated and delivered to the business, to the manufacturer, to the industry, to the household. Better because we're not going to allow solar panels on good quality agricultural land. We're not going to allow the 28,000 kilometres of poles and wires. And it's going to be fairer because we're still going to cut emissions, but we're going to do it in line with other OECD countries. We're going to scrap the safeguard mechanism, which is actually just a carbon tax 2.0 that's upsetting every one of our heavy emitters. And folks, we can do better, and the Labor government needs to do better.
I thank the member. Is the motion seconded?
Motion seconded, and I reserve my right.
I thank the member for Parkes. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for more.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion because Australian manufacturing matters. It matters to our economy, our regions, our national security, and the dignity of skilled work in this country. The motion correctly notes that manufacturing is our sixth largest industry, producing billions of value-added output and employing 930,000 Australians. It also correctly notes that Australian manufacturers can design, produce and scale high-tech, high-value goods. On that much, there is no dispute. But what this motion omits is just as important as what it includes. It omits the record of those opposite. It omits the closure of the car industry. It omits the years of drift, delay and ideological hostility to active industry policy. It omits the fact that when Australian manufacturing needed a government to stand up for it, those opposite told the industry to fend for itself. So we will not be lectured by the very people who helped close the car industry and then turned up years later in high-vis vests pretending to be shop stewards for the Australian industry. Manufacturing does not survive on nostalgia. It does not survive on slogans. It survives on investment, skills, procurement, energy policy, supply chains and confidence. That is why the Albanese Labor government is delivering a future made in Australia. This is serious industry policy. It is about making Australia stronger, more resilient and more secure. It is about backing workers, backing businesses and making sure more things are made here. The world has changed. Wars, supply shocks, trade disruption and strategic competition have reminded us that a country that cannot make things leaves itself exposed. That does not mean Australia must make everything. It means we must make more of the things that matter. Critical minerals, metals, clean energy, defence capability, advanced manufacturing, AI, quantum research, innovation. At the centre of that work is the $15 billion National Reconstruction Fund, which is actually putting real capital behind Australian industry. And that is the difference between this side of the House and those opposite. They give speeches about manufacturing. We invest in it. In Western Australia, we understand the importance of building capability. We understand the trades, we understand resources, we understand fabrication, heavy industry and the value of a skilled workforce. And that is why I'm proud that we are building trains in the West. And now some will say that if only part of the construction is local, it's not good enough. And I understand that argument, but I want more local content, more WA workers, more apprentices, more fabrication and more supply chain work done here. But do not let the perfect be the enemy of the good. You do not build manufacturing by refusing to start. You rebuild it by placing orders, training workers, building facilities, improving capability, and lifting local content over time. A workshop does not become world-class because someone moves a motion in this place. It gets there because it receives real work, real contracts, real apprentices, real investment, and real continuity. The motion also talks about energy costs. Fair enough. Manufacturers need affordable and reliable energy. But those opposite want this country to forget the system they left behind. Ageing assets, weak investment, and uncertainty. Labor is doing the hard work. Rewiring the nation, the capacity investment scheme, firmed renewables, grid modernisation, and a practical gas policy for manufacturers that still need gas as a feedstock or transitional fuel. The motion also raises imports and dumping. Again, the government is acting. We are strengthening Australia's trade remedy system, making it more accessible, delivering faster decisions, and better protecting Australian businesses from unfair practices. Manufacturing policy requires discipline. It requires a government that understands skills, procurement, energy, trade, research, and industrial relations, that they are all connected. And those opposite had a decade, and they delivered drift, denial, and decline. And now they oppose the National Reconstruction Fund, rewiring the nation, and the very tools that are required to rebuild capability. So yes, let's talk about Australian manufacturing, but let's be honest, manufacturing will not be built by those who only discovered it in opposition. It will be built by investment, procurement, skills, energy certainty, and national purpose. Labor is not standing on the sidelines hoping manufacturing comes back. We're getting on with the job of rebuilding it.
Time has expired. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Parks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion because the debate is not theoretical. It is about whether this country still makes things and whether the people who make these things can afford to keep doing them in this country. Manufacturing is Australia's sixth largest industry, producing $137 billion of value-added output every year and employing over 930,000 Australians. It's not in Canberra boardrooms, it's not in the Labor Party room run by the unions, but on the factory floors in regional towns where local manufacture is often the largest employer within that district. This is an industry that has transformed itself into a hub of research, capital investment and innovation. Our manufacturers can design, build and scale high-tech, high-value goods using world-class processes with world-class skilled workforce. The capacity is here. What is missing is a government willing to back them. Here is the truth this government must acknowledge and confront. You cannot run an advanced manufacturing sector on the back of the highest energy costs in the developed world. Reliable, affordable baseload power is not a luxury for manufacturers. It is the foundation everything else is built on. Every policy that has driven up energy costs while strangling the development of our own gas and energy resources has made every single one of those 930,000 Australian jobs less secure. And this is where I must direct the focus back to the budget this government has just handed down. Manufacturers were told to expect a cheaper plan for more reliable power. What they actually got was a $1 billion interest-free loan to help them survive a fuel and supply chain crisis that this government did not see coming, a rescue package dressed up as reform. Industry has already said it plainly. This budget does not provide a clear path to lower industrial costs in the face of rising energy prices. You do not build sovereign manufacturing capability on emergency loans. You build it on cheaper, reliable power every day, every year, not just when there's a crisis. And while this government has spent $18 billion in this budget on net zero initiatives, manufacturers right across regional Australia are paying the price with their power bills. This is a direct result of the last 4 years of policy that has shut down baseload generation faster than it has been replaced. A budget serious about manufacturing would have started at the cost of energy. This one didn't. And let's be honest about what regional manufacturers are actually asking for. It's not a handout, It's a level playing field. They are competing against many substandard imported products that would never pass our own quality and safety standards if they were made in Australia, undercutting local workshops doing the right thing. That is a failure of this government to defend its owned industry. That's why this motion calls for a national import quality task force to stop substandard foreign dumping at our border. And it's why we're calling for royalty discounts for companies that procure 100% Australian-made products. And it's why we call for an overhaul of the Australian-made logo fees, because it makes no sense that a small regional workshop must pay a premium just to tell the world where the product was built. We don't need to wait for a budget to make these changes. If this government was serious about backing our manufacturers, they would have taken this action by now. Without policy intervention on energy cost and imported standards, regional manufacturers do not stagnate, they decline permanently. $1 billion in loans buys an industry a few more months, it won't buy them a future. This is about national sovereignty as much as it is economics. Deputy Chair, a country that cannot make its own steel, cannot make its own components, its own equipment, has handed control of its own future to somebody else. This budget, by its own government's design, was forced to spend its way out of that very vulnerability. Emergency fuel reserves, emergency loans, emergency stock holdings, because the underlying weakness was never fixed. Regional industry is not asking for sympathy or another emergency package the next time there is a global shock. They are asking for a fair fight, affordable energy, honest competition and a government that values what Australia can produce, and I commend this motion to the Chamber.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak against this motion, and in doing so, I'm very pleased that the member for Dawson is here today because it gives me a chance to, I guess, discuss this in front of him. The last time I was speaking about manufacturing and pinning the blame of the Australian car industry walking out the door and walking overseas, he was able to somehow misinterpret those comments to me blaming the Albanese government for being responsible for the end of our car industry. And so I guess it is not some irony that I read the first line of the member for Dawson's motion, which is noting that Australian manufacturing has undergone significant transformation over the past decades. I mean, that is an understatement of epic proportions. Because let's just look at the two elements of that first line. The first is, who was in government over the past few decades? Who's been in government for most of the last 30 years? And that's the coalition government. That's an easy one to answer. And when they talk about significant transformation, what they really mean, surely, is the decimation of our manufacturing industry. And I think that to begin with that statement is either a spectacular statement of irony, or it is that they've completely missed the point. That it is their policies over the last three decades or so. And I guess the member for Dawson would also, I think, probably be inclined to agree with a bit of what I have to say, because deep within the heart of the National Party, I've always seen there is a little bit of common sense deep within that part of the coalition, and so I think that the member for Dawson, like many people in the bush, like many people who believe in that sort of that national spirit, have probably seen in dismay over the last 30 years as their coalition partners have walked away from supporting Australian industry. And that walking away has taken three elements. The first is privatisation. The second is economic rationalism. And the third is unfettered free trade. And while we all acknowledge that free trade has been particularly beneficial to the agriculture industry, and given us access to markets overseas that have really supercharged the agricultural industry, it has completely ignored the effect that it's had on the manufacturing industry. And so instead of actually providing some sort of support to industries which are effectively, when you have lower tariffs, competing against state-owned industries overseas, then really that is not fair trade. While lower tariffs have been a spectacular thing for our local economy, it has meant cheap. It has been one of the reasons why we've been able to keep inflation down for so long. It has been a great thing to be able to bring in cheaper imports, but it cannot come at the cost of manufacturing. When you just let those imports come in, but you let your own domestic companies compete against effectively foreign-owned state companies. And so it has been that with privatisation, we have seen essential services like communications, for instance, Telstra being privatised, something which has hit the bush particularly hard. But we've also seen a lack of public housing. And it must be remembered that part of our post-war economic miracle was very much an investment in public housing and investment in public energy, something which was done by both Labor and both coalition and Labor governments. The idea being that if you can keep the cost of living down, by providing affordable housing, you're able to keep wages down. And so the best example of that is Elizabeth in South Australia, where you have a car industry effectively built around the public housing which was provided to keep that cost of living down, which kept the pressure off wages, which ultimately provided a high standard of living and was able to support Australian industry. But unfortunately, instead of pursuing that approach, what we saw from the coalition as they took part in this significant transformation over the past few decades was walking away from that basic support, walking away from providing essential government support directly to keep those industries going, but also providing those sort of ancillary services like cheaper energy and cheaper housing. And so it is with some recognition of the irony that I rise to oppose this motion today.
I thank the member for Ford. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Grey.
Speaker, our nation was built on industry. Makers, doers, builders, manufacturers. And South Australia was the manufacturing capital of this nation. Melbourne was textile, Sydney was finance. South Australia was the manufacturing heart of this country. And today it remains our sixth largest industry, producing $137 billion of value added output, employing 390,000 people. From big businesses like the smelter in Port Pirie and the steelworks in Whyalla, to family operations like Sharman's in Long Plains. We in regional South Australia produce high-value goods using cutting-edge processes. But Speaker, in 2026, most manufacturers are no longer with us, and those remaining are fighting to stay alive. Under this Labor government, we are witnessing a complete disconnect between the Treasury benches and the daily reality facing our regional businesses. Labor has comprehensively lost touch, and Minister Bowen must put Australians first. After wasting $150 million to host a climate conference in another country, he's handing even more taxpayer money to foreign governments trying to make a buck out of green energy projects on our soil. Meanwhile, families and businesses are still waiting for the promised $275 reduction in their power bills. Minister, where is it? And Speaker, when we talk about energy, people only think about the energy in their homes, their air conditioners, the lights in their rooms. Household electricity consumption is less than 10% of this nation's energy consumption. The rest is industry and transport. So when the price of energy goes up, everything goes up. The cost of producing a Coke can, the cost of your protein in the supermarket, or the cost of processing your recycling. If energy is cheap, we create a prosperous nation. And in South Australia, we have the highest energy prices in the developed world. If you want a prosperous and secure Australia, we must unleash our own energy resources to reduce these crippling costs. We need reliable, firm-based load power for our manufacturers to remain competitive. We will put an end to green energy rent-seeking. We will bring down power prices by backing all technologies that can deliver affordable and reliable energy. Labor put all their eggs into the wind and solar basket, and it's proving the most unreliable and expensive energy in the developed world. South Australia is the classic example. You see, Labor governs for big unions and big city projects, leaving regional South Australian businesses out in the cold. Look no further than the impending payday super changes rolling out on the 1st of July. The government attempts to frame this as a simple administrative update, but for a smaller manufacturer in Port Lincoln or Moonta, it is a sudden, brutal drain on their cash flow. Super is absolutely critical, and all employees are entitled to it. That is not up for debate, but under this new scheme, money will leave businesses much sooner, fundamentally altering their working capital at a time when they're being battered with energy costs. And what specific support measures has government offered to help cash-poor businesses adjust? Absolutely none. If you want to see this government's true priorities, look at the budget. They allocate a paltry amount to help small business, navigating complex IR disputes, yet they happily hand out millions of dollars of taxpayer money to continue propping up union administration. The compliance burden of tax and reg law falls on small businesses with the same weight as big businesses. They do not have large HR and legal teams. The fight to save Australian manufacturing and reclaim our national sovereignty means we must challenge these sorts of policies that leave us vulnerable to foreign inputs. Regional industries are not seeking a handout. They just want a level playing field. Without immediate policy intervention to address the energy disparity and the lack of import standards, we risk even more industrial decline. We must protect our domestic production at all costs. Australia needs a national import quality task force to stop foreign dumping. We should offer royalty discounts for companies that produce 100% Australian-made, Aussies backing Aussies. We must back our manufacturers now. We must secure our energy future. We must reclaim our sovereignty and build a prosperous, secure nation for the future.
I thank the member for Grey. The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A future made in Australia is an acknowledgement that we live in a constantly and rapidly changing global environment with intense international competition, constant conflict and supply chains that are consistently being challenged. It's also an acknowledgement that Australia has competitive advantages in renewable energy and critical minerals, and that partnership with the private sector is critical if we are to insulate and grow our economy and create secure, well-paying jobs that advance the national interest. A key pillar in the Albanese Labor government's Future Made in Australia is the National Reconstruction Fund. Worth $15 billion, the National Reconstruction Fund has announced 28 investments, totalling nearly $1.6 billion to date, investing in businesses in priority industries that lift manufacturing, value add and enhance local capability. South Australia was home to one of the first major National Reconstruction Fund investments, with a $25 million investment being made in Myriota, a satellite telecommunications company. This National Reconstruction Fund investment is being used to scale the company's Australian-based manufacturing of advanced satellite communications models and hardware for global export. Myriota's technology is growing Australia's capability in the telecommunications and space sectors while enhancing productivity and efficiencies in partnering sectors such as agriculture, mining and defence. Staying with defence capability and enabling capabilities, two of the 7 priority areas for National Reconstruction Fund investment, Gilmore Space Technologies has also received a $75 million investment, which the company will use to further develop its Eris orbital rocket technology, scale its satellite and rocket manufacturing, and expand its spaceport. Another example is the $50 million investment in Advanced Navigation's headquarters, core R&D and high-end precision manufacturing capabilities in Australia. This investment is creating almost 200 new high-skilled roles in deep tech engineering,
photonics, robotics, high-tech manufacturing, operations and technical sales, and keeping manufacturing jobs here in Australia where they are needed. Now, this motion also talks about energy, and we are pursuing a prompt but balanced transition to renewable energy. For some, the transition is too slow, for others too fast, and for others, yet again, the transition should be scrapped. But why would you scrap a balanced approach that recognises that the path to decarbonisation and clean energy, whilst urgent, will take time and requires an acknowledgement that some Australian manufacturers do still rely on gas? The government's intervention in the gas market to deliver a gas reservation agreement from next year is a part of this. Yes, we want to phase out fossil fuels, but we can't do that 100% just yet. So what we can do in the meantime is continue the agenda at the same time as ensuring Australians are shielded from global energy shocks by having access to adequate quantities of our own gas. Now finally, Deputy Speaker, research and development. A future made in Australia relies on targeted, meaningful and sufficient investment in research and development, and that is why in the recent federal budget the government announced it would reform the research and development tax incentive to better incentivise business R&D spending in Australia, primarily by replacing the offset on supporting R&D activities with a higher offset rate on core activities, by refocusing the refundable offset on high potential firms in need of cash flow support, and by encouraging large-scale R&D firms to undertake their R&D in Australia by increasing the maximum expenditure threshold to $200 million. Collaborative efforts between academia, industry and government agencies are crucial for pushing the boundaries of R&D, and this is essential because R&D is the catalyst for innovation. Investing in research means that new ideas can be explored and novel concepts can be worked on before they're introduced to the market. So well-funded and targeted R&D can lead to improvements in a range of things, including economic growth, and it must remain a central pillar of a future made in Australia.
I thank the member for Sturt. The time allotted for this debate has expired. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 3, a motion on the grape and wine sector to be moved by the member for Mayo.
I call the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the grape and wine sector and the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. Deputy Speaker, the wine industry is facing one of the most significant challenges in its history, and the people at the heart of the sector deserve to know that this government is listening. The Australian grape and wine sector provides more than $51 billion to our economy and supports more than 203,000 jobs. It's an industry that sustains regional communities, drives tourism, supports exports and showcases Australia to the world. Our wine regions have contributed enormously to Australia, and now there is a genuine partnership with government to help secure their future. It's absolutely desperately needed. Right now, the industry is in structural distress. Global wine consumption has fallen to its lowest level since 1961, and Australian production exceeds sales by 52 million litres in the last financial year. Forecasts suggest that the global wine market will shrink by a further 8% over the next 5 years. And these figures tell a story, and behind that story are people, families and communities. This is playing out in wine regions across the country and particularly evident in my home state of South Australia, where 80% of Australia's premium and 50% of all of its bottled wine is produced. And South Australia is the wine state and a proud member of the prestigious group of Great Wine Capitals Global Network. In my electorate of Mayo, the wine industry is part of our very fabric. We are home to some of Australia's most recognised wine regions, including the Adelaide Hills, McLaren Vale, Langhorne Creek and Currency Creek. Together, these regions account for almost 30% of South Australia's grape production and support more than 1,300 grape growers. I've spoken with some of those growers who are questioning whether they can continue. It's not viable to keep growing unsold grapes. but also too costly to pull out vines and to diversify. And just last week I was in McLaren Vale, and it was heartbreaking to see unpicked vineyards scattered right across the district. I've spoken to winemakers, cellar door operators, hospitality businesses. They are all facing increasing financial pressure and uncertainty about the future. I've heard from families who have devoted generations to the industry and are now unsure whether they have a viable business to pass on to their children. The tourism industry is feeling the fallout. In regions where the wine tourism is critical to economic survival, there's a flow-on effect to bottling plants, to agricultural suppliers, to freight companies, to printers, to carton manufacturers, and all those secondary industries reliant on a successful wine sector. The pressure is relentless, and it's not just financial, it's emotional. It's affecting mental health, family relationships, and entire communities. It's often invisible to those outside of the industry, but it's being felt right across kitchen tables, inside family businesses, and across regions. What is frustrating is that the government seems to be turning a blind eye to this. The Australian grape and wine industry put forward a budget proposal designed to allow orderly transition, reduce oversupply, and support growers and winemakers through change. But the industry's calls for assistance have gone unanswered. The budget not only failed to help the wine industry, it actually cut funding, phasing out the wine, tourism and cellar door grant program at a time when it's most needed and not reinvesting that funding into anything else within the sector. The reality is that this devastating change to the wine industry is happening whether the government acts or not. The cost of doing nothing will not disappear. It will simply be borne by growers, families, communities, and ultimately taxpayers. This motion recognises both the economic significance of our wine industry and the human consequences of its current challenges. And we owe it to families, workers and communities who have built this industry to ensure they are not left facing the challenge alone. Deputy Speaker, this is an incredibly important industry to my electorate. It provides an enormous variety of employment and I urge the government to support it.
I thank the member for Mayor. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable the honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or subsequent divisions.
And is the motion seconded?
Speaker, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Clare. The question before the House is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Pearce. Where's our instructions? I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. And I thank the member for Pearce. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Colette.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm very pleased to support this motion because the wine industry has a long and proud history in the central west of New South Wales and is part of the fabric of our communities in places like Orange, Mudgee, Molong, Bathurst, Cargo and Canowindra. Wine isn't just a product, it's part of who we are, the identity of our region. It's jobs, it's small business, it's tourism. And it's a great source of pride for our region, and it's a vital part of our region. Our wines are exported all over the world. Across Calare, there are thousands of hectares under vine, more than 200 wineries, and close to 100 cellar doors. From growers in the vineyard to cellar door staff and everyone in between, hundreds of locals and businesses depend on this industry. In 2024-25 alone, it contributed to the overall gross production of wine in New South Wales, which is valued at $209 million. So it's a very important part of our region. But beyond the numbers, it's an industry that is under threat, and it's under real pressure, Deputy Speaker. The wine sector is facing structural challenges, and in the past year, production outstripped sales by 52 million litres. And that's not a temporary aberration. It's a sign that demand has shifted, and globally, wine consumption has dropped to its lowest level in decades. And over the next 5 years, the market is expected to shrink by around 8%. And that's the equivalent of 1.5 billion litres. And these are not just statistics, Deputy Speaker. They translate to real impacts for growers, winemakers, businesses and families and their employees across communities like ours. And as I drive around our region, I can see the wineries and the vines which are actually being taken out literally before our eyes. They're being removed from paddocks. And it is a very concerning situation, and this is why we need to get support for our wineries and get a program in place which deals with this issue. Just to give you an example of some of the great things that are happening in our region, at the 2025 New South Wales Wine Awards, Printy Wines won the trophy for the best sparkling wine for their 2016 vintage. And there were a number of other winners as well. For example, Tamburlaine took out the Best Organic Wine Award, and they were actually very successful in a number of categories. And Gorey Park near Mudgee, they won the Best Pinot Noir. Tamburlaine also won the Best Cab Sav. They also won from Tamburlaine the Best Other Red Wine Varietal. And right across the region, there are great innovators and great winemakers. At the 2025 Orange Wine Show, Printy Wines again took out the best wine of the show with their 2016 vintage sparkling. And over at Mudgee, Robert Steins won the champion wine with their 2019 dry Riesling. So you can see, Deputy Speaker, the great things that are happening across our region in terms of winemaking. But this is a major challenge for our region, and we need support. Another challenge that our industry is facing is the closure of the Great Western Highway. A bridge built by a convict chain gang in 1832 has unsurprisingly failed. And
This has meant that tourism numbers across the region have drastically decreased, even though there are diversion roads in place. The numbers of tourists coming from the Sydney area and beyond has dropped dramatically, and this is having a major impact on cellar doors and tourism, and it is a major, major crisis facing our whole region. So we have this issue with our wine industry, which is being made a lot worse by what's happening with government inaction, both state and federal, on the Great Western Highway. And I would urge the state government and the federal government to show some leadership on this issue. The Premier of New South Wales needs to come out to our part of the world and see the impact that this highway closure is having on our businesses, and we need government support to sort out our wine industry as well.
Claire, the question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on this motion today, and I share the member for Mayo's sentiments about how important the wine industry is to the Australian economy, and in particular to remote and regional Australia. In recognition of this importance, the Albanese Labor government will always provide strong support for the grape and wine sector. An example of this is the Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program, with a $30 million commitment over 3 years, designed to allow wine and cider producers to apply for grants of up to $100,000 on their eligible rebatable cellar door sales through Wine Australia. Round 8 of this program is anticipated to open in August 2026, and in Round 7, $3.8 million of this was delivered to businesses in South Australia. One beneficiary of Round 7 was Amadio Wines. The Amadio vineyard is located in north of the Adelaide Hills wine region, between the areas of Kersbrook and Williamstown. And on its 320 acres, it grows a huge variety of grapes, including our favourites Sauv Blanc, Fiano, Chardonnay, Pinot Grigio, Shiraz and Sangiovese. Amadio also has a cellar door at Felixstowe in my electorate of Sturt, and I went for a visit last Thursday where I met winemaker Daniel Amadio. The Wine, Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program has allowed Amadio Wines to invest in a customised tasting offering, to invest in the website to allow them a bigger online push into the domestic and international market, and to invest in more sophisticated point-of-sale equipment for cellar door sales. I helped test the cellar door sales equipment and can confirm I was easily able to buy some beautiful Australian-made Prosecco, yes, we can still call it that, and a gorgeous Nebbiolo Rosé, which I can confirm is no longer with us. In Sturt, we are also lucky to be home to Penfolds Wines' McGill Estate cellar door, which also benefited from the grant program, and which is the spiritual home of Penfolds Wines. Located 8.5 k's from the CBD, McGill Estate is an escape, a sanctuary with beautiful grounds, beautiful food, and even better, beautiful Australian wines. I love going there. And more important, Deputy Speaker, I love supporting the South Australian wine industry. And South Australia is being supported because of the solid partnership between federal and state Labor governments. Together, Labor is supporting South Australian grape growers and winemakers diversify sales and boost their long-term productivity and sustainability, with the SA Wine Recovery Program extended through to 2027. This program is backed by $3.1 million in federal funding, and the extended program is designed to support South Australia's wine industry to recover from adverse events and market disruptions that have been experienced in recent years. This includes supporting a third round of the Resting Vineyard rebate, supporting growers to temporarily rest parts of their vineyard to cut production costs and buy some time to evaluate and make decisions on the future viability of vineyards. This builds on existing streams of the program that will be extended, which focus on improving vineyard waste management, domestic market demand building initiatives, and boosting regional grape and wine capability. Now, in South Australia, we produce 80% of Australia's premium wine and 50% of all bottled wine, with more than 397 million litres of wine exported overseas
in the 2024-2025 financial year worth $1.8 million. Now, this makes the SA Wine Recovery Program, developed following recommendations made by the Viticulture and Wine Sector Working Group, established by Agriculture Ministers and with further input from the South Australian Wine Industry Association and Wine Grape Council of South Australia, absolutely critical. Our wine industry is not just worth supporting, it is absolutely critical that we support it. And not only so it grows and thrives domestically, but so that it can continue to form an important part of our international trade with both established and emerging markets. Government must continue to play a leading role in this, but consumers can too, by buying our beautiful Australian wines. Not only are they excellent, when you buy Australian wines, you are supporting the Australian wine industry, Australian jobs and Australian businesses, which are worth backing every day of the week.
And I thank the member for Sturt. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I will put the wines of Margaret River up against any from around Australia in terms of their quality. In fact, perhaps the only thing better than a summer's afternoon with a crisp glass of Margaret River Chardonnay, Deputy Speaker, is being curled up by the fire with a glass of Margaret River Cabernet Sauvignon, as I was just this last weekend. But the grape and wine sector across Australia is in for the fight of its life, and it is indeed high time for the Albanese Labor government to step up, to put its money where its mouth is, and to support our viticultural industry. My electorate of Forrest ranks as one of the finest wine regions of the world, attracting large tourism numbers to the region every year, not to mention a swag of medals at every international wine show. But it is clear that, speaking to the families and producers on the ground, that times really are tough for this industry. Just last November, Tate Wine collapsed into a receivership, and by December its creditors had voted to wind it up. The Tate name in Western Australian winemaking, Deputy Speaker, goes back more than 50 years, some half a century, to when their father helped plant vines in Williabrup at the heart of the Margaret River wine-growing region. That family's history in wine is now gone. The receiver himself said it plainly: the Australian wine industry is struggling from the structural impacts of oversupply. So how has the government responded to an industry which is clearly under pressure? In May's budget, it axed the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program, the only federal program directly supporting cellar doors and jobs in the wine industry at the worst possible moment. In September last year, my office was notified that Brooklyn Valley and Horton Cellar Door on Caves Road, also in Margaret River, would be closing, with the loss of 4 local employees accordingly. This just underscores, Deputy Speaker, why it is the worst possible time for the government to be cutting support to this industry. But the scale of this problem isn't just limited to a bad patch. These are structural issues across the country and to some extent across the globe. Last year, production outran sales by some 52 million litres. Global consumption of wine is at its lowest since 1961, and the market's tipped to shrink another 8%, or some 1.5 billion litres globally, which is, to put it into some context, 4 times everything that Australia produces in a year. Our producers are lucky to some degree in that they typically produce premium wine, which has suffered less perhaps than other markets. The Tate wine's not alone. Just last week, a video was doing the rounds on the internet, Deputy Speaker, of an excavator tearing down the grapevines at De Bortoli Wines, something of a household name even in my part of the world. Darren De Bortoli spoke frankly about the decision and said, "That's the cruelty of it. The old vines produce the best fruit, but they're Shiraz, and at the moment, Shiraz can't find a market." He's not alone. We've got the 166-year-old family winery Tabilk, which has been burning vineyards planted in the 1990s. Vines, its winemaker said, were producing very good wine, but that is the simple reality across this industry. This is mortgages, livelihoods, family stories, and the mental health of those families pushed to the brink. The industry hasn't asked for a blank cheque though, Deputy Speaker. Australian Grape and Wine has costed a 3-year plan that would cost in total $139 million, some $60 million to help growers transition or exit with dignity, $40 million to rebuild export markets, $20 million for wine and regional tourism, and $15 million for the mental health of growers in crisis. This is a very modest ask as far as transitional support goes in the agricultural sector or indeed any other part of the economy undergoing such challenges. So in the southwest and all over Australia, Deputy Speaker, our growers and winemakers may well be the best in the world, but they're facing worsening conditions and they need a government that is willing to give them a helping hand. Instead, they've received a slap in the face from a government who has cut callously the only federal grant program that was helping jobs in the wine industry. The government simply can't ignore Australians who have put their hand up and they're having a go to produce, supply and give back locally. It's time that we got behind our wine industry and did the right thing, not only in restoring the program that was cut in this year's budget, but by delivering on the very modest ask of this industry crying for help.
And I thank the member for Forrest. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Cunningham. Oh, sorry. Patterson. My apologies. I give the call to the member for Patterson.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. We'll take it from the top. The Hunter Valley is one of Australia's great wine regions, and for many people in my community, wine is more than an industry, it is a way of life. For generations, families have built vineyards, wineries and businesses that have helped shape the identity of our region. The Hunter's wine industry is not just about what ends up in a bottle or in a glass. It is about the growers who lovingly tend their vines, the winemakers who turn the grapes into world-class products, the cellar door staff who welcome visitors and sell that wine, and the countless local businesses that rely on a thriving sector. As Parliamentary co-chair of Viticulture, I have had the opportunity to meet with grape growers and winemakers from across the country. And while every wine region is unique, the message I am hearing is remarkably consistent. This is an industry under pressure. And I do want to acknowledge Lee McLean and Australian Grape and Wine, who do a terrific job as one of the peak bodies advocating for grape and wine across Australia. The Albanese government recognises the importance of the grape and wine sector, and we are demonstrating that support and doing that since coming to office. We've delivered more than $90 million in targeted support for the industry. Last year, we extended the Wine Tourism and Cellar Door Grant Program with a $30 million commitment over 3 years. That support is helping regional businesses attract more visitors, strengthen tourism offerings and create local jobs. We do recognise that there is more to do. Importantly, we want to recognise that wine is simply not an agricultural product. It's a major driver of tourism, regional economic development. And as my tourism providers tell me, it is an experience that we want people to have, an authentic Australian experience that so many people who visit our nation are craving. Under the tax system, from July 1 this year, the wine equalisation tax rebate cap will increase from $350,000 to $400,000. That change will provide eligible producers with an additional $50,000 in support each year, helping businesses improve cash flow, make investments and adapt to changing market conditions. And we've also supported the export diversification through Austrade's $50 million Accessing New Markets initiatives. And of course, we have indeed cobbled back some of the loss that we had to China post-COVID, which was very important. And I want to pay commendation to the Trade Minister for doing that. Australian wine producers know better than anyone that the importance of building and maintaining export markets is crucial, and expanding opportunities in new markets helps strengthen resilience and reduce reliance on any single destination. So alongside these measures, the government has backed the development of the National Vineyard Register, supported the introduction of a mandatory code of conduct for wine grape purchases, partnered with the South Australian Government through the Wine Recovery Program, and invested in Wine Australia's long-term viability initiatives. These are practical actions designed to support the industry's future. But getting back to my beautiful local community, I want to thank all of those families who've spent decades. In fact, we are the oldest wine region in the country, and I know that there are generations of families, and I can think of them from Peterson's to Calais to Savannah. There's 3 generations of family right there who are providing a fabulous product. They are people who love wine, they love the people that want to enjoy their product, and I thank them every day for that. And I think of all of those businesses and people who rely on wine for their incomes and their livelihoods, and I want them to hear that they have a government who gets it. We do want to support you, and we do want you to continue to produce the great wines that you have. Thanks,
I thank the
Deputy
member
Speaker.
for Patterson and for your forbearance. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 4, a motion on electric and plug-in hybrid vehicles to be moved by the member for Cunningham.
And now I give the call to the member for Cunningham.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to electric vehicles in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. The people of the Illawarra know renewable energy is the future. It's cheaper and it's cleaner. And the same is true for electric vehicles. They drive down emissions and they save thousands of dollars in petrol costs over the life of the car. Thanks to the Albanese Labor government, electric vehicles are becoming more affordable, driving a huge surge in EV purchases. It is absolutely clear that the new vehicle efficiency standard is working. More EVs and low emissions vehicles are entering the market than ever before. This standard helped bring Australia into line with the rest of the world, making Australia a new target market for more electric vehicle manufacturers. Our tax-saving initiatives for EVs have also encouraged more people to purchase low emissions vehicles by reducing upfront costs. The statutory review of the electric car discount showed that, thanks to our policies, there are now more models to choose from at a greater range of prices, making EVs more affordable and accessible to everyday Australians. Treasury estimates almost 100,000 vehicles have benefited from the fringe benefit tax exemption. We know that in May this year there was an EV purchased every 2 minutes. That's compared to every 45 minutes 4 years ago. A truly incredible uptake. In the Wollongong local government area, there are more than 11,000 registered hybrid, plug-in hybrid and battery electric vehicles. These figures are not by accident. They are the result of a government that has put the right policy settings in place to allow more electric vehicles to enter our market, a choice for consumers and more affordable prices. In fact, our policies have been so successful at delivering a market with more choice that we've refocused the fringe benefits tax exemption to EVs that cost under $75,000. And this is not something we could have done 3 years ago because there simply were not enough vehicles available in that price range. And now there are. At the same time, we're helping more local people charge their cars at home for free, thanks to more than 2,500 cheaper home batteries across the Cunningham electorate. And from 1 July, our solar sharer offer will see all households provided with 3 hours of free power every day. Extremely handy for charging up electric vehicles for free. Australians are embracing cleaner and cheaper forms of power for their homes, for their businesses and for their cars. Across the Illawarra, we've got an ever-increasing supply of fast chargers, including 2 on public lands, thanks to Wollongong City Council and the NRMA. Council has also recently installed a range of curbside chargers mounted on power poles in Wollongong, Thirroul and Ostermere. Installed in partnership with VX Australia and Endeavour Energy, these chargers are powered by 100% renewable energy, helping electric vehicle owners charge up on the go. I was pleased to spot some EV charging stations also at the new social and affordable apartment block that the Housing Trust opened in the heart of Wollongong just last week at Waruya. Supported by the Housing Australia Future Fund, New South Wales Government and Council funding, these charging stations will help families in need to reduce their petrol costs with cheaper, cleaner electric vehicles. It's really great to see, and I'd like to congratulate the Housing Trust for this important inclusion. Deputy Speaker, in the Illawarra, we are not just adopting this technology, we are helping to drive the innovation behind it. As we shift to a clean energy future and we electrify more of our technology, having the battery power to back it up is absolutely crucial. Sakona Battery Technologies is pioneering the next generation of battery materials and creating a sovereign battery supply chain. Their innovative technology, created in the Illawarra, can reduce battery charging times by 40%, which is simply incredible. Their technology is compatible with existing global manufacturing infrastructure. It improves the performance of lithium-ion batteries. It's cost-effective and it's scalable. These are batteries that will power the electric vehicles of the future. They will be essential for clean energy storage, and they were founded in the Illawarra. Sakona is a vital part of our local innovative advanced manufacturing industry, supporting local jobs and contributing to the future made in Australia and in the Illawarra. Deputy Speaker, it is our government that has delivered the right policy settings to unlock a future where electric vehicles are within reach for more Australians. Cheaper, cleaner, bringing down costs, bringing down emissions, and delivered by the Albanese Labor government.
And I thank the member for Cunningham. Is the motion seconded?
And reserve my right to speak.
And I thank the member for Macon. The question now is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And we find ourselves in here to have a pretty extraordinary debate because for the first time, I think, in Australian history, the government is taxing Australians and sending that money to China. You heard right, Deputy Speaker. Under the Labor government's car and ute tax, ordinary Australians are being penalised for driving petrol or diesel internal combustion cars, and the money that they are being levied is being dispatched to Chinese manufacturers of EVs. If that wasn't extraordinary enough, Deputy Speaker, we also find ourselves listening to Labor MPs crowing about the fringe benefits tax exemptions that have been afforded to EVs in recent years. Those same exemptions that made a Tesla cheaper for a surgeon than a nurse. That is an appalling breach of faith with the Australian people, and I do think that it is extraordinary the government continues to defend the indefensible when it comes to EVs. Now, admittedly, with all of these subsidies and taxpayer-funded largesse, EV uptake has increased. Indeed, it's from a very low starting point, just crept above 12% for the 2025 year in car sales, which still means that the overwhelming majority of Australians are purchasing internal combustion engine vehicles. Indeed, in my part of the world, Deputy Speaker, and indeed the member for Grey here, our communities rely on internal combustion engines, whether it's for travelling the vast distances in our electorates, whether it be for getting around the farm, or lugging the boat down to enjoy the pristine waters of Geograph Bay on a weekend. These are the choices that Australians ought to be able to make for themselves without facing a tax impost or a fee levy from the Albanese Labor government. So we find ourselves now with about 410,000 EVs in Australia, compared to the many millions of conventional cars that Australians still choose overwhelmingly to purchase for their own use. So the government is overstating, I think, how widespread and accessible the transition really is, because upfront cost remains a major and ongoing barrier for many households considering an EV. This is because EVs typically cost between $10,000 and $15,000 more for a comparable petrol model, and that price difference is particularly significant at a time when families are dealing with sustained cost of living pressures, fuelled by the Albanese government's out-of-control spending and the inflation that it is causing, running rampant in the economy and seeing the worst decline in our living standards in the developed world. So the government's claims about affordability are not being felt in the community. And that's because when it comes to the Labor Party, you must look at what they do, not listen to what they say. So many Australians don't have the capability to reach into their pockets and fork out for an expensive EV and an expensive charger, because any savings from running an EV depend heavily on the access to cheap and reliable charging, which necessarily means that renters, apartment residents and those without off-street parking those without off-street parking face real and ongoing barriers to cheap and reliable charging. Those challenges are even more pronounced in regional and rural communities like mine. Australia's currently got an estimated 1,500 fast charging sites nationwide. For a country as large and as decentralised as Australia, that network is still very thin, representing less than 2 chargers available per 10,000 people in the country. But the bigger issue is not just the number of chargers, Deputy Speaker, but where they are actually located, because most charging infrastructure is concentrated in the capital cities and not out in the regions where my community live. So only 1/3 of towns have access to a charger within 20 kilometres, and more than 2/3 of towns have no charger within 5 kilometres at all. That means there are stretches of hundreds of kilometres without access to a single fast charger, which makes EV ownership totally impractical for regional Australians, who rely more heavily on the types of utes, four-wheel drives and other internal combustion vehicles, Deputy Speaker, I referred to early. So for the government to crow about a scheme which, as I said, made Teslas cheaper for surgeons than for nurses, to throw hundreds of millions of dollars a year and climbing towards Chinese manufacturers with money that was taken from hard-working Australians, does expose this EV fantasy for what it really is.
I thank the member for Forrest. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Gellibrand.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Point Cook in my electorate is known for a few things. It's Australia's biggest suburb, Australia's most multicultural suburb. It's the #1 postcode in Australia for internet shopping, and it's the second highest uptake of the Albanese government's EV discount of any suburb in Australia. Residents of Point Cook know a bargain when they see it. EV discounts are one of the myriad of ways that this government is building a cleaner, cheaper and more reliable energy system in Australia. Let's look at the progress. Over the past year, Australia's emissions have fallen by 9.7 million tonnes. The decline has been driven by more renewable energy, cleaner cars and practical emissions reduction. In this year's budget, we announced that we are supporting the single biggest boost to Australia's main energy grid with new renewable energy projects, and by 2030, these projects will supply enough electricity for 4 million Australian households. We've also been delivering the Albanese government's Cheaper Home Batteries program. And through this program, Australian households, businesses and community organisations can get a discount of around 30% on the upfront cost of installing a range of small-scale battery systems. Under the Cheaper Home Batteries program, 400,000 households, more than 400,000 households, have installed a cheaper home battery. Around half of them have also installed new or upgraded their solar systems at the same time, and they can recharge an EV with their solar systems. 1,600 households in my community have already made the switch using the subsidy. Many of these households have slashed up to 90% off their energy bills, and we've already had over 20,000 solar panel installations in my electorate in Melbourne's West. Australians want cheaper, cleaner energy, and we're taking up renewables faster than anywhere else in the world. Nowhere is this more obvious than in the adoption of electric vehicles. We have supported Australians into cheaper to run cars through the electric car discount bill and the new vehicle efficiency standard bill. The electric car discount is a full exemption from FBT for EVs under $75,000, pushing car companies to offer more affordable choices. Almost 100,000 vehicles have already benefited from FBT tax exemption. On top of that, we've discounted EVs further by making them fully exempt from import tax. And our government's new vehicle efficiency standard incentivises car companies to supply more efficient vehicles, and this includes hybrid, plug-in hybrid and more efficient petrol and diesel vehicles. In May last month, the sales figures showed 30% of cars sold in May were electric or plug-in hybrid. More Australians have bought EVs in the last quarter than in any previous quarter. Under the coalition government, Australia was missing out on access to these choices, putting us in the same basket as Russia for fuel efficiency standards. Under the last government, we were the dumping ground for expensive cars the rest of the world just didn't want. 4 years later, our reforms mean that it's now cheaper than ever to make the switch to electric, and we're seeing the consequences of our reforms. When we came into office, Australians bought an electric vehicle once every 45 minutes. Now it's once every 2 minutes. And the share of new vehicles sold, which are electric or plug-in hybrid, has jump-started from under 2% in April 2022 to 27.5% in April 2026. In that 4-year window, Australians have gone from 29 EVs being bought every day to 515. Put simply, the total number of EV models available in Australia has nearly tripled in that period of time. My community has done even better in those 4 months, in those 4 years. We've experienced 453% growth in hybrids and 2,482% growth in EVs. And consider all of this growth that we've experienced. This happened after the previous government did nothing on EVs and left Australia's renewable energy policy empty on a dead battery. Since 2022, the Albanese government hasn't only caught up, but it's completely recharged renewable energy policy in Australia. Now, it's quite extraordinary sometimes to listen to those opposite talk about EV policy. They seem to really hate Australians getting a bargain and reducing their costs if it comes through an electric vehicle. It really is extraordinary to listen to. But if you vote against these EV discounts, you're voting against people in my community saving money. You're voting against them, helping them in this cost of living crisis. For those in my community, those reforms mean cheaper cars, more off your energy bill. EV models available for under $40,000 have grown from just 2 in 2022 to more than 10 today. It's no wonder there's been this 2,482% growth in EVs in my electorate in Melbourne's West, an outer suburb in Melbourne's West, and it'll only go up from here. It's all part of our government's plan to address the immediate cost of living pressures our community is facing, and at the same time as we deliver support for Australian families. Unlike the Coalition, the Australian people know what's good for the planet can be good for your pocket too. I'm proud of a government that's embraced Australia's clean energy advantage, and I'm delighted to see Point Cook taking up EVs faster than just about anywhere in the country.
I thank the member for Gellibrand. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for the Illawarra for moving this motion. The share of new vehicles sold that are electric or plug-in hybrid has grown from less than 2% in April 2022 to almost 30% today. And that exponential growth in clean transport sales now sees 515 Australians buy an EV every single day, compared to only 29 4 years ago. I support this progress towards cleaner, cheaper transport, and I support policies which put zero-emission vehicles within reach of all Australians. So I commend the government on retaining the fringe benefit tax exemption on electric vehicles in the May budget. That's something that I've advocated for to the Economic Roundtable last year and prior to this budget. I'm glad to see that that advocacy has succeeded. But I'm concerned that the Albanese government plans to scale back the FBT exemption from the 1st of April next year. The FBT exemption has been one of the most effective levers driving EV uptake. Right now, the FBT exemption is available for all eligible vehicles below the luxury car tax threshold of $91,387. But from the 1st of April 2027, only EVs costing less than $75,000 will be eligible for that full exemption. And from the 1st of April 2029, EVs under $75,000 will only receive a 25% discount on payable fringe tax benefits. I support targeted tax concessions and I support sustainable budget management, but not at the cost of withdrawing support at exactly the time that the EV market needs the confidence to grow. In the year to date, the Tesla Model Y was the most popular EV sold in Australia, with more than 10,000 units shipped. Now, some versions of this model cost close to $90,000. If we limit the fringe benefit tax exemption to cars priced less than $75,000, we risk discouraging uptake of some of the most popular EV brands in Australia. Globally, Australia remains an electric vehicle laggard. To grow our share of cleaner, cheaper vehicles, we have to remain an attractive market for manufacturers, and we have to foster a bigger second-hand market. If the FBT exemption is narrowed too quickly and too aggressively before a critical mass of affordable models is really established, then that EV transition could stall. Deputy Speaker, I'm also calling for the government to reconsider restrictions on P-platers driving EVs. Anomalous regulatory settings mean that new drivers can legally drive 3-tonne Ram 1500 pickups, but not Model Y Teslas. Regulations based on a single measure, power to weight, which don't consider other safety characteristics of cars, have resulted in a perverse outcome, which governments need to consider, review and revise. And Deputy Speaker, we do need to continue to improve EV infrastructure. In Kooyong and across the country, range anxiety remains real. It's particularly problematic for renters, for apartment dwellers and for those travelling through or living in rural and regional areas. The government has to do more to build public charging infrastructure. We need binding targets. We need investment in fast charging along all the major transport corridors. We need standards requiring charging capability in all new apartment buildings. We can do these things. We can invest in ongoing FBT exemptions and in EV charging infrastructure. But instead, the Albanese government continues to provide more than $10 billion every year to fuel tax credits which disproportionately benefit large fossil fuel intensive industries. If we are serious about incentivising the clean energy transition, we have to stop subsidising fossil fuel industries when we should be helping them decarbonise. Deputy Speaker, I will always support genuine progress on electrification, but this Parliament's job is not to applaud, it's not to navel-gaze, it is to scrutinise. And on the FBT exemption, on charging infrastructure and on fuel tax settings, this government still has a lot of work to do. EVs can't stall, but progress can. I urge the Minister to go even harder to drive EV uptake.
And I thank the member for Kooyong. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this motion. This debate is often made far more complicated than it needs to be. It is not about telling Australians what they must drive. It is about giving Australians more choice, more competition and cheaper options to run. If someone wants to drive a petrol car, they can. If someone needs a diesel ute for work, they can get one. If someone wants an electric vehicle, they should be able to buy one at a competitive price with proper charging infrastructure and without Australia being treated as an afterthought by the global car market. And that is what the Albanese Labor government is doing. We've cut taxes on electric vehicles. We've introduced the new vehicle efficiency standard, and we are investing in charging infrastructure. We are bringing Australia into line with the rest of the developed world. Australian families should not be left with fewer choices, older technology and higher fuel bills because our market was allowed to fall behind. When we talk about electric vehicles, batteries, charging and the grid, I do not just hear a policy debate. As a qualified electrician, I see switchboards, meters, cabling, apprentices, tradespeople, workshops and service vehicles. This is a real transition in the way households and businesses use energy. Australians already understand that because they live with rooftop solar. Families have looked at power bills, looked at their roofs and made a practical decision. They did not wait for permission from Canberra. They have done it because it stacks up. And today, rooftop solar is providing more than 10% of Australia's electricity. And that is a remarkable achievement. It is not just about technology, it is about households taking control of their energy costs. Electric vehicles are part of that same change. More homes have solar, more homes are installing batteries, more families are thinking about how they can use power generated here rather than petrol bought at the Bowser and priced through international markets. And there is a pretty simple advantage in that. The sun over Joondalup does not get delayed in the Strait of Hormuz. The wind off Sorrento Beach does not check the oil price before it turns up to work. And that is the practical benefit of using more Australian energy generated here to run more of our homes and our vehicles. And this matters in the outer suburbs and the regions, in places like Joondalup, Edgewater, Currumbine and Iluka, and across all of Perth's northern suburbs. People drive long distances for work, school, sport and family commitments. Fuel costs are a real weekly household expense. People who drive further should have more options to save on fuel, not fewer. And this is why the new vehicle efficiency standard matters. It is not about forcing anyone into a particular car. It is about making sure manufacturers bring their best, most efficient and most affordable vehicles to Australia. For too long, Australia was at the back of the queue. Other countries got the cleaner, cheaper to run models first, while Australia was expected to take whatever was left, and that is not good enough. The standard is helping change that. More electric, hybrid and efficient vehicles are coming into the Australian market. There is more choice, there is more competition, and more of those choices are becoming realistic for working households. The electric car discount has also helped. It has made electric vehicles more accessible, including through novated leases and workplace arrangements. Early support helps build a market, but it also needs to be fair and sustainable. And that is why the government is refocusing the discount over time towards more affordable vehicles. This should not be seen about subsidising luxury cars. It should be about bringing cheaper to run vehicles within reach of more Australians. We're also investing in the infrastructure needed to make this work. Chargers matter, regional black spots matter, curbside charging matters, dealerships, repairers and servicing capability matter. And as a former electrician, I know this much. The wires do not connect themselves. You need skilled workers, proper standards and a plan that goes beyond a headline. Those opposite say they support choice, but they would abolish the new vehicle efficiency standard, they would abolish the electric vehicle tax cut, they would abolish the support for home batteries. In other words, they support choice right up until Australians start choosing something they do not like. They cannot say they want lower fuel bills while opposing the policies that give Australians access to more efficient cars. They cannot say they back households while trying to keep Australians at the back of the global vehicle queue. And that is what this government is doing, and it is why I support the motion.
And I thank the member for more. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Let's be very, very clear. The recent uptick in EV consumption the last couple of months has because the Australian people do not trust this Prime Minister and this Energy Minister to manage the crisis in Iran. This government has worked to aggressively move primarily metropolitan Australians into electric cars, but at what cost? Speaker, electric vehicles have an excellent application in our modern cities, especially due to regenerative braking, and will continue to become more widespread. However, we must ground this argument and this debate in physics and engineering, not ideology. And I remain highly critical of their limited application in regional settings, industrial settings, because heavy electric transport trucks, mining trucks, tractors and regional passenger transport face massive logistical limitations and crucial charging infrastructure, which remains a vast, unresolved barrier for regional communities. Speaker, take me, for example, as the member for Grey. I drive about 100,000 kilometres a year. Now, could I perform this job in an EV? Absolutely not. The range alone, going from Port Lincoln to Ceduna, Ceduna to Whyalla, Whyalla to Coober Pedy, I couldn't even get to those communities, let alone find a charger along the way. Long story short, and this is not revolutionary, they simply do not work in the bush and won't work for some time. Until the energy density of batteries can be comparable to hydrocarbons, batteries will remain unfit for purpose in industrial applications and in long-distance transport, particularly in regional communities. Speaker, EVs are not fit for purpose. And it is completely unacceptable that Labor's family car tax and ute tax subsidises city-based doctors and lawyers at the expense of tradies that need that ute to perform their task, or that farmer that needs that tractor to do their job. My focus is also on the deeply concerning influx of Chinese electric vehicles and cheap Chinese batteries. Speaker, we must honestly ask why these vehicles are suddenly so affordable. And it is not simply the self-professed brilliance of Labor green policies. Chinese vehicle exports surged 69% over the year in May. Why? Well, because of the crisis in Iran and the lack of confidence that Australians have in this government's ability to manage the crisis, but also because the domestic electric vehicle sales in China dropped 4%. So, to aggressively offset their softer local sales, Chinese manufacturers are leaning much harder into overseas markets, and the Americans aren't taking their cars, they're bringing them to Australia. Consequently, Chinese brands now account for 57% of the EV market in Australia, up from 33% just last year. And this state-backed product dumping is rapidly destroying genuine, fair competition. They're dumping to take over the market and being paid handsomely for doing so. This is the truth of this Prime Minister and Energy Minister's net zero pipe dream. It punishes Australians and it enriches the Chinese Communist Party. Just as it was with solar panels, which are also produced in China with our metals, our resources, and sold back to us. So it is the same with electric vehicles. Now, half of all cars sold between now and 2035 have to be EVs to meet our net zero target. Now, that won't happen. But at this rate, China will become very, very rich from it. Cybersecurity experts warn that the rapid uptake of these foreign devices actively places our critical infrastructure at risk of international hijack. In more ways than one, Labor's current policies are fundamentally at odds with national security imperatives as it pertains to China. That's right. Chinese manufacturers account for 70% of the home battery market, while 80% of new EV arrivals are also built in China. Shouldn't we be worried, Speaker? Even the Home Affairs Minister, Tony Burke, was warned by his own department to take precautions to protect the secrets of our nation while driving his own Chinese EV. I mean, Speaker, what are we doing here? The current flood of electric vehicles is not a miracle of the free market or of good policy. It is aggressive Chinese product dumping, and we need it to get a handle on it.
The member's time has expired. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 5, a motion on superannuation death benefit claims to be moved by the member for Monash.
And I give the call to the member for Monash.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to superannuation death benefit claims in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
The member has the call.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This motion seeks to right a grave injustice to thousands of Australians. Superannuation is money that belongs to Australians for their retirement. The same goes for death benefits, which are held by super funds and distributed to a person's nominee or dependents on their passing. Where the person has a terminal illness, they can be eligible for the early release of those funds as well. I've assisted constituents who have waited over a year, Mr Deputy Speaker, to access their own money. In one case, a constituent approached me after her late husband passed from a terminal illness. He had wanted to access the early payout of his super, which he was entitled to do. He wanted to say to his children while he was still alive, "Kids, I know this is not going to make everything better, but it is something." Australian Super messed this man around in his dying weeks, not replying to his emails, transferring him from call centre operator to call centre operator, hanging up on him, depriving this father and his family of that final conversation. To make matters worse, his widow was then stonewalled for 8 months to access her own money. Now, the amount of money we're talking about, if she'd stuck that in the bank over that period of time, would have yielded about $8,500. Mr Deputy Speaker, Irene Thomas is another constituent of mine. Her battle was with Cbus. After I intervened on Irene's behalf, the money was paid to her, but that was over a year later. Irene recently told Lucas Baird from the Australian Financial Review about her wait to access her own money and said, "What if I happen to be destitute?" There are over 4,000 Australians waiting up to 4 years to access their own money. One of the first things I did when assisting these constituents on the issue was to check with what was the mandated minimum payout timeframe with the regulator ASIC. Surely there must be a timeframe in which people can access their own money. It turns out, Mr Deputy Speaker, according to ASIC, there is not. ASIC just says it should be as soon as practicable. In other words, there is no mandated time frame. Well, there should be. In January 2025, the federal government announced plans to introduce mandatory service standards for superannuation funds, especially over its poor handling of death benefits. Deputy Speaker, 18 months of soon is too long for many Australians who are still waiting. These are not isolated cases. There are thousands of Australians who have been waiting years to access their own money because Big Super has made it an art form out of frustrating every effort at every turn, transferring calls, not answering emails, and challenging every document. In many cases, we are talking about older women who, while navigating the grief of losing their spouse, have to jump through every obstacle imaginable just to access their own money. There was a light-handed industry-led code of conduct implemented a couple of years ago, around the time when complaints to the Ombudsman tripled. Well, clearly it's not working. Last year, ASIC also announced legal action against Australian Super, who has kept 7,000 of its customers waiting years to access their own money. The ASIC Claims Handling Review has released a landmark report revealing that 78% of reviewed death benefit claim files were delayed by processing issues within the trustee's control. That's important, Mr Deputy Speaker, because while we all understand some cases have complexities that need to be worked through, this shows that nearly 80% of delayed cases are in fact straightforward. The second point I wish to raise is this. It has also been revealed that a fund may be required to pay death benefits to a person who used domestic violence against the deceased. This is desperately unfair, it is cruel, it is wrong. As part of its December 2024 report into financial abuse, an insidious form of domestic violence, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Corporations and Financial Services recommended that superannuation laws be amended to provide a mechanism so that a beneficiary who has perpetrated domestic or family abuse, including financial abuse and domestic violence against someone who has died as a result of domestic violence-related suicide against the superannuation account holder, be declared an invalid beneficiary. I have read real-life examples of this, Mr Deputy Speaker. They are tragic. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's time Big Super was held to account. And Mr Deputy Speaker, it's well past time that this government was compelled to act.
And I thank the member for Monash. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak later.
And I thank the member for Grey. The question now is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Superannuation gives older Australians dignity and security in retirement. It's the recognition that Australians who have worked hard should be able to enter later life with a decent standard of living. This is, of course, the goal of all retirement income systems. But our Australian way has unique advantages. Savings mandates and concessional tax treatment are prudent mechanisms to encourage self-responsibility. It is Labor that built modern superannuation in this country. In 1991, Paul Keating introduced the legislation underpinning Australia's world-class superannuation system. Our superannuation system is one of the great success stories of the modern Australian economy. It has meant that successive Australian governments have spent less on retirement payments than other countries as a share of GDP, while supporting higher quality of life for older Australians. Not only does superannuation provide a dignified retirement for individuals, it also benefits our economy. Over the decades since its introduction, contributions have deepened Australia's pool of investment capital over time, reducing the risk premium faced by Australian companies. It has improved our balance of payments when funds invest overseas, and spending out of income derived from superannuation is a large source of demand, powering around 5% of GDP. Apart from their home, super is often the largest investment that an individual will make over their lifetime. It was a Labor government that created superannuation, and this Labor government understands its critical importance for individuals and for the broader economy. That's why we've acted to strengthen superannuation, supporting a secure retirement for millions of Australians. The Albanese government is introducing mandatory enforceable service standards for all large APRA-regulated superannuation funds. The focus of these standards will be on the areas where, including the timely and compassionate handling of death benefit claims, on which families rely during some of the most difficult times in their lives. The government is preparing to release draft legislation for public consultation this year. We're making sure that super is paid at the same time as wages, closing loopholes denied workers their entitlements and allowing workers to benefit from more frequent compounding. We have increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%, a milestone for workers decades in the making, boosting retirement savings for millions of Australians. This government is also boosting the low-income superannuation tax offset to raise eligibility from July next year. This will give low-income workers a fairer tax concession on their super contributions and help deliver a more secure retirement for 1.3 million Australians. And we're improving the sustainability of concessional treatment for very large balances. These reforms build on a strong record of action to strengthen and modernise Australia's superannuation system. This is work that the opposition neglected to do for years.
The member for Hughes will resume his seat. It being 1:30 p.m, the Federation Chamber will suspend until the chair is resumed at 4 p.m. later today.
Are there any questions by honourable members? I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Australian people want the government to put its foot on the gas and deliver a fair return from our gas exports. In the past 5 years, Australia has shipped enough gas overseas to cover our own needs for more than 20 years. And here's the kicker. At the same time, households and businesses on the East Coast have seen household gas prices triple, breaking household budgets. Did you know that the gas industry uses 13 times more gas to prepare it for export than Australia's entire manufacturing industry needs each year? That's outrageous. It's boosting the profits of big business and billionaires while shortchanging Australians on a national resource that we own. Now, we know that rooftop solar combined with a home battery is the best way to bring down home energy bills, and thousands are making the shift. But while this happens, many households still rely on gas for their heating, cooking and hot water. A 25% tax on gas exports could return $17 billion a year to the budget. Now imagine what this money could deliver for rural healthcare, for regional hospitals, for roads. Just 1 year of this revenue could install solar and home batteries on 1.3 million homes. It's time to end the cheap deal for gas giants and make sure our sovereign resources deliver for Australia.
I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Arabella grew up watching her family volunteer across generations and now does so herself. Jeff is part of the very famous Grumpy Old Men, a support group for blokes in my local electorate that meets at the Sherwood Neighbourhood Centre. And they are just two of the people who were awarded Local Hero Awards at Councillor Griffiths and Councillor Johnson's awards in the lead-in to the Oxley Festival. And the Oxley Community Festival is a very special event in my community. It's been volunteer-run for 14 years by Brian Tovey and the team. It's at the Oxley Bowls Club, ride, food trucks, fireworks, and even a dance-off, judged by the doctors at Grow Life Medical who run the Oxley Urgent Care Clinic. Congratulations on a great day, and to all the awardees. Deputy Speaker, Chuck Berry blared out of the speakers, and it was Johnny Be Good, and it was performed by people at the Red Radiant Band. And Deputy Speaker, there's a very special thing because it was the 10th anniversary of Red Radiant Productions, run by Tim Tay, who is a band member and a drummer, and it's got a focus on multicultural artists. Diversity of acts from K-pop to line dance, taiko drumming, J-pop, and more dance battles. And can I say a very special thank you to the Malaysian Business Council of Queensland, Shona and Waikong, for their excellent efforts in making sure that that event happened in my community.
I call the member for Bradfield.
Last week it was reported that since 2020, Canadian pension funds have invested more in Australian renewable energy projects than Australia's largest 30 super funds, over $400 million more. Isn't that strange? Well, shouldn't we want our own super funds to be investing in the clean energy assets that are delivering strong risk-adjusted returns for super savers and energy productivity and resilience for all Australians? That's a simple question. In a very strange situation. Australian super funds are required to judge their performance against a narrow benchmark. That prevents them from investing in assets like renewables and affordable housing. Instead of asking whether an investment is good for the future, the test looks at how it performs against assets and companies from the past decade. And that means returns from investing in solar farms, large-scale batteries and other emerging assets like affordable housing don't get assessed properly. And even though they are great for super fund members and for the economy, the rules stop super funds from unlocking the private capital that could do the hefty lifting on affordable housing and on clean energy. Now, thankfully, the government is consulting on changes to this narrow performance test, and I was pleased to make a submission to the inquiry last week. I endorsed a proposal from Climate Works which puts forward a simple, smart reform design. I urge the government to implement these changes.
I call the member for Whitlam.
I rise today to recognise Richard Martin, who has been a volunteer with the New South Wales State Emergency Service in my electorate of Whitlam for the past 42 years. I was honoured to attend the New South Wales SES Southern Illawarra Cluster Awards ceremony last week, an evening which celebrated the wonderful work carried out by our local SES volunteers. At this event,
Richard Hart was awarded life membership of the New South Wales SES for his extraordinary service over more than 4 decades. Richard has acted in a variety of roles at the New South Wales SES Shell Harbour City Unit, and he is currently Deputy Unit Commander. Richard joined the SES when he was just 18 years old, and he epitomises the volunteers who give up so many hours of their time to assist communities before, during and after emergencies, often at risk to their own personal safety. In fact, Richard ended up in hospital with a dislocated shoulder and damaged wrist following his first call-out with the SES in 1984. Thankfully, these injuries did not deter him, and he has given invaluable service to the Southern Illawarra community and the state of New South Wales ever since. Like many SES volunteers, Richard goes about his business quietly, not seeking publicity or attention in any way. I'm delighted to take this opportunity to thank Richard Hart on behalf of the Southern Illawarra community for helping and protecting us during emergencies for over 40 years.
I call the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker, and I got a very warm welcome on a very cold morning when I visited the Brunswick Community Men's Shed back in April. Operating an organisation like this most days of the week is no small task for a regional community group, but they know the important impact that they're having on the community that gives people of all ages the opportunity to participate in a range of activities. The Brunswick Community Men's Shed is growing, quite literally, and make no mistake, it is great to see. The grant they receive from Lottery West will go directly towards the essential upgrades to extending their shed that are underway as we speak, Deputy Speaker. They have a great deal of gratitude after receiving a grant to conduct cyber safety awareness from the Department of Home Affairs. In fact, they were so appreciative that they crafted a handmade wooden plaque of appreciation that I was very pleased to present to the Men's Shed advocate on the other side of the chamber, the member for Hunter. And I think the locals were so impressed to see that we could have a great deal of bipartisanship when it came to recognising these sorts of achievements in our local communities. So, to Catherine, who runs the show, and all of the members at the Brunswick Community Men's Shed, because they are proudly open to both men and women, Deputy Speaker, thank you for welcoming me into your shed, and I look forward to coming back in just a few weeks to see these upgrades in all their glory.
I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I was honoured to attend and to speak at a celebration for Colin McDonald KC at Melaleuca, Australia. We recognise his service and his contribution particularly to the refugee community. Colin was the chair of Melaleuca for many years and has continued as a board member. I joined Darwin Diocese Bishop Emeritus Eugene Hurley and Bishop Charles Gauci to acknowledge Colin's work at Melaleuca and across a range of fields in his distinguished legal career. Colin had an exceptional legal career across courts up to the High Court. He worked against the death penalty across countries. He worked for youth diversion. He served as the chair of the Royal Darwin Hospital Board. He was a champion for the arts and continues to be, in particular for First Nations and Indonesian art. However, Colin's work at Melaleuca and his dedication to refugees and providing representation has been his passion and a key cause throughout his career. So we recognise his outstanding contribution to refugees and to humanitarian entrance in the Northern Territory and his many years of dedicated service to Melaleuca, Australia, and more broadly to the Australia-Indonesia relationship, particularly in the fields of human rights and arts. Terima kasih, Bapak Colin. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Call the member for Calare. Thank you.
The further away you live from a city, the shorter your life expectancy. That's the shocking truth about Australian healthcare. The fact is that people in remote areas are dying 15 years earlier than their city cousins. The sandstone curtain of the Great Dividing Range doesn't just divide city and country, it divides our life expectancy and our access to healthcare. Last week I met with Mudgee doctors Rebecca Devitt and Tim Jones. They informed me of the immense difficulties in attracting doctors to the bush. The rural doctor shortage crisis is getting worse and the government needs to act. One thing the government can do right now is give Charles Sturt University an extra 10 places for its medical school. There's an application in with the Health Minister as we speak. This game-changing program trains doctors in the bush for practice in the bush. There are only 47 students at present and more are desperately needed.
Government changes to distribution priority areas saw a great movement of overseas trained doctors away from the bush. My Doctors for the Bush bill remedies this, and the government should get behind it. It restores the priority that country areas should have for accessing a GP. Country people demand and deserve nothing less than equality in access to doctors, medical services and affordable health care. We are sick and tired of city-centric health policies. The government must address the rural doctor shortage crisis on the double.
I call the member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to acknowledge 3 outstanding members of the Bonner community who have been recognised in the 2026 King's Birthday Honours. These honours recognise Australians who have made an extraordinary contribution to their communities through service, leadership and dedication to others. This year, Bonner is proud to celebrate Susan Bamford OAM, recognised for her outstanding service to netball as a life member of Netball Queensland. Susan's dedication to the sport has left a lasting impact on generations of players, volunteers and families. We also celebrate Cornelius Steenland OAM, recognised for his service to youth and sailing through his work with the iconic sail training ship, the South Passage. His efforts have helped young Australians build confidence, resilience and valuable life skills. On a personal note, as someone who has sailed on the South Passage, can I say it is a wonderful experience for young people and we really recognise his efforts. And last but certainly not least, David Westlake OAM, whose dedicated service to the Wynnum Manly community, including volunteering with the Wynnum Manly District's Men's Shed, serving as a Justice of the Peace and driving for the Loader Police Club school bus program since 1996. His commitment to helping others has touched countless lives across our community and I congratulate them all on this wonderful honour.
Call the member for Herbert.
823 1781. Corporal Cameron Baird, VC, MG, Australia's 100th Victoria Cross recipient. Born on the 7th of June 1981, killed in battle 22nd of June 2013, on this very day. Today, his family launched the Cameron Baird Foundation, honouring a national hero, someone who laid down his life in service of this nation. And on 3 separate occasions during the battle where Cameron lost his life, he charged an enemy held behind a building with prepared in a compound. On the first occasion, he charged the door to the building, followed by another team member. Despite being totally exposed and immediately engaged by enemy fire, Corporal Baird pushed forward while firing into the building. This is the bravery of one of ours. This is the bravery of Cameron Baird. And today, setting up the foundation, it'll allow Doug Baird, his father, to travel around to speak at schools, speak with veterans, speak with Australians, and talk about the significance of the Victoria Cross, talk about the significance of military service, talk about his son. And today here I've got my mate Scojo and Matty Morris, veterans who've served in battle and combat, here honouring Corporal Baird. Thank you.
I thank the member. I call the member for Gilmore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Southern Shoalhaven Country University Centre at Ulladulla was absolutely buzzing when I popped in to meet the new manager, Dr. Erica Schwartz, last week. It was a great chance to chat to students studying a diverse range of subjects, from medicine, teaching and psychology to medical biotechnology, engineering and cyber security. This semester, the centre is providing support to a record 188 local students of all ages, from 7 a.m. till midnight, 7 days a week. The centre makes study accessible for school leavers, as well as working people with children, including many mature-age students. It was really great to see Ulladulla High School students visiting the centre as well, so they can be inspired and also learn about the career pathways available to them locally. It's so fantastic that we have a country university centre in Ulladulla to help local people gain a university degree or upskill, knowing they have passionate mentors and social and economic support at hand if they need it. As a mum and a former TAFE and uni teacher, I am so passionate about providing opportunities to help local people learn, thrive and build their future locally. Importantly, by supporting these centres, we're helping to train more doctors, nurses, allied health workers, aged care and childcare educators to help fill the employment gaps in our region.
I call the member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2019, Labor infamously stated, if you don't like our policies, don't vote for us. And guess what? Australians didn't. Currently, they hold a 94-seat majority in the House. But I could make a small prediction, Madam Speaker, that after the next election, Labor tacticians will be sitting there and go, where did it all go wrong? How did we lose so many seats? On May 12 on ABC, the Treasurer walked into the studios and said, we know we're going to lose some paint. We know there's going to be some political damage from this budget. My word is my bond was a phrase touted by the Prime Minister before the election. I didn't fall off the stage when all of Australia witnessed it. I didn't fall off the stage and you'll get a $275 reduction in your electricity bill. For the 50th time, we are not touching negative gearing and we're not touching capital gains tax. The political paint, the political damage is going to be lost at the next election by Labor betraying the trust of the Australian public. Saying one thing before an election and doing another, it will come home to roost. As for the Treasurer then also telling that we're going to be voting against tax cuts, that is another mistruth. We supported those. We asked Labor to split the bill and they didn't.
I call the member for Sturt.
Deputy Speaker, what do Mr Salvatore Ciccarello, Professor David Finlay, Dr Julia Zuster, Mr Raymond Tanner, Professor Joseph Getz, the Honourable Rob Kerrin, Professor Michael Young, Ms Joanne Hill, Dr Noemi Horvath, Mr Silvio Idrola, Mr Stefano Marafiotti, Mr David Morgan, Professor Susan Sheridan, Ms Catherine Strom, Mr Carmine Zollo, Ms Janice Silby and Mrs Diane Simmons have in common, well, they are all residents of Sturt and their incredible contribution to our community was recognised in the recent King's Birthday Awards. So that's 17 award winners in Sturt, Deputy Speaker, with the winners coming from many industries. That is the beauty of my highly engaged and educated community. It is home to people who have dedicated their lives to sports, music, orthopaedics, social welfare, transport and logistics, genomic research, child health, conservation, tertiary education, basketball, the Italian community and to the law and the legal profession. What an incredible range of skills and contribution. I absolutely loved meeting and celebrating with those award winners at last Friday's King's Birthday morning tea in Sturt. And of course, I'm grateful for all of those winners, but also to all community members making a contribution in Sturt, regardless of award status, who work in service of others, our Sturt community and the great state of South Australia.
Thank you, Member. I call the member for O'Connor.
Deputy Speaker, our nation stands at a defining moment in energy policy, and O'Connor's regional communities are at its heart. For more than a century, Collie Coal has powered Western Australia, built on intergenerational pride with entire families of power industry workers carrying forward skills, discipline and energy expertise. Collie has established power generation and transmission infrastructure, a proven workforce and an unmatched understanding of what it takes to keep the lights on 24/7. Yet today, Collie faces uncertainty. Decisions by both the WA and federal Labor governments risk putting thousands out of work through premature closures without a credible, lasting vision for what comes next. WA Labor's Just Transition Plan is clearly failing. As Angus Taylor outlined in the budget reply, we must think bigger. Communities like Collie have a high energy IQ. This is where the future should be built, not shut down. Around the world, advanced economies recognise nuclear energy as essential to any serious transition, delivering reliable, low-emissions baseload power. We are also entering an era defined by data centres, critical to our economy but extraordinarily energy intensive. They require power that is reliable, affordable and abundant. Collie should be central to this future. A re-elected coalition government will deliver long-term job security and energy efficiency, ensuring communities like Collie continue to power Australia for generations to come.
thank the member for her time, and I give the member for the call to the member for Bullwinkle. Excuse me.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable constituent from Bullwinkle, Barry Howard, who recently passed away after a courageous battle with motor neuron disease, and he utilised the WA laws of voluntary assisted dying. I first met Barry and his wonderful wife Barbara when she contacted my office seeking assistance to help them navigate their aged care packages. I visited Barry and Barbara in their homes several times and had the privilege of learning about his life. It was a quiet life dedicated to service, hard work and deep community spirit. Born in the wheatbelt town of Dalwallinu, Barry was a true jack of all trades, and he dedicated 32 years to Transperth, a diploma in transport management, and never met a problem he couldn't fix. He met Barbara in 1957 and was married in 1964, raising 3 beautiful children. Barry's life was defined by helping others. He was a lifelong St John's ambulance officer, an Army Reserve medic, and a life member of the Gidgegannup Agricultural Society. Even in retirement, he was happiest on his 135 Fergie tractor, weeding the garden and volunteering. He was diagnosed at 80 with MND, and he faced this cruel disease with dignity. His voluntary passing, along the recent deeply felt loss of AFL legend and MND champion Neil Danaher, reminds us all for the urgent need to find a cure for MND. Rest in peace, Barry.
Thank you, member. I give the member for Curtin the call.
Every month when I go door knocking, I ask the people of Curtin to give me 3 words to describe the Australia they want to live in. These are the words that I hear the most often: fair, safe, inclusive, compassionate, prosperous and sustainable. These are the values that I bring into this parliament on their behalf. My community does not want to live in a monoculture. We know that half of us were born overseas or have a parent born overseas, and we understand that this is not a threat to the Australian story, this is the Australian story. We want a fair go for everyone, not just our own tribe. We value expertise and evidence, even when it shows an inconvenient truth about the warming of our planet. And we understand that the complex challenges Australia faces will not be solved by angry slogans. My community is frustrated by political parties more focused on scoring points than planning for the long term. But when faced with that frustration, Curtin did not reach for the fear and division of Trump-style politics. The people of Curtin responded in a uniquely Australian way, by returning to the basics and choosing a representative who's answerable to them, driven by their values, not told by any party boss how to vote or which flags to fly. At a time of increasing polarisation, I'm proud that my community has sent me here to represent the values of a modern, inclusive Australia.
Concluded. Thank you. I call the member for Gorton.
Deputy Speaker, last week was Men's Health Week, and it's a really important week in the calendar for Melbourne's western suburbs. We're a community full of men who play a vital role in our community: fathers, sons, grandfathers, uncles, brothers and friends. But still, we see that men continue to experience higher rates of chronic disease, preventable illness and premature death. Too many men put off seeking help when something doesn't feel right. Too many men wait until a small problem becomes a big problem. Research shows that around 60% of men wait more than a week to see a doctor when they've got symptoms. 1 in 3 wait more than an entire month. This simply isn't good enough. Last week, the Albanese Labor government launched 101 reasons why we should see a GP. Not why they shouldn't, like most blokes think, but why they should. It could be anything: anxiety, mental health, sexual health, fertility, family, lifestyle, ongoing illness, overlooked symptoms or preventable health. If we can get more blokes to the GP and get a blood test every 12 months, we will literally save thousands of lives in this country. There are 101 reasons to see a GP. You probably already know yours. Men's Health Week 2026 is your reminder to use it.
I thank the member and I call the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the life of Patricia Ilhan, a mother, philanthropist and woman of extraordinary gifts. I first met Trish many years ago when I first ran for Parliament, and she was a true believer in the Brighton community. She had, after one of her children suffered a serious allergic reaction. She had her late husband John establish the Ilhan Food Allergy Foundation in 2006, turning a frightening family experience into support, research and advocacy for others. Patricia took personal hardship and used it to make other people safer, more informed and less alone. And I witnessed as she worked with others in her community and others who had suffered from breast cancer and built out a group called Breast Friends to turn that difficulty into opportunity. Hardship, of course, was a significant part of Patricia's life because she lost her husband at such a young age and left her with her children. She carried warmth, courage and deep commitment to family, friends and the causes she championed. I was privileged to be with her at her second wedding on the Mornington Peninsula to her husband, Chris Blackman. And of course to Yasmin, Hannah, Jada, Aidan and of course Chris, we send our deepest condolences and thoughts with you at this difficult time. Patricia leaves behind more than just the organisation she supported, but her generosity and kindness of spirit. Vale Patricia, 62 years too young, you will be missed by the entire community.
I call the member for Menzies.
Buonasera, Deputy Speaker. The Veneto Club has been an institution in my community in Bulleen for over 50 years. It's a hub not just for people from the Veneto region of Italy, not just for our local Italian community, but for the wider community, who come for the delicious, authentic food, the wonderful company and the rich culture. It's home to the FC Bulleen Lions, a salami festa, the men's shed and so many other community activities. It was a pleasure to join the Veneto Club at their 2026 President's Dinner last Friday evening at the invitation of President Louis Kramer. The Sale Venezia room was full of locals and people who had come from across Melbourne to come together to celebrate another successful year. A particular shout out goes to the Veneto Club Choir, who had the whole room singing along to some classic Italian songs. Bravissimo! A particularly moving piece spoke about the hard-working migrants who came to Australia, who celebrate their culture and who pass on traditions to the next generation. I particularly want to thank the club's committee for their extraordinary generosity in awarding me an honorary membership to the club. I look forward to continuing to support them to ensure the club remains a strong and vibrant centre of our community for years to come. Thank you again to Louis, Frank and all the committee members for a wonderful evening full of music, food and dancing. Grazie.
I call the member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in 2019, actually caught up with members of the Animal Justice Party because we'd actually worked together to ban cosmetic testing on animals. And there was a little bit of a celebration in Berwick, and they're all vegans, as you can imagine, and they actually had this cashew dip. My little daughter Jasmine was there, who's allergic to cashew nuts, had a reaction to it, and we had to urgently go down to the KC hospital. And the great news for Jasmine, she was fine, but the awful situation I saw was the emergency department was overflowing outside to the basically to the front doors, and this was in the afternoon. I spoke to, at the time, the Health Minister, Greg Hunt, and working with the states, we actually committed funding to actually have a dedicated children's emergency department there. The most crazy situation we've now had is finally, even after the state Labor government committed funding to the emergency department there, and Latrobe has been one of the fastest growing corridors in the entire country, work has just finally commenced. Is it an absolute disgraceful shame that state Labor in Victoria has taken several years to start this project? I've been calling on them years after years to start the project. They had the federal funding there, and finally they've started. Shame on state Labor. They need to go. Thank you.
I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. One thing that I really witnessed in coming to the Parliament was the realisation that whilst talent is spread evenly, opportunity is not. And from the moment that I have been elected, I have absolutely stood by my community to ensure that they get the same opportunities, regardless of which postcode they are in, as our inner city counterparts have. Being a peri-urban, a little bit out of the metro area, certainly has seen some shortfalls in the past, but thanks to Labor, both federally and the state, we are absolutely catching up. And around education in particular, it's really noticeable. We have done some transformational programs and initiatives under the Australian Labor government. kicking off with our early education, ensuring that 3 days is guaranteed subsidised for early education and that the childcare workers themselves are paid according to the absolute worth that they carry and importance that they have for the children in our world, with a 15% pay rise. We have now public schools being fully resource funded to the 100%, which was a promise, from the Gongsti period, and it's taken Labor to deliver on that. TAFE, most of our courses, in fact, that are being offered at the North Metro TAFE in Midland are free, and Labor has now made that a permanent feature. Then we have study hubs. We have a study hub out in Ellenbrook that's about to celebrate its first year anniversary, a huge success again.
I call the member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, no amount of carve-outs can fix a bad tax. The only solution is to scrap it, and it's never been clearer than it is today with Labor's toxic taxes. I've heard, Madam Deputy Speaker, from a 73-year-old widow on Phillip Island in my electorate who has worked hard all her life. She's paid her taxes, she's invested for retirement and simply wants to leave something behind for her family. Instead, she's worried this federal government's tax changes will punish the very people she has spent decades trying to provide for. I've also heard from grandparents in my electorate concerned about what these changes mean for some of the most vulnerable members of their family. Think about that for a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is families who will suffer the most. And indeed, one family contacted me about their daughter who lives with an individual with an intellectual disability. Under normal circumstances, she would inherit directly from her parents. But because she needs support managing her affairs, her inheritance must be held in a testamentary trust. Labor now wants to tax that arrangement. This is unfair, it is unjust, and there are many other cases of families in my electorate of Monash who deserve so much better from this federal Labor government.
Call the member for Hunter.
Thank you, Speaker. Bowel cancer is one of those things that a lot of people don't like talking about. It's not exactly the best pub conversation. But the truth is it affects thousands of Aussie families every year, and too many lives are being lost because people put off getting checked. The good news is that bowel cancer is one of the most treatable cancers we can get if it's found early. And that's why the National Bowel Cancer Screening Program is so important. The test is simple, it can be done at home, and it could save your life. We all know someone who reckons they'll get around to it later, they feel fine, they're busy, they don't think it'll happen to them, but bowel cancer does not wait for a convenient time. So my message is pretty simple. If the kit turns up in a letterbox, use it. Don't put it in the drawer, don't leave it on the kitchen bench, do the test and send it back. It's one of the only times you can send some crap in an envelope and send it back to government that actually might save your life. And if something doesn't feel right, make sure you go and talk to your doctor. You're never too young to have bowel cancer. Don't tough it out, don't ignore the signs. Unfortunately, only 41.7% of those test kits get sent back to government for us to go and check through, and unfortunately, too many people are getting checked too late for when they find out they do have bowel cancer. So if having one uncomfortable conversation today means more Aussies get checked, then it's a conversation worth having. Make sure you check your bowels. Cheers.
Thank the member. I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Leader of the Nationals, Senator Matt Canavan, for visiting the Hinkler electorate last week. Together we hosted small business and agricultural roundtables amid rising concerns over Labor's budget, full of chaos, confusion and broken promises. We visited Cheshire Machinery in Bundaberg, a family-owned and renowned specialist in farming equipment. Owner Ross Cheshire expressed deep concerns around the rising electricity price pressure that is crippling the business and agricultural industries. Ross is backing the coalition plan to scrap net zero, which will reduce electricity prices. He says, as it stands, if farmers can't afford to irrigate or grow a decent crop, they're not going to buy a new tractor. It was also important to hear from a range of other small business owners at the round table, and I thank the sports store operators, hairdressers, cafe owners and local engineering firms and all who attended. Unfortunately, what we heard loud and clear is that these people are working hard, taking risks and investing in their future, but all that is growing for them is a lack of confidence. Labor's policy settings and new taxes are making it harder to invest, employ people, build business and create wealth. Prosperity is not created by taxing success. It's created by encouraging productivity, investment and enterprise. The government should axe these taxes and go back to the drawing board, put it in the hard work and go through the budget line by line to find efficiencies like every other family and small businesses doing in these uncertain times.
I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to celebrate Boss Cat, the first feature film from Bus Stop Films. Now, Bus Stop Films is a disability-led, non-for-profit social enterprise, and it has a large reach across the nation, but I'm very proud that it's based in my electorate of Barton. For years, Bus Stop Film has pioneered inclusive filmmaking. They've opened doors for people with disability to access training, employment and real opportunity across the arts and media sectors. But their work does more than create pathways. It changes attitudes. It changes how people think about disability, creativity and independence and contribution. And now they have premiered their first feature film, Boss Cat. Written and directed by Bus Stop Films co-founder Genevieve Clay-Smith, Boss Cat follows a 23-year-old Sonia as she fights to hold on her independence and her identity, all while becoming a renowned crumper. And Olivia Hargroder is an outstanding actor, and particularly her role as the lead actress there. She absolutely stole the show. And I was very honoured to attend the premiere as part of Sydney Film Festival, and I hope this is the first of many feature films to come. Congratulations to the Boss Cat team and everyone at Bus Stop Films.
Thank you, Member. And I give the call to the member for Moncrief.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the growing lack of accountability within this government and its funded bodies. When government promises something, Australians expect it to deliver, and when taxpayer dollars are spent, it's expected they reach their intended recipients. Creative Australia says its Australian Cultural Fund is 100% for artists, 100% to artists. So how did a political blog receive more than $669,000 through this scheme? Well, maybe it comes down to the fact Creative Australia staff were caught coaching them through their second application attempt to help them fit into the criteria. Emails from Creative Australia show the application hit a roadblock because it had nothing to do with arts or culture. By any common sense reading, this blog does not meet the intent of the funding. It is even admitted it does not pay its writers, or so-called artists, despite the fund's purpose of directly supporting artists. Meanwhile, genuine artists, performers and writers are competing for limited support, while a politically aligned publication enjoys the benefits of an arts funding scheme. Is this yet another example of Labor's jobs for mates? Well, we don't know. And since the Minister for the Arts has failed to respond to my letter, now more than 2 weeks old, real artists deserve support, and Australian taxpayers deserve accountability from their government.
I call the member for Blair.
Deputy Speaker, an upgrade to the Mount Crosby interchange on the Warrego Highway is critical to the lives, lifestyle and livelihoods of the people of Ipswich. Last night I was appalled to hear media reports that the Queensland LNP government is proposing in this week's budget to cut funding for the Mount Crosby interchange in my electorate. On the last assessment nearly a decade ago, 58,000 vehicles a day go through that interchange. And in 2004, the then state Labor candidate for Ipswich West, Wendy Bourne, now the state member for Ipswich West, and I secured 50-50 funding from the Albanese Labor government and the former state Labor government for this vital upgrade, $138.5 million each, for a total of $277 million. In a sneaky budget move, it looks like the Christopher Lee LNP government is proposing to shelve the project with stealth. It's not good enough, and media reports are saying that the Queensland Department of Transport and Main Roads capital program is being reduced by $170.7 million concerning this interchange. It's time for the Queensland Premier to explain to the people of Ipswich what's happening to the money and what he proposes to do with this much-needed upgrade for the Ipswich region. I'm looking forward to the Queensland budget this week, and I hope they deliver the funding we need.
I call the member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today I was delighted and honoured to meet with bowel cancer survivors Tegan and Scott, who are here with us in the Federation Chamber. I know Tegan very well because she's from my electorate. She's in Kilmore, and one of the most brave and optimistic people I've ever met in my life. Tegan was diagnosed at age 39 and she was a mother of 3 young children. Scott was just 35 years old when he was diagnosed, and thankfully both are well after treatment. And June is Bowel Cancer Awareness Month, and bowel cancer is Australia's 4th most diagnosed cancer and the 2nd deadliest. And early detection, as the member for Hunter said early, matters a great deal. 99% of cases can be treated successfully when they're detected in their earliest stage. And Tegan and Scott have both told me that whatever age you are, know the symptoms, and if you notice a change in your bowel, see your doctor. They also pointed to a significant increase in young people getting bowel cancer, being diagnosed with bowel cancer, those under 40. And there's a significant spike in the number of people who are being diagnosed at that age since the early 2000s. And we need to understand what is causing that, and we need to focus our research efforts. We also need to make sure tests, those of us who are over 50 get the test automatically, but we need more access for people who are younger than that. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the member for Newcastle and the Deputy Speaker of the House.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to speak about the devastating cuts being inflicted on our local NBN News following its takeover by Win Television. For generations, NBN News has been much more than a television bulletin. It has been a trusted institution in Newcastle and across the Hunter. When disaster struck during the 1989 earthquake, when the Pasha Bulka ran aground off our coast, and throughout the uncertainty of the COVID pandemic, NBN News was there helping keep our community informed. Now that legacy is under threat. In recent days, I've spoken directly with journalists and camera operators whose jobs are on the line. These are dedicated local professionals who have spent years telling stories of our region. They are fearful, anxious and deeply concerned about what comes next. What makes this situation even more extraordinary is that Win is actually claiming that these changes will somehow deliver more local content. Novocastians can see through that nonsense. You certainly don't increase local content by abolishing local weekend news. Yet last night, that's exactly what happened in Newcastle when the Weekend Bulletin team signed off for the last time. You do not increase local content by slashing weeknight news to just 30 minutes, and you certainly do not strengthen local journalism by cutting the very people who produce it. These decisions are not about serving local communities, they are about cutting costs. Regional and local news matters. Novocastians deserve better than this, and Win should be ashamed and reverse these callous cuts to local jobs and local content.
I call the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Picture the moment the emergency pager starts beeping at 2 in the morning. Somewhere in Alligator Creek near Townsville, a rural fire is pulling on their boots to protect a neighbour in need. You could train for someone to handle high-pressure hose, but you cannot train the heart it takes to run towards a blazing fire front, when the natural instinct is to run away. Last week, I joined the Nome Rural Fire Brigade for their Community Information Day and was handed a hose by one of the volunteer firefighters, Lachlan. Talking to him and fellow local fireys, Callum, Tyson and Joshua, you instantly see their dedication. Having grown up on a cattle and cane property, Lachlan's practical firefighting knowledge was a spark that had him smouldering long before he commenced training. It is because of people like him that this brigade has grown to 30 volunteers. Absolute proof that in Alligator Creek, community spirit spreads a lot faster than any wildfire. But the heat is still on, and no needs more hands on deck. Deputy Speaker, it is time we answered the call for people that answer ours. These volunteers are on call for emergencies that they hope will never come. Let's make sure that these local heroes who are there for us each and every day never stand alone.
I call the member for Swan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I love door knocking in Swan, and last week we were door knocking in Cannington, and the team met a fabulous woman called Laura, who is a phenomenal mental health advocate. Laura works for Consumers of Mental Health WA. the state's peak body run entirely by people with lived experience of mental illness. She also helps run the Listening Lounge, a free peer support group where people can turn up exactly as they are and be met by people who have lived experience. Laura told us that this kind of peer support had made a real difference to her own life, and it's why she now dedicates some of her time to helping others access this kind of support. She told us that the same sense of welcome is what her colleagues described about the new Medicare mental health centres open all across Western Australia. We have these in Mirrabooka, Northam, Armidale, Gosnells and Midland, and soon we will have one in Belmont as well. The Albanese Labor government has done this because we want to lower the barriers to make it easier for people to access mental health support. People don't require a mental health treatment plan or a referral, and so it makes it easier to actually go in and speak to a professional. Hearing from people like Laura is a reminder that what we do is really important and makes a strong impact in this community.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for members' statements has concluded and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 6 for a motion in relation to the Active Transport Fund.
I call the member for Swan.
I move the motion relating to the Active Transport Fund in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
And is there a seconder? Thank you. You may continue, member for Swan.
Walking the pavement, riding a bike with the wind in your hair, hearing your breath puff because your heart's pumping, that is what active transport is about. Our bodies were designed to move, and so walking, cycling, jogging, scooting, that's what we should do. And what we did last year is we introduced something called the Active Transport Fund, and it's because we want to see more people moving. This was initially a $100 million fund, but at this federal budget, we delivered an extra $500 million to this fund to deliver $50 million each year over a 10-year period. And what this is about building stronger, safer, more connected communities to make it easier, cheaper for people to get around. So I'll start with sharing a story. So I used to work on St George's Terrace in Perth for a long period of time, and I always used to watch on the bus all of these people riding their bikes to the city, and I wanted to be one of those people, but I never prioritised that. The thing that started me wanting to actually become a cyclist was when I became a mother, and so I had a 1-year-old child. I was returning from maternity leave, and the quickest way for me to get to work and do childcare drop-off was to ride my bike, and so that's what I did. And what was wonderful about riding my bike to daycare and work is you get to see your community in high resolution. I get to chat with my son and spend this wonderful time talking about the world around us, and I get to see my neighbourhood in high resolution. And the other thing that I didn't expect is that people expect you to have baby brain when you come back from maternity leave. But I'm going to say when you start with like a really great workout in the morning, riding along the Derribble, Yerrigan, the Great Swan River, it's a really great way to start the workday. But one particular afternoon when I was going to pick up my son, and on Albany Highway there's basically a single lane of traffic, there's cars parked to the side, and as a cyclist you don't ride right next to the car doors because the car door can open at any stage. You ride in the middle of the road, and I was about to turn right and there was this big four-wheel drive behind me honking at me despite the fact that I had a child seat on the back of my bike, and continued to honk at me as we turned into the car park of my childcare centre. And I got off my bike and I was a bit rude to him because I was a bit shaken up. And then I spoke to another dad and I'm kind of like, I just got abused on the street for like riding on the roads. And what I realised, and that didn't stop me from riding, but what I realised is that what people want is safer, easier streets to actually be able to do active transport. And that's fundamentally what this fund is about. We want to make it easier for pedestrians and cyclists to be connected to their community, but be safe as well. And so in my community of Swan, the Active Transport Fund is in the process of delivering a shared use pathway from the Cannington train station all the way to the river, the Canning River. And so this will approve active transport for 2 local schools, Queen's Park Primary School and also Cannington Community College, also the Cannington Leisureplex. And so this is going to be something that really makes a huge difference. Basically, I see it as a rail to river pathway, and it makes tangible improvements to my local community to make it easier for kids to get to school. It's interesting because cars do many short trips that could be partially replaced by active transport, whether that be walking, riding or scooting. And this is good for the environment, it's good for your health, but it's also good for your hip pocket. It's also great for road congestion as well, which is why we saw in the first round 81 projects being supported across the country. It's interesting because in my community, I've seen community leaders like David Linder, Jane Kircher-Linder, Lana Snook, Tony Cronk, David and Di Crab, who started riding cargo bikes, and that started to become more mainstream in our community. Then other people followed, like me and Councillor Sky Crosser, and also other parents like Julie. And so what we're seeing is people continuing to wanting to do active transport. But as we build the infrastructure, we will see more parents, more families, more commuters, more workers, more children actually do active transport. So I commend this motion.
I thank you. Is the motion seconded?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Swan for bringing this motion. In the 2026-27 budget, the Australian Government has committed ongoing funding for the Active Transport Fund, $500 million over 10 years from 2026-27 to support construction of and upgrades to bicycle and walking paths across Australia. This commitment builds on the $100 million over 4 years delivered in the 2024-25 budget. Due to strong competition and high demand from communities across the country, that earlier tranche of funding was quickly exhausted, in a clear sign that Australians want better cycling and walking infrastructure, and that local governments and community organisations are very ready to deliver it. I, along with other members of the crossbench, wrote to the Minister for Infrastructure in February of this year asking her for additional investment in this fund. And so I'm really pleased that the government has responded to calls for that. The fund is an important investment into reducing transport emissions and promoting livability and public health across our country. The department responsible for the Active Transport Fund has advised that program guidelines are currently being revised and will be published ahead of the next tranche opening for applications, which is expected shortly. It's not at this stage clear whether that revision of the guidelines will be open for public submission. I call on the government to open up this process, open it up to local communities so they can contribute their needs and their desires. And I'm calling on the government to expand the eligibility parameters for the fund. Currently, only publicly owned road assets or corridors are eligible for funding under the Active Transport Fund. To meet existing eligibility requirements, active pathways must be on or immediately adjacent to road assets or corridors as defined by the National Land Transport Act. This is an unnecessarily narrow definition. It excludes some of the most valuable and well-used active transport infrastructure in our communities. Pathways, for example, like the Box Hill to Hawthorn Trail in Kooyong, which I've spoken about repeatedly in this place. It's an ideal candidate for federal and state funding to decrease traffic congestion, decrease emissions, improve commuters' health, and increase the safety of pedestrians, bike riders and scooter riders as well. But the project is not currently eligible for funding under this scheme because some sections of the trail aren't immediately adjacent to a road. This is exactly the sort of off-road greenway infrastructure which encourages people to choose cycling or walking over driving. It's the sort of route that feels pleasant, safe, green, connected to nature. It's a route that has bird life, where you might enjoy a ride or a walk to work in fresh, clean air.
and you can see the odd kangaroo and sometimes even a seal in the Yarra. Many active transport paths run through bush, park or lakeside settings. They're deliberately separated from traffic for safety and for amenity. There's a reason why we don't necessarily want them to be immediately adjacent to roads. Excluding them makes a little sense if our goal is generally to grow safe, clean, quiet, low-emission, active transport options. I call on the government to reconsider eligibility criteria for this fund and to revise them such as they reflect the full diversity of active transport infrastructure that communities want. And while I'm here, Deputy Speaker, I'm pleased that the government has invested $500 million over 10 years. But think about how much more we could invest if we didn't give hundreds of millions of dollars to fossil fuel subsidies. The last budget shows that in the next financial year, the Commonwealth will provide nearly $11 billion to off-road diesel users alone. By 2029-2030, that will increase to nearly $30 billion. Some of those tax credits are legitimately helping farmers and people in the agricultural sector, but nearly half is going to the mining sector to help it continue its fossil fuel use rather than helping it to decarbonise. So, as we invest $500 million in sustainable transport over a decade, I ask the government whether spending $5 billion in diesel subsidies to mining companies every year is the right set of priorities for our country's future.
I thank the member. I call the member for Gilmore. And I note that the motion be agreed to. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'm really pleased to second this private member's business motion in support of the Active Transport Fund, because my electorate of Gilmore spends a 200-kilometre stretch of coastline on the New South Wales south coast and is home to more than 180 towns and villages. Shared pathways are essential to link communities in the region, whether that's along the coast, through bushland or into our more rural areas. Pathways improve pedestrian and cyclist safety and help create healthier, safer and more connected communities. In Gilmore, we're fortunate to have many proactive community groups that are leading the advocacy of these shared pathway projects in areas like Jamberoo, Mollymook, Bawley Point, Kings Point and Currong. Recently, I joined with the Bawley Point and Kyola communities to celebrate the completion of the pathway that connects the two coastal villages. It's a project that has taken decades and has been completed in stages, but the community pushed on because they knew how much it was needed. I joined with local families, kids and dogs to celebrate the culmination of an incredible community project. I congratulate and thank the people of Kyola and Bawley Point for their determination and hard work. I have thrown my support behind another local community group working towards the construction of the 3C Connect pathway to link the beachside villages of Culburra Beach, Currong and Kalala. This is such an important project for these small communities and the many visitors to the Jervis Bay region. I was saddened when the Jamberoo cycleway was shelved last year due to an inability to match funding from the state government. This cycleway has been in the pipeline for 2 decades and will meander through rolling farmland, linking the rural township of Jamberoo with Kiama's network of paths as well. Deputy Speaker, we need to help more communities with projects like this, which is why I welcome more funding flowing into them through the Active Transport Fund. With an ageing population in Gilmore, safe pathways are essential for walking to the shops, medical appointments or the local bowling club. And I've seen in my own village how shared pathways encourage our older residents to keep active. They also open up social opportunities for people that may be feeling lonely or isolated. At the other end of the scale, we have many young families that are encouraged to walk with prams or adventure out with young kids on scooters or bikes to safely walk or ride to the local park, school or sporting fields. The South Coast is a hugely popular tourism destination, and the provision of shared pathways encourages visitors to get out and explore our beautiful region. A walk to the local coffee shop or cafe supports our local economy, which relies heavily on the tourist dollar. Deputy Speaker, there's nothing better than going for a morning or evening walk, which I often do with my dog, and seeing families with kids running and riding along pathways, couples walking hand in hand, and people out running with their furry friends. It's just really great to see people outdoors, breathing fresh air and embracing a healthy lifestyle. Covering 3 local government areas of Kiama, Shoalhaven and the Eurobodalla, I know that new or improved footpaths and cycleways are at the top of the wish list for many communities, but council funding is limited. That's why I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to improving road safety and fostering more connected, livable communities through continued investment in active transport infrastructure. And I'm pleased that the 2026-27 budget is delivering an additional $500 million in new funding for the Active Transport Fund, bringing the total investment in active transport infrastructure to $600 million. $50 million will be made available each year for the next 10 years to support the construction of new and upgraded walking and cycling infrastructure. This funding will support the construction and upgrade of shared paths and cycleways that connect schools, public transport hubs, activity centres and community facilities. Active Transport Fund projects fit into this government's broader objectives of reducing transport emissions, improving public health outcomes and easing congestion. As an avid walker and cyclist, I really do welcome the funding increase, and I'm sure people in communities right across Australia will too.
Thank the member, and I call the member for Grave.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the government's motion commending the Active Transport Fund. $600 million for bike paths and walking trails to, quote, support the Australian government's commitment to reducing transport emissions and supporting active and livable communities. Well, that sounds amazing. Now, I have read this motion, and I must ask the government, have they ever looked at a map of the electorate of Grey? It covers 92% of South Australia. The only way we stay connected is by phone, sat phone, car, truck, chopper or aeroplane. Under this fund, I suppose the government expects pastoralists to ditch their utes, strap a hay bale on the mountain bike and make their way down to feed the cattle. I mean, our farmers are tough, but this is just ridiculous. Imagine the sheer fitness of a rural workforce if they just cycled down the Oodnadatta track for their morning commute. I mean, 2028 Olympics, here we come. But the reality is that for regional South Australians, road infrastructure is no laughing matter at all. While Labor throws $500 million at bike lanes, our regional road network is crumbling. On mainland Australia, South Australia receives the lowest federal road funding per kilometre. And I tell you what it shows. My constituents are not asking for dedicated cycling infrastructure to get to work. They want roads that are actually passable. Here is what is happening in the real world. I drive road trains, and I welcome any member of this government, any bureaucrat from the infrastructure department, to come sit in the truck with me and drive on our roads in our electorate. There are numerous unsafe roads. I want to call out a few of them. The Flinders Highway on the west coast, pretty much any road on the Lower York Peninsula, or any road in the Adelaide Plains. And it's not just me saying this. A Clare constituent recently told me the cattle track road is beyond a joke. They drive on the wrong side of the road just to avoid the dozens of deep potholes. The Augusta Highway, Highway 1. Robin, a truckie from Bullaroo Centre, is disgusted that an upgraded section started falling apart just after 6 months. And you know, it's the same in the outback too. Braemar Creek. Lisa Breeding tells me they have gone without mail for extended periods because Australia Post cannot access the officially closed roads. Up in Anna Creek, Tony, a northern pastoralist, notes that 10 years ago they had 5 road gangs operating 2 graders. Now it's just 1 service crew which service 10,000 kilometres of outback roads. And what was the government's solution to these fundamental failures? Drop the regional speed limit to 80 kilometres an hour. Thankfully, that nonsense came and it went. But maybe they have a better idea now. And maybe this motion gives us some insight into what that is. Perhaps they all want us to ride bicycles. That will surely drop the road toll and make even the worst roads somewhat passable. Now, instead of fixing the roads, the Albanese government has delivered cuts and confusion for our local road networks. This has been amplified by the 80-20 funding split, shifting to a 50-50 model with the states. Absolutely outrageous. South Australia's supplementary road funding has been frozen since 2017, silently cut by inflation, while councils struggle heavily under the immense weight of maintaining vital regional road network freights and key local roads. We do have some small victories. Following strong local advocacy, we secured disaster recovery funding for flood-damaged roads across remote councils from Ceduna to Coombeepedy to Quorn. It proves we can fight for our fair share. But should we have to fight? Emergency relief is just a temporary band-aid on a systematic failure. We desperately need performance-based contracts where builders guarantee their work instead of taxpayers footing the bill when the road fails after 2 years. So I say to this government, keep your shiny new bike paths, keep your connected communities, keep your e-bike access, keep your emissions reduction targets, but when a Boilermaker in Roxby Down works out exactly how to secure a plasma cutter and an arc welder to an e-bike, I'll be the very first one to let you know.
I thank the member. I acknowledge the member for Pearce, and I understand the member for Pearce would like to present a copy of her speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025. I thank the member for Pearce and I acknowledge her contribution to this place.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Unexpected, but I'm ready to go, thankfully. No, it's all good. Thank you. Let me say from the outset that every member of this House supports safer roads, safer pathways and safer communities. We all want Australians to be able to walk, ride, exercise safely in their local communities, getting you home sooner and safer. But what Australians are looking for is not another Labor announcement. They are looking for results. Because while the government wants to talk about active transport, communities like mine on the Sunshine Coast are asking a much more fundamental question. Why are our roads becoming less safe under Labor? The facts are deeply concerning. Road fatalities across Australia continue to rise. The National Road Safety Strategy set an ambitious target of halving road deaths by 2030. Yet since that strategy commenced, the national road toll has gone backwards, not forwards. In Queensland alone, 158 people have already lost their lives on our roads just this calendar year. Tragically, we are tracking above last year's figures, which were the worst in more than 16 years. Behind every one of those statistics is a devastated family, a grieving community and a life cut short. That's why road safety must always be about outcomes, not announcements. Unfortunately, what we've seen from the Albanese government is a pattern of cuts, delays and broken promises when it comes to transport infrastructure. Since coming to office, Labor has cancelled, cut or delayed more than $30 billion, that's billion with a B, worth of transport infrastructure projects across this country. In this year's budget alone, the government cut a further $3.9 billion in payments to the states and territories for road infrastructure. At the same time, Labor continues to collect billions more in fuel excise from Australian motorists. Australians are paying more at the bowser and getting less investment in the roads they rely upon every day. Deputy Speaker, nowhere is this more evident than in my electorate of Fisher. The Sunshine Coast is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia. Our population continues to grow, but the infrastructure needed to support that growth is simply not keeping pace. For local residents, traffic congestion is worsening, travel times are increasing, and critical road upgrades continue to face delays. We've seen cuts and delays to projects that our community desperately needs. Cuts to funding that the member for Fairfax and I worked so hard to get for projects like the Mooloolah River Interchange, cut by the member for Ballarat, the infrastructure minister. For roads like the second access route into Caloundra that I got funding for, cut by the member for Ballarat, the infrastructure minister. Two major projects on the Sunshine Coast that I fought for and secured funding for were cut by this Labor government. Why? Because Labor doesn't care about the Sunshine Coast. We've seen uncertainty around every major transport investment from this federal government on the Sunshine Coast. We've seen local motorists left wondering when the infrastructure that they were promised will finally be delivered. Thankfully, the Queensland LNP government has stepped up where the Albanese government has stepped back. The Crucifulli government has been forced to pick up the tab and pick up the slack to keep these critical projects moving and improve road safety outcomes for Queenslanders. Madam Deputy Speaker, there's one consistent thing when it comes to road infrastructure. When we were in government at a federal level, we supported projects in Queensland that we didn't have to when the Labor government were in power. We needed to prop up the Labor government because they weren't spending money on the Sunshine Coast, and now Labor are in government at a federal level. The LNP state government are once again having to pick up where this Labor government have stepped back. Labor doesn't care about the Sunshine Coast. I'll continue to harangue them every step of the way until they pick up their game on road and infrastructure spend.
The member, and I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Our government is building safer and more connected communities that are making it easier and cheaper for Australians to get around. Now, we have a big nation. There's a lot of roads. There's a lot more people taking bikes, which is a healthier option when it's an option for people in their communities. And I commend people who are doing that, but we need to make sure that the arteries going through our country work for communities, work for industry, work for every Australian. And we are committed to improving road safety so that when people are on our roads, they get home to their families safe and sound. We are creating more connected and livable communities whilst also reducing emissions. And in the budget just gone, there was in there delivered an additional $500 million for the Active Transport Fund, bringing the total investment in active transport by the Albanese government to $600 million, which is nothing to sneeze at, given that the broader objectives are reducing transport emissions, improving those public health outcomes, particularly obviously in the cities where it's important to ease congestion and to create safer, more connected, more sustainable urban and regional communities. Now, there's two cities in my electorate, small cities by the big city standard, but this is important to people not only that live in Darwin and Palmerston, but that live in the regional communities of the Northern Territory as well. So projects funded through the ATF aim to improve safety for all road users by separating cyclists whenever possible and pedestrians from traffic and providing safer street crossings. Labor recognises that important role that our local government, our councils play in identifying local infrastructure priorities and delivering projects that do improve community wellbeing and connectivity. Now, the budget delivers an ongoing investment and applications for the next round will be open to local, state and territory governments very soon. I encourage the local councils of Darwin and Palmerston, who are in fact visiting this House today, to apply for those rounds. The Australian Government is investing over $120 billion over 10 years in the infrastructure investment pipeline to improve productivity, resilience, safety and livability for communities around the country. Now, in the time remaining, Deputy Speaker, I just wanted to quickly reflect on the importance of road safety in my community, Darwin and Palmerston. It is really essential. We are doing a lot of work, particularly on Bagot Road, to address it. Thanks very much.
I thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 7, veteran support. Motion to be moved by the member for Cowper.
I call the member for Cowper.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to veteran support in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I call the member for Cowper.
Well, thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every Australian knows that taxpayer dollars should be allocated to policy that best enhance our chances for a prosperous future and that align with our Australian values that protect our sovereignty and our people. And coincidentally, the very things that our brave men and women in the armed forces signed up for: our values, our sovereignty and our prosperous future. And on that note, I'd like to acknowledge the member for Solomon and his service to our country, who's sitting in the chamber at the time. Deputy Speaker, I have the privilege to represent a region that is home to more than 9,000 veterans and their families. 9,000. It is the largest cohort in New South Wales. And over the past 7 years as their local MP, I've had hundreds of individual conversations with them and heard about their first-hand challenges that they may have or have, having served our country and returning to everyday civilian life. And the consistent piece that I hear from them is that we have to remove the barriers for their support and any treatment that they may need in the future. Those supports that they earned and so much deserve. Which is why, Deputy Speaker, the proposed introduction of a $5,000 cap on veterans' allied health services from the 1st of July 2027 is so baffling. To me, this is cruel and unusual punishment to those who served our country. This punitive cap will apply to physiotherapy, psychology, exercise physiology and occupational therapy, which are at the most basic levels that our veteran community can access to manage pain, recover from injury, deal with trauma and be able to function day to day while rebuilding their lives. How can putting a cap on these services help our veterans? It makes absolutely no sense. I don't know which bureaucrat thought of this for saving money, but it's not going to work. It's going to cost lives and livelihoods. Deputy Speaker, veterans like Richard Snape from Port Macquarie, better known as Bruce, served his nation proudly for 20 years in the military, including time served in the Vietnam War. Bruce endured significant injuries over his 20 years of service and has subsequently been classified with 80% level of permanent impairment. He currently attends 2 sessions of exercise physiology and 1 approved Pilates session every week as a preventative measure for further degradation of his condition. These weekly sessions play a critical role in maintaining his current quality of life. But Bruce is now understandably frightened for his future. As he very eloquently said to me, and I quote, A country that fails its veterans weakens the very pact that underpins service. You cannot ask Australians to serve, sacrifice and carry the cost of duty, then place a cap on their recovery when they come home injured. In my case, as I am ageing and my capabilities deteriorate, I am more dependent on my weekly sessions than ever. I'm anxious about my future should this cap come into effect. My physical therapy not only keeps me going in body but also in mind. I don't want to think about my prospects without it. And there are thousands of these stories around Australia. So the questions each one of my affected constituents have posed is, what happens when a veteran's reach their cap amount? Will they be forced to choose between care and cost of living? Will they be able to continue to see their trusted clinicians? And will you, Labor, bear the responsibility for what happens next? Now, I note that the Minister has said DVA will fund allied health services above this cap, but I ask these questions. How will that process work? What are the definitions for valid clinical needs? How can veterans apply for their claims to be considered once they've hit their cap? How long will the process take? And while they're waiting for determination, will they be unable to access care if they cannot afford the out-of-pocket costs? There are three things that our federal budget should strive for, and it's time this government canned this policy.
I thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Well, as a fourth-generation veteran, i.e. my great-grandfather served on the Somme in World War I, my grandfather served in the Second World War, my father served in Vietnam, my two brothers and I all served in Timor-Leste with the ADF. I hold a veteran's card. I've had treatment that's been covered by that card, so I know personally and in my family what it means to come home from service and need that system to work. I recommend, even though he's left, that the mover of the motion, the member for Cowper, I recommend that he speak to the Veterans Minister, the member for Bird, and ask him those questions so that he can allay the fears that Bruce in Port Macquarie has. And I go further in saying it's his personal responsibility not to increase the level of anxiety in his electorate, as some, namely the member for Herbert, has been doing for his own grandstanding. But indeed, it is his responsibility to Bruce and the other veterans in the member for Cowper's electorate to reduce the level of anxiety, because Bruce will get all the treatment that he requires. So I think it's important to put that on the record and to speak to this. I think the member for Cowper comes from a good place. Others, I'm not too sure about, but I think this motion is dressed up as concerns to take political advantage and is pretty disingenuous. Let's look at the mess that the Coalition made of Veterans Affairs. When we came to government, the Albanese federal Labor government in 2022, the Department of Veterans Affairs was not just underfunded, worse, it was completely broken. There was a backlog of almost 42,000 new veteran claims that had not been looked at. The then Secretary of DVA, Major General Liz Cosson, said plainly that under the Coalition's resourcing, that backlog would never be cleared. So there's tens of thousands of veterans that would never even receive someone to look through their case so that a determination, so that their case could be resolved. So their ambivalence and indifference, their negligence, the negligence of those opposite when they were last in government, including members who are speaking on this bill, they decided that the resources, the extra resources for DVA weren't worth it. They fought against a Royal Commission into defence and veteran suicide. Just let that sink in for a sec. Over a prolonged period of time, the Coalition argued against the Royal Commission that has led to drastically increased resources going into this sector, including to meet recommendations to meet recommendations that give more support to allied health providers so they can give our veterans what they need. So that's what we inherited, a shamefully broken system. And just weeks before the election, the Coalition's then Shadow Finance Minister, Senator Jane Hume, now Deputy Leader of the Coalition, she was questioned on national radio whether DVA even needed the extra staff that our government had funded to clear the backlog. And she was questioning that, whether it should actually occur or not. I don't know where she was getting her advice. Maybe the member for Herbert, busily trying to write down some things at the moment and reject what I'm saying. But I just say, bring it on. I just say, bring it on. Because, Deputy Speaker, this is a very, very important topic. And it is important that there is a realisation that it's easy to whip up concern in the veteran community, but you have to be personally responsible for the anxiety that it causes. You might get 100 likes on your LinkedIn post, but if you aren't giving the full story, if you aren't reassuring people that no changes come into place until the 1st of July next year, and if you don't let them know that if there is a need, a clinical need, those veterans who have served our nation are going to get all the assistance they need.
I call a member for Nichols.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thoroughly endorse this motion moved by the member for Cowper. My pleasure to second the motion. It's not a spurious private member's bill. It's not at all.
Being disorderly speaking out of his seat.
It's not It is not a spurious motion, and we are not the ones who have caused the concerns. We did not put this policy in. The Coalition didn't put this policy in. Labor has put a $5,000 cap on allied health care, and that's what we should be talking about, how that works. Why is the cap there? Why do veterans suffering from PTSD, service-related injuries and requiring ongoing rehabilitation, why are they being hit with a limit in a matter of months of $5,000? That is the point. Not back and forth between personalities on this, because what the important thing is, there's people in our communities who are concerned. They're not concerned because we're whipping up fear, they're concerned because of the policy, and it is the government's job to explain the policy, and they have not done so yet. The president of Seymour RSL in my electorate, Matt McLaughlin, wrote to me and said, many veterans rely heavily on ongoing allied health services such as physiotherapy, psychology, occupational therapy and exercise physiology to manage service-related injuries and long-term health conditions. For a significant number, these needs are complex and chronic. A capped annual limit is unlikely to reflect the real cost of maintaining their health, function and quality of life. I'm not making that up. That is a person in my electorate who served this country who's very concerned. The same concern has been widely expressed within the veteran community. The government has confirmed that DVA will fund allied services above the $5,000 cap where there is a valid clinical need. But there are no details of this. How will that process work? What is the definition of valid clinical needs? How are they going to apply for these claims, and how will they be considered? And how will DVA assess their claims? These are not unreasonable questions for the opposition to ask. And the government's saying, trust us. Well, we've just had a budget where it's been shown that we can't trust them. Veterans don't know what the process for seeking treatment and supports above the $5,000 cap will be. It could be as simple as a letter from their GP, but it could be as complex. It could be a complex and contestable process. In effect, it could force veterans with an ongoing condition to prove it again and again every 12 months just to justify spending above $5,000. And I quote again from Matt McLaughlin, President of Seymour RSL, veterans should not be placed in this position where financial limits determine access to clinical, necessary care, particularly when that care relates directly to injuries sustained through service. Our veterans committed to serve our country, and I honour those, including those opposite, who have done so. And in return, a grateful nation is always committed to look after those veterans and their families. I condemn the defunding and discontinuation of veteran support education programs which have provided essential services including mental health support. What this debate should be about in the Federation Chamber, and again, I commend the member for Cowper for bringing it on, is how is this going to work so the veterans who need that care, often to the value of well above $5,000, how are they going to get it? And it's the government's job to go and explain how that process works and to work out if there are any gaps in that process and making sure that our veterans don't have to go through the bureaucratic nightmare and all the health assessments and everything to get above $5,000. If it works like that, I'll come in here and congratulate you. I worry that it's not going to work like that, and I call on this government to properly fund services and programs to ensure veterans and their families receive the support, respect, care they deserve. We're coming in here to ask questions and stand up for them. The discussion should be, this is how it's going to work. Is it going to make life easier or harder for them? They did a lot of hard things for this country, capping their entitlements and making it more difficult for them to get the service and the care they need is the least we can do. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Before I call the next member, I remind all members that it is highly disorderly to make interjections while out of your seat. I call the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, there is no greater responsibility than ensuring we honour the commitment and sacrifice that men and women have made to defend our nation. Every Australian who's ever worn the uniforms of the Australian Defence Force has answered the call to serve something greater than themselves. Not only have they earned our gratitude, they deserve our unwavering support. That support must be reflected not just in a speech, but in the decisions we make and the investments we deliver to veteran services. When the Albanese Labor government came to office, the Department of Veteran Affairs was under enormous pressure. Years of under-resourcing had left almost 42,000 claims sitting unallocated. Imagine serving your country and then waiting months if you're lucky, but more often years for someone to simply begin looking at your claim. The former Secretary of DVA, Major General Liz Cosson, made it clear that under the previous coalition government's resourcing, that backlog would never have cleared. Veterans deserve better, and this government has acted. We invested in DVA, employed additional staff and properly resourced the department so veterans could receive the healthcare, compensation and support they deserve. As a result, all cases have been allocated and the backlog is being cleared. Today, new claims are allocated within 14 days, and many common claims under the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act are now processed within months. That is what happens when the government chooses to invest in veterans rather than leaving them waiting. Our commitment is backed by record funding. During the first 3 years of the Albanese government, spending on veteran compensation and treatment reached $37.9 billion, compared with the $31.1 billion over the final 3 years of the former coalition government. This financial year alone, spending is expected to exceed $15 billion, almost $5 billion more than the final year of the former coalition government. Now, it is clear that there are people trying to create concern and panic about allied health services, but the facts tell a different story. This government is delivering the biggest increase in allied health fees in more than 2 decades. From 1 July 2027, physiotherapy consultations will increase to $110, podiatry consultations to $110, and longer psychology consultations to $260. These increases respond directly to the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and to the feedback from veterans, who told us that it was becoming increasingly difficult to find providers willing to offer treatment. Better funding means better access to care. Instead of requiring veterans to obtain a new referral every 12 sessions, something the former coalition government introduced, our reforms introduce an annual mandatory limit of $5,000, providing better flexibility and less time going to a GP for ultimately an unnecessary tick of a box. Veterans with acute and complex needs will continue to receive treatment beyond that amount, where clinically appropriate. These reforms reduce red tape. They do not add to it. I want to make something very clear. Veterans with critical or acute health needs that would take them over the $5,000 annual monetary amount will continue to be supported. These new arrangements have received a lot of attention in and out of this chamber, rightly so. That is why members of the government, like myself, are consulting with the veteran community to ensure veterans are getting the best out of these reforms. In the electorate of Petrie, which I am proud to represent, I have already started meeting with veterans about these reforms. Petrie has over 5,500 veterans, one of the largest groupings of veterans in any one electorate. This is something that I am honoured to have here. Like, these veterans served our country, and I have the honour of representing them in this building. Over the past month, I've met with every veteran who has asked for a meeting. And time again, I've heard the stories that outline just how incredibly important it is that we get these reforms right. Debates like this matter because the Albanese Labor government is a government that listens to the concerns of communities such as veterans and acts on them. We are a government that will always back our veterans. This is why we have delivered record investment. We are clearing the backlog that we inherited from those opposite. Strengthened healthcare, improved claims processing, implemented the Royal Commission's recommendations and reformed the veteran support system to better meet the needs of those who served our nation.
I call a member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I still, with all the Labor members' speeches, haven't heard them talking in detail about the $5,000 cap. The member for Solomon spoke about the Royal Commission, and rightly so. He was here through the whole process, but didn't talk about the substance of this MPI, which is the $5,000 cap. And the member for Petrie said that the facts around this are about service fees, which was in the recommendations of the Royal Commission, but none of the recommendations of the Royal Commission spoke about a $5,000 cap. Nowhere. Nothing. And it's not going to give you ease of access because there's a cap. And I'll give the former member some credit, saying if you're going to exceed it or if you regularly exceed it, then you should get the support that you deserve. I agree. But how? Do you have to go to your GP and preempt an injury or illness? Do you have to wait till you're in a very dark place and somehow find the magic number to call to get it extended? There is no detail here. And veterans around the country are rightly questioning this Labor government about what it is, how to do it, what happens if it runs out, what happens if you're in a dark place, you're going through it tough, you've fallen over, it's happening. You've hit your $5,000 target and you've looked up, the only light that was at the end of the tunnel was the services that you're getting to get yourself back together. What happens when you get the letter or the phone call or the appointment cancelled because you've reached the limit? What happens then? How does this person get that support and services that they need? What do? They may not be in a frame of mind to be able to navigate the hours and hours of wait times of calling the Department of Veterans Affairs. Then what do you do? Well, right now, if you call DVA, you would wait for about 52 minutes. The member for Solomon is, rightly concerned about this, and I take his concerns, but the problem here is this is going to cause more harm. A $5,000 cap is not what the Royal Commission said. It is not what veterans want. There is nowhere that I've been spoken to where a veteran organisation has said we're extremely happy about this. I was at the Cameron Baird Foundation launch today, and all the veterans there are rightly concerned. And to gaslight them, to stand up in the chamber and say everything's fine, it's everyone else's fault, everyone's just whipping up concern, is just simply not true. It is not good enough that this Labor government has this cap that is going to make veterans worse off. It's mind-boggling how you can somehow quantify this as the right thing to do. And I, like everyone, and I would challenge any veteran or any member in this place that hasn't received messages on their social media about this cap. I got one just the other day, and it reads, I spend $336 on psychology every 2 to 3 weeks. Sometimes it's a double session, which is $672. For EMDR treatment for PTSD, as 1 hour isn't enough for those sessions, I got physio twice a week at $110 per session, so that's $220 a week. I see a chiropractor once a week at $75 a session. The $5,000 cap will last me 3 months. Another person said that they have psychology treatment, they have physio, they have chiropractic. What happens when this runs out? I don't want to be a burden on my family. That is terrifying. And it's terrifying because the government isn't giving answers to the questions that veterans have. No speaker has said this is how the $5,000 cap will work. No speaker from the government has stood up in Parliament, and the minister really should, it's his responsibility, should stand up and outline it all. But once again, veterans are left to try and decipher it, try and understand it, but most fear it because it hasn't been clearly communicated. And the tens of thousands of those that reach out to myself and other officers have been asking questions. No one has told them how it will work. And I did expect better from the member for Solomon, a veteran himself, once again just gets up, gaslights the world. He should be asking these hard questions.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Spence.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I want to acknowledge the member for Solomon, the member for Petrie, the member for Herbert, and thank them for their service to this country. After years of underinvestment by those opposite had left the Department of Veterans Affairs struggling to meet demand with almost 42,000 claims, that's right, 42,000 claims, sitting unallocated in the system, behind every one of those claims was a veteran or family member waiting for compensation or support. No Australian who has served under the flag of this great nation should be left waiting indefinitely for help. That's why one of this government's earliest priorities was properly resourcing the Department of Veteran Affairs and ensuring support could reach veterans faster. Additional staffing and sustained investment have helped clear the backlog we inherited and improve the speed at which claims are entering the system. Today, new claims have been allocated within days rather than sitting untouched for months. That means veterans are receiving support sooner and gaining earlier access to services they need. Yet improving outcomes for veterans is about far more than processing claims. A support system can only be considered effective if the care it provides is accessible, affordable and available when they need it. For many veterans, allied health services play a critical role in maintaining physical health, supporting recovery from injury and addressing the impacts that service can have on mental wellbeing. Access to services such as physiotherapy, psychology or podiatry should never be determined by whether a provider can afford to offer treatment under the existing funding arrangements. That is why the Albanese Labor government is delivering the largest increase to allied health funding for veterans in more than 2 decades. These changes respond directly to recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide and reflect the experiences shared by veterans and providers across the country. Time and again, veterans told the Royal Commission that access to allied health services was becoming more difficult. This government listened. From 1 July next year, 2027, significantly increased payments will help ensure veterans can continue accessing the support and treatment they deserve. Funding for physiotherapy and exercise physiology consultations will increase from $75.10 to $110. Standard podiatry consultations will increase to $110, and psychology services will receive some of the most substantial improvements, with a standard consultation of more than 50 minutes increasing from $163.40 up to $260. These changes represent a significant investment in the wellbeing of veterans and a recognition of the important role allied health professionals play in supporting those who have served. Better funding means a stronger network of providers. A stronger network of providers means improved access to care. Improved access to care means veterans can receive support earlier and closer to home. Just as importantly, the government is reducing unnecessary red tape that too often frustrates veterans trying to access treatment. Under the current arrangements, veterans can find themselves navigating repeated referral requirements and administrative processes simply to continue receiving care. That can create barriers at exactly the moment people should be focused on recovery and rehabilitation. The new arrangements will replace the strict 12-session treatment cycle with a more flexible annual monetary limit of $5,000. This change will allow veterans to access more appointments without the need for repeated referrals and unnecessary paperwork. It will reduce administrative burdens while giving veterans greater certainty about their ongoing treatment. Importantly, veterans experiencing acute or complex health needs will continue to receive support above that threshold where clinically appropriate. The objective is not to limit or take away unnecessary care. The objective is to ensure care is easier to access and better tailored for individual circumstances. These reforms form part of a broader effort to build a veteran support system that is responsive, modern and centred on well-being, recognising that getting support early often prevents more serious problems from developing later, and that rehabilitation and treatment are most effective when barriers to access are removed. Most importantly, they recognise that veterans deserve a system that works for them, not the other way around. The men and women who have served our nation answered the call when Australia asked. They accepted responsibilities that most Australians will never be required to carry. Our responsibility is to ensure that when support is needed, it is available without delay and without unnecessary obstacles, and that is exactly what we are doing.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of the motion moved by the member for Cowper, and I thank him for standing up for our veterans. Courage and sacrifice should never be forgotten. Aussies, many young and afraid, have been into battle across many wars and many years, and often with an unseen enemy. And they fought to protect the rest of us, to fight for our freedom. This is why the government must scrap the $5,000 allied health cap, a cap Labor has imposed on veterans as a part of its chaotic broken promises budget. Veterans in my electorate of Hinkler, like those across the entire country, are feeling forgotten, stressed and confused. I support this motion that notes the government's decision in the 2026-27 budget fails to support Australian veterans and their families, and the introduction of a $5,000 cap on allied health services places significant limitation on veterans' access to essential rehabilitation, mental health and ongoing care. Take Keith for an example. He provided me with a picture of his current situation. A 71-year-old Army veteran, a gold card, totally and permanent incapacitated veteran who is now increasingly clinically required to access allied health support in a bid to deal with his 39 years of loyal service to our nation. Keith says visiting one allied health therapist once a week for half an hour and for approximately 38 weeks will see him reach his new annual $5,000 limit. But he needs a mix of support, podiatry, physiotherapy and psychology, the kind of help that this new cap won't allow. In Bundaberg, ex-Navy Petty Officer veteran Max Francis has gathered hundreds of signatures from local veterans and their families, people putting their name on paper in strong opposition to this ill-informed change. Max and other veterans held a peaceful protest at the new Anzac Park in Bundaberg last month. This protest, like the motion I stand here in support, acknowledges that many veterans rely on ongoing and specialised allied health support, and that imposing a cap on these services will place many veterans at risk of delaying treatment and worsening health outcomes. And, Deputy Speaker, it will simply put greater pressure on an already clogged and broken healthcare system. Just like the scrapping of the private healthcare rebate for over 65s, this Labor government is making it worse for everyone who needs access to healthcare. Where is the fair go? Vicky tells me her husband served for 41 and a half years, all the way from school to retirement. She says this cap is a kick in the guts for him and all veterans. Peter says veterans are not here to fix years of the Labor government overspending, and Peter is concerned with the amount of extra stress and hardship this will put on our veterans who are already struggling. Des spent 20 years in defence. He says this Labor budget of broken promises will deprive veterans of serious medical treatment. And Deputy Speaker, this motion I support recognises that veteran families often experience emotional, financial and social pressures which are not adequately addressed in the budget. We cannot allow the defunding and discontinuation of veteran support and education programs. These initiatives have provided essential services including mental health support, transition programs, community connection and education programs. The answer is simple. The government must immediately scrap these decisions and commit to properly funding services and programs to ensure veterans and their families receive the support, respect and care they deserve, not just to defer these cuts for another 12 months. Don't clog up the health system even more. In Hervey Bay, Denzel and Sue Potter both served, and I met with them on multiple occasions in the past few weeks, and they've urged me to deliver this point, that veterans should not be asked to bear the cost of Labor's budget repair. As another constituent wrote in an email, veterans are not a line item. They are Australians who put their lives, bodies and futures on the line for this country. Tomorrow, many of us will have the honour of attending the opening of the new atrium and Anzac Hall galleries at the Australian War Memorial. This showcases the stories of Australian service in Afghanistan, Iraq, the Middle East and other peacekeeping operations. A showcase that allows us to respectfully reflect on Australian service with the dignity, depth and significance that our veterans deserve. A tribute to the sons and daughters who answered the call. Let us remember that their courage and sacrifice will never be forgotten. Our veterans didn't cap their service to Australia, so we should never cap their care.
I thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Macquarie.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Support for veterans and their families is one of the most serious responsibilities that we have as a government. When we came to office, the system supporting veterans was under considerable strain. I think that's the polite way of putting it. There was a significant backlog of claims, including 42,000 claims that had not even been looked at by anyone in the Department of Veterans Affairs. Previous Secretary of DVA, Major General Liz Cosson, said that with the resourcing provided by the previous government, the backlog would never be cleared. We didn't think that was good enough, so we've increased funding to not only ensure claims are assessed, but so that DVA has the funding for healthcare, support and the compensation that veterans deserve. And I'd like to talk specifics. In this financial year alone, we expect to spend nearly $5 billion more on compensation and treatment for veterans than the Morrison government spent in their last year of government. They spent $10.05 billion. And by the end of June next week, we expect to have spent $15.05 billion. The Albanese government's also making allied health more accessible with increased funding and payments for services. It's the biggest increase in funding in 20 years and will come into effect from July next year. As an example, physio standard consultations, which are currently paid at $75.10, will increase to $110. A standard podiatry consultation will increase to $110, and a standard 50-minute psychology consultation will increase to $260. The need to increase the fees that are paid to providers was a recommendation of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide, and it's a result of feedback from the veteran community that the current fees limit their access to allied health services. The strict 12-session treatment cycle is being removed in favour of an annual monetary limit of $5,000 so veterans can access more appointments without needing a new referral. But where a veteran requires additional support due to the complex or acute nature of their needs, there'll continue to be pathways for care beyond the standard threshold. And we'll be talking to the veteran community over the coming months to design this system and other aspects of the new arrangements so it works for them. I think it's worth remembering that of the 122 recommendations in the Royal Commission's final report, 32 were implemented by the end of last year, and we expect 2/3 of the government's response will be implemented by the end of this year. In the 2026 budget, $770 million was allocated to specifically address Royal Commission recommendations, including that biggest increase in 20 years in allied health fees paid to providers to support veterans. An important component of the effort that we're making is the creation of the Veteran and Family Wellbeing Agency, which commences operations from 1 July. Its role is to bring a more coordinated and proactive focus to the wellbeing of veterans and their families, particularly during the transition from military life to civilian life. As part of standing up the agency, the government's transitioning funding for a broad range of existing wellbeing support for veterans and families into the new agency, and that includes funding for organisations like Invictus Australia, Bravery Trust and the wonderful Kookaburra Kids. Families are really key, and the Veterans' Children Education Scheme's also been rolled into the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act Education and Training Scheme. This is another way that we support kids, and the eligibility has been retained. Anyone in receipt of VCES is keeping access to all their payments. At the local level, we have the Hawkesbury Veterans and Families Hubs operating while its permanent home in Richmond is being renovated. And of course, as we hit 1 July, all compensation and rehabilitation claims will be determined under a single ongoing act, the improved MERCA. So what you have is a system that's being strengthened across multiple fronts, and I'm very proud of the work that we've done. Not every veteran is broken. The vast majority go on to have amazing careers in the civilian world, but they all need our support to do their very best.
Member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. I call a clerk.
Private members' business. Order of the day number 1. Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership. Resumption of debate on the motion moved by the member for Sturt.
Give the call to the member for Reid.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Australians tune into the FIFA World Cup, we are reminded of something simple but powerful. No team succeeds alone. You need a strong defence, you need discipline, you need trust between teammates, and when the pressure is on, you need to know who is standing beside you. That is true on the football pitch, but it is even truer in our region and on the global stage. Because Australia is living through one of the most challenging strategic circumstances in decades. The rules and norms that have underpinned peace, security and prosperity are coming under pressure. The world is more uncertain, threats are more complex, and many of the challenges we face do not stop at borders. That is why Australia cannot afford to sit on the sidelines. And under our Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, our government is getting Australia match fit for the challenges ahead. In March this year, the Prime Minister and the European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, announced the Australia-European Security and Defence Partnership. This is an important step forward in a strategic partnership with the EU. Australia and the EU have a long-standing relationship built on shared values of peace, security, democracy and prosperity. And under this Albanese Labor government, that relationship is going from strength to strength. This security and defence partnership builds on other important areas of cooperation, including the Australia-EU Free Trade Agreement and negotiations for Australia's association with the Horizon Europe Research Fund. Together, these efforts show strong momentum in one of Australia's most important international relationships. And as a middle power, Australia needs as many strong and reliable partners as possible. We need to work with like-minded partners, we need to build common ground, and we need to make sure Australia has more options, more resilience, and more capability in an uncertain world. This is about strengthening global responses to the volatility, hostility, and conflict we are seeing across the world. We see it in Europe, where the Ukrainian people continue to show extraordinary courage in the face of Russia's illegal and immoral invasion. We see it in the Middle East, where the people of Iran continue to face a brutal and oppressive regime. And we see it in the growing use of cyber attacks, disinformation, foreign interference, and economic pressure as tools of modern conflict. That is why this partnership matters. It will boost cooperation across defence industry, cybersecurity, economic security, counter-terrorism, combating hatred and countering hybrid threats. It will support increased information sharing to respond to global threats. It will help build the capacity and resilience of Australia and the European Union to withstand complex security challenges in our respective regions. It will deepen cooperation to combat online radicalisation and terrorism financing, and it will establish a new space security dialogue. These are practical steps that make Australia more secure in a less predictable world. They are about protecting our national interests, and they are about ensuring Australia is not isolated but connected to partners who share our commitment to peace, security and stability. Just like at the World Cup, the countries that succeed are the ones that prepare, build strong teams, understand the conditions and know how to respond when the game changes. And that is what the Albanese Labor government is doing. We are acting with intention and purpose. We are deepening existing relationships. We are working with partners in our region and around the world. And we are practicing what the Foreign Minister has described as amplified middle power diplomacy. Australia cannot approach the shifts in global power passively. We must be active, engaged and prepared. This partnership with the EU is another example of our government doing serious work of defending Australia's interests and contributing to a safer and more stable world.
I thank the member. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Riverina.
In the member for Reed's contribution about the European Union and trade and her analogy with the World Cup football being played at the moment, there's also referees, and certainly when it comes to trade, we need good, strong referees. In trade's instance, it's the World Trade Organisation, and when countries want to go and slap tariffs on you, and also there are examples of countries not playing by the trade rules by which they are bound, then we need a good, strong referee, an arbiter, to make sure that fairness is prevailing. And what we also need, and what any football team needs, is common sense. Now, with the European Union, Australia's two-way trade is valued at $110.7 billion annually. And I'll just give you 4 examples of this. Germany, two-way trade, about $29 billion annually. Australia's exports coal, canola and copper ore. United Kingdom, two-way trade, approximately $31.2 billion annually. Our exports, metals, lead, coal and meat. With France, two-way trade, about $14.4 billion. Our exports to France, coal, canola, aircraft parts and seeds. With Italy, two-way trade, about $12.37 billion. Australia's exports to Italy, predominantly hot-rolled iron steel, wool, very valuable at the moment, gold and agricultural products. Services such as education, recreational travel also make up a significant portion. But with the EU, with at least with Germany, France and Italy, of course the UK, but we're talking about the EU here, in each of that two-way trade, in the references I gave, I referred to agriculture. And you can't have agriculture, you don't have good water policy. And whilst Labor might crow about trade and making sure that trade is what it should be, you're not going to have continued and expanding trade opportunities if you don't provide the water policy that is going to enable our irrigators to grow the food and the fibre to ensure that we have balance of trade, balance of payments
And certainly we just need to be using more common sense in this regard. I've just come from a meeting with a group, Southern Connected Irrigators. The theme of the meeting was food for thought. Can Australia protect both its environment and its food security? When it comes to trade, food security equals trade security equals national security. And at the moment, we don't have balance in the Murray-Darling Basin. We don't have balance with the plan. The plan, according to this group that I just met, they say it is, quote, destroying our nation's important economic staple food production capabilities and failing to protect our rural communities. Now, what the EU trade arrangements do is build on the work of the coalition. The partnership builds on the framework agreement signed in 2017 under the coalition government. The coalition has long championed deeper Australian-EU cooperation on security and defence. I appreciate we've had some important visits lately and with not just political heads but also obviously always those negotiations between key stakeholders, between government and those captains of industry that are going to enhance and ensure that these arrangements are put in place. But we have to be sensible when it comes to making sure that we can grow the amount of food available to such arrangements, such partnerships as this. Australia and the EU, we know we share values, we share heritage and history. It's a common commitment to democracy, to human rights. The member for Reid mentioned Ukraine. I support her 100% in that regard. The EU, along with the UK, has been a leader in supporting Ukraine's defence against Russian aggression. But we have to be sensible. We have to make sure that we've got better water policy. And not only will I always talk this up, I will make a plea to the government to ensure that more money is put into infrastructure as far as water is concerned and not water buybacks. 340 million again last week. Buying water out of productive use doesn't make sense.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. I call the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the motion moved by the member for Sturt and express my support of the Australian and European Union Security and Defence Partnership. This partnership reflects a simple reality. In an increasingly contested, uncertain and hard world, Australia is more secure when we work alongside trusted partners who share our commitment to peace, stability and the global rules-based order. As a regional power, Australia has a profound interest in shaping the strategic environment around us. We cannot afford to be passive observers of global events, nor can we assume that our security will be guaranteed by geography alone. The challenges we face today are increasingly transnational. Cyber attacks do not stop at national borders. Foreign interference campaigns operate across continents. Terrorist financing networks span jurisdictions. Emerging technologies present opportunities and risks that no country can effectively manage in isolation. Partnerships like this one are important to counter these emerging transnational security risks. The Australian-European Union Security and Defence Partnership will deepen cooperation across defence, industry, cybersecurity, counter-terrorism, economic security, maritime security and emerging technologies. It will strengthen information sharing, build resilience against complex threats and create new opportunities for collaboration between Australian and European industries. Importantly, this partnership demonstrates an understanding that security in the 21st century is not a zero-sum game. When Australia and the European Union cooperate to strengthen cyber resilience, both become more secure. When we collaborate on defence innovation, similarly, both benefit. When we work together to counter terrorism, foreign interference and online radicalisation, we strengthen the security of our respective regions and contribute to global stability. This is a positive sum partnership that advances our shared interests while respecting our respective sovereignty. It also reflects a broader approach to statecraft pursued by our Albanese Labor government. The American scholar Joseph Nye describes successful foreign policy as the effective combination of hard power and soft power, a concept that he called smart power. And that's what our government is doing. On one hand, Labor is investing in Australia's hard power. We are delivering the most significant uplift in Australia's defence capability in generations through AUKUS, through long-range strike capabilities, through guided weapons manufacturing and implementation of the National Defence Strategy and Integrated Investment Program. On the other hand, we are investing in the relationships, partnerships and diplomatic engagement that amplify Australia's influence and expand our strategic options. We have rebuilt relationships across the Pacific after years of the coalition neglect and at times openly disparaging key regional partners. We have deepened engagement with Southeast Asia. We have strengthened our relationships with partners across Europe, and we have pursued what Foreign Minister Penny Wong has described as amplified middle power diplomacy. Together, these efforts represent smart power in action. Now, Deputy Speaker, every day up in Darwin I see the strategic importance of Northern Australia in this endeavour. Darwin hosts the Marine Rotational Force Darwin, the US Marines, bringing together Australian and United States personnel in support of regional stability. Darwin is also home to exercise Pitch Black, which is kicking off very soon, one of the world's premier air combat exercises, bringing together air forces from across the Indo-Pacific and beyond. In previous years, we've even had the Luftwaffe from Germany come and contribute to those exercises, and it was great to meet them. These activities demonstrate that Australia's security is built not only through the capabilities we possess, but through the partnerships that we cultivate. The Australian-European Union Security and Defence Partnership is another important step in that direction. It strengthens Australia's security, expands opportunities for Australian industry. It reinforces our commitment to working with like-minded nations, and it demonstrates that in a world of growing complexity, cooperation remains one of the most powerful tools available to enhance our nation's interests.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Flinders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the principles which underpin this motion by the member for Sturt in regard to the Australia-European Union Security and Defence Partnership. Together with the member for Sturt, I serve on the Joint Standing Committee for Treaties, which will explore our relationship with Europe through our examination of the Australia-EU Free Trade Agreement, and since elected to this place, I have co-chaired the Parliamentary Friends of the European Parliament. I have lived and worked and studied in the EU. I speak 3 of the Union's languages, 4, I suppose, given that English still counts as one. And without trying to do the government's publicity, it does need to be said that the Australian and European relationship has reached a high watermark in recent years, with Australia having concluded the Free Trade Agreement, the Security and Defence Partnership, our participation in Horizon Europe, and the Strategic Partnership on Sustainable Critical Minerals Value Chains, signed back in 2024. Our relationship with Europe, both as a trade, investment and strategic partner, is essential. As a bloc, the EU is our 3rd largest trading partner and the 2nd largest source of foreign investment. The Free Trade Agreement provides a starting point in terms of building a bigger market with Europe's 450 million consumers, and while more could and should have been achieved for red meat, the deal will prove beneficial for our fruit and vegetable exporters, as well as those who produce our high-quality seafood, nuts, wine, critical minerals and advanced manufacturing goods. Horizon Europe will shepherd collaboration between Australia's top researchers with those from Europe across new technologies, advanced computing, clean energy, health and critical minerals, bringing our research institutions and shared curiosity closer together. And the Security and Defence Partnership with Europe is timely. The world is becoming a more dangerous and less predictable place. Russia's brutal invasion of Ukraine continues, now into its 5th year. Conflict rages in the Middle East, and its social and economic effects spill over into our supply chains and domestic politics. In such an enduring and destabilised environment, Australia needs like-minded friends. Reliable, constant, predictable like-minded friends. In February, I was able to visit Australia's mission to the European Union and spent time with Australia's ambassador to the EU, Belgium, Luxembourg and NATO, His Excellency General Angus Campbell, AODSC, and his Deputy Head of Mission, David Breitling. It's hard to imagine better mentors in the matters of EU-Australia strategic and trade partnership, and I take this opportunity to thank Angus and David and their teams for the impact that they are having in building an already strong relationship into one which is even deeper and enhances our shared commitment to the rules-based international order. This partnership establishes cooperation across a broad range of areas, including cybersecurity, maritime security, defence industry collaboration, counter-terrorism, space and emerging technologies. These are the front lines of modern conflict. Today's strategic competition is not fought solely by armies, it is fought through critical minerals, satellite networks, artificial intelligence, supply chains, cyber systems and economic coercion. One of the most encouraging aspects of this partnership is the opportunity it creates for Australian businesses developing cutting-edge defence technologies and sovereign capability. Australian innovators are already producing world-class solutions in advanced manufacturing, autonomous systems, cybersecurity and aerospace technology. The challenge is ensuring that those businesses can access markets, investment and partnerships that allow them to continue to grow. And this agreement can help achieve exactly that. But to do so, our capability must match the aspirations in this document. In a few weeks, I will have the opportunity to participate in the ADF's exercise Pitch Black in the Northern Territory. Pitch Black is the Royal Australian Air Force's premier international air combat exercise, and this year it will bring together more than 100 aircraft and personnel from 19 allied and partner nations to train in complex, realistic scenarios. But what makes Pitch Black so important is not simply the aircraft involved, but the relationships built, including with our NATO allies who typically participate in this biannual event in Darwin. And this is exactly what the Australian and European Union partnership seeks to strengthen. Deterrence works best when potential adversaries understand that democratic nations are coordinated, capable and united. Australia's prosperity and security depend upon a stable international environment and strong partnerships with like-minded nations. This agreement is another step in that direction, and I support stronger cooperation with our European partners and the accompanying efforts to combat terrorism, foreign interference and online radicalisation. In a world becoming more contested, more competitive and more dangerous, Australia cannot stand alone.
Thank the member. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business. Notice number 8, local government. Motion to be moved by the member for Parkes.
I call the member for Parkes.
Deputy Speaker, I move the motion relating to local government in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper.
Call the member.
Deputy Speaker, this week, while this parliament sits, more than 1,000 mayors, councillors, shire presidents and executive staff are gathering in Canberra for the National General Assembly of Local Government under the Australian Local Government Association's theme of Stronger Together. As human beings, some of our most basic needs are clean water, reliable sanitation and shelter. These are mostly the domain of local government. What we have a need for human connection that relies on local roads to bring us together. This is the responsibility also of local government. Take a look at the parks where we have played as children, spending time with families and achieving our sporting goals. Again, this is the work of local government. And who maintains the footpaths, ensures pets are part of our community and guides the planning and development of our towns and cities in which we live? Local government. The very same organisations that ensure there are cemeteries where our loved ones can visit us once we have gone. And Deputy Speaker, which tier of government has been systematically underfunded and ignored in the recent budget? Which tier of government is collapsing under the weight of cost shifting and price increases? And which tier of government has no grant fund available to plan the community's futures? The answer again is local government. Today, I move that this chamber notes that local government is a critical tier of government in Australia that deserves the respect and trust of this federal government. Local government employs more than 213,000 local residents in communities throughout the 538 councils within Australia. And yet, in the recent budget alone, we saw exactly what level of respect the Albanese Labor government has for local government, and that's zero. The Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, the Regional Precincts and Partnership Program, the Urban Precincts and Partnership Program have all been cut and replaced with one program, the Growing Regions and Thriving Subjects Program. This is an impressive sounding program that actually translates to our regional councils as your funding has been cut. Instead of the dedicated regional funding and non-contestable programs, every local government across Australia, city or country, will be competing for the same dollars. Our small councils don't stand a chance. And while we're talking about a severe lack of respect for the tier of government that provides services essential for our survival, let's talk about the government's approach to housing support. The Labor government has allocated $2 billion in the Local Infrastructure Fund under the Housing Support Program, with only $500 million dedicated to local infrastructure for regional communities. There are 410 regional, rural and remote councils in Australia and just 138 metropolitan councils. The bottom line is this housing support is that the cities are allocated 9 times the amount as much as that has been allocated to regional councils. In this competitive program, what chance does a small council like Walgett or Central Darling or Brewarrina in my electorate have? This government has also quietly cut $41.7 million from the fee-free TAFE skills agreement. This is yet another blow for equity in our regions and yet another blow for growth and sustainability. Last year, the Federal Parliament's own interim report into local government sustainability found councils and municipalities and shires played an essential role. The report noted increased service delivery obligations and cost shifting. It found responsibility for services and management of complex infrastructure assets had shifted from state and territory and federal governments onto local government. It also found councils' funding and ability to raise revenue had deteriorated. This concerning report had been followed up after the federal election by a renewed inquiry into local government sustainability. Already that inquiry has received more than 250 submissions from Carnarvon, Parkes, Huon Valley, Ballon, Kangaroo Island and from right across Australia. The Greater Ballarat Alliance of Councils, councils within the Minister of Local Government's own electorate, has written in its submission that its councils, like many others, are facing increased demands for growth infrastructure and heightened community services expectations amid financial constraints. The cry is universal. Councils are underfunded and this Labor government is not delivering. These are the same councils who are already, according to the 2024 National State of the Assets report, groaning under the weight of a shortfall of $50 to $55 billion to replace existing infrastructure reaching its end of life. Our local governments deserve more certainty, more sustainability and a lot more respect, and I commend the motion to this chamber.
The member, is the motion seconded?
The motion is seconded and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I give the call to the member for Pearce, who I understand the member would like to present a copy of their speech for incorporation into Hansard in accordance with the resolution agreed to on the 6th of November 2025.
Mr. Speaker, thank you.
I thank the member and I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Well, I'm pleased to second this motion supporting local government. After all, local government is the closest level of government to the people. But I believe many in this place have completely forgotten this. Earlier today in the House of Representatives, during question time, in response to a question asked by the member for Fowler, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "This isn't a council, this is a serious parliament." Wow. This just goes to show how out of touch the Prime Minister really is. Does the Prime Minister realise that it's local councils who actually do the heavy lifting? They build and maintain tens of thousands of kilometres of rural roads and local roads. They provide the vital sewer, the water, the waste management services. Can you imagine if there was no sewer, if there was no water, if there was no waste, you couldn't get a good drink of water, your bin didn't get emptied, you couldn't go to the bathroom? Councils maintain the parks, the gardens and the sporting fields that our families rely on, and they manage libraries, halls, civic centres and cultural hubs. Councils maintain the very essential services that our community cannot do without. Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister then went on to say, and I quote, "No one's done more for local government in this House than me." The audacity of that statement is staggering. The member for Parkes, who presented this motion, served as Mayor of the Gunnedah Shire in New South Wales for 8 years before entering federal parliament. I spent 10 years in local government, 4 years as councillor and 6 years as Mayor of the Whitsundays. I can guarantee the Prime Minister that there are many, many more people in this place that have done a heck of a lot more for local government than he ever will. This Labor government doesn't back local councils, it abandons them. We're talking about the exact same Prime Minister who just slashed the federal government's contribution to disaster funding of all things. The uncomfortable truth is that local government receives only 3% of all tax revenue, and that's derived from rates, fees and charges. The state receives around 16%, and the feds receive a whopping 81%, mainly through income tax. Yet despite only receiving 3% of tax revenue, local governments are forced to manage 33% of all public infrastructure assets. How is that fair? And to add insult to injury, the latest federal budget has slashed financial assistance grants to just 0.49% of Commonwealth tax revenue. This is down from 0.51%. Now, this financial assistance grant is so important to local councils because it's untied funding. So then the councils get to determine what is the best use for that money. And let me tell you, Deputy Speaker, they use it very, very wisely. The Albanese Labor government has completely defunded and eliminated the local roads and community infrastructure program. Now, this has been used for priority local roads and priority infrastructure programs. They've also made cuts to the regional precincts and partnerships program and the urban precincts and partnerships program. And in the latest stunt, the Albanese government recently announced a massive overhaul to disaster recovery arrangements, the DRFA, reducing the Commonwealth funding share to a split of 50-50 with state and territory governments. This is a huge loss, in particular for Queensland councils. Under the historical model, the federal government picked up approximately 64% to capping out at 75% of the major infrastructure costs. Shifting to a 50-50 model strips millions out of disaster recovery budgets and pushes the financial burden directly onto the state and the local ratepayers. Just another example of when Labor runs out of their money, they come after yours. This disaster funding cut represents a massive betrayal to Queensland, where 74 out of the 77 local government areas were formally disaster declared following recent cyclones. For every natural disaster event, a small regional council is now required to pay $130,000 up front. That is not fair and it needs to change.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bullwinkle.
I rise today to speak to oppose this motion. I spent 8 years on the ground as a local councillor for the Shire of Mundaring and served proudly as their Deputy Shire President before coming into this place. And today I'm proud to continue that advocacy right here in Federal Parliament as the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends Group of Local Government. I know firsthand the financial pressures that councils face, the critical reliance on federal funding partnerships and the deep frustration in dealing with a federal government that leaves you behind. And that is exactly what the Coalition did for a decade. The reality is quite simple. The Albanese Labor government is delivering for local government, while the Coalition spent a decade leaving them behind. Local councils are the lifeblood of our communities. They build the roads we drive on, the libraries where our kids learn, and they manage waste, and a whole lot more besides. They need a federal partner that they can trust, and that's exactly what they have under this Labor government. We are delivering record Commonwealth investment to the sector. Since coming to office, Labor has delivered more than $16 billion in financial assistance grants directly to local councils. This financial year, those grants have increased by 5%, and they're up a massive 35% since 2021-22. That means they've grown from 2.6 billion to 3.6 billion. Speaker, so let's compare the records. In the Coalition's last 5 years in office, the financial assistance grants increased by $368 million, and in Labor's first 5 years, we're increasing them by $943 million. That is more than 2.5 times the growth that the opposition achieved. We are providing long-term certainty, and with funding projected to exceed $4 billion annually by 2029-30. And Speaker, we hear the Coalition complaining bitterly about the conclusion of the Local Roads and Community Infrastructure Program, the LRCI program. But they're crying crocodile tears, completely ignoring the fact that it was the Liberals and the Nationals who made the decision not to fund future rounds of the LRCI. Under their watch, the program was set to expire completely in 2023-24. If they wanted to make it ongoing, they could have done so, but they didn't. Instead, it was this Albanese Labor government that stepped up at the 2022 election, committing an additional $250 million to councils in regional and outer urban areas, and extending the LRCI until June 2026. Thanks to Labor, 466 of Australia's 550 councils benefited from this extra funding. If the Liberals and Nationals had their way, regional councils, whom they pretend to represent, would have had $250 million less funding than over the last few years. They are quite literally complaining about the consequences of their own decision. Speaker, our support goes far beyond this. We have given local government a permanent seat at the table by restoring the Australian Council of Local Government, and in 2023-24 alone, almost $6 billion flowed from the Commonwealth to local governments. That's equivalent to $16 million every single day, supporting local jobs and infrastructure. And we've doubled the funding for the Roads to Recovery program, committing $4.4 billion nationally, which is a 76% increase. We have also introduced the landmark $2 billion local infrastructure fund to help councils deliver the enabling infrastructure that they need for new housing. ALGA President Matt Burnett warmly welcomed this, praising the government's trust in local councils. Labor is backing our councils to build stronger communities based on local priorities. We are restoring the funding, the certainty and the respect that was stripped away during the Coalition years. I urge the House to reject this hypocritical motion, and I commend our record to the House.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Lyne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'm incredibly disappointed at the last speaker's attempt to try and justify this government's support of councils. As the Deputy Chair of the Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport Committee, who's participating in an inquiry on the financial sustainability of local government, let me say that local governments are frankly sick and tired of the political arguments. They are responsible for a third of this nation's public infrastructure. They're responsible for delivering and supporting livable communities. And as someone who represents a regional community, one that was smashed by a disaster just over 12 months ago, I think the days of trying to score political points around who's funding local government more over years. Frankly, right now, what we're hearing from local governments is they just don't have enough funding. It's no use standing here and saying we're delivering more than the Coalition. If you listen to what local governments are saying, genuinely wanting to deliver real upgrades in community infrastructure, in roads, bridges, community facilities, sporting facilities. They just want government to stop. They want Parliament to listen to their needs. They're here in their droves over the course of this week, debating these issues. This is a serious problem. This is a crisis of federation. And when we're dealing with something of this order, what we need is less of the politics, more of the active listening, and more of the consideration of how we support our local communities, how we all get together and support communities. I have 5 local councils across the Lyne electorate: Port Macquarie Hastings Council, Mid Coast Council, Dungog Shire Council, Maitland City Council and Port Stephens Council. And they all are trying their hardest to make sure that the citizens in there, the ratepayers in their communities, have the support, have the facilities, have the roads that they deserve and they expect. And they play such an important role as the tier of government closest to the people. Now, Deputy Speaker, there are a number of issues that councils are raising in the context of the inquiry. Concerns such as cost shifting, where more federal and state responsibilities like aged care, GP care, childcare are being pushed onto local government without the funding required to deliver them. They're also raising concerns about ageing infrastructure and workforce shortages. And they're raising concerns about a disaster funding system that too often rebuilds assets to yesterday's standards. I mean, we've had many councils appear and talk about the challenges they have in securing betterment funding. Indeed, in my own electorate, where the Bight Bridge has been completely washed out as a result of the May floods, the council there cannot get betterment funding to raise the height of the bridge. They can build the bridge back at the same height to a better engineering standard, but that still puts it in frame for a 1 in 100 year flood, which means that the Wingham and the communities such as Tanoni and surrounding areas are disconnected from schools, from GPs, from pharmacies, from their workplaces. This is why betterment funding matters, particularly, I mean, in terms of the Lyne electorate. The Prime Minister came and said the May flood was due to climate change. Well, if that's the case, that's a stronger argument for betterment funding. But yet, what do we see? No funding for betterment. Deputy Speaker, the other issue that's been raised, of course, is the issue of financial assistance grants. And the fact of the matter is that there was a promise to move towards 1%. That was a promise that the Minister for Local Government made, and yet this budget we see it at 0.49%. Now, I don't want to play politics. We all need to do better. We all need to do better at ensuring that our local governments have financial sustainability. We can't call them a tier of government and not give them the financial autonomy that they need to deliver the services for their communities. I commend this motion. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Coalition put this motion before the chamber, and don't tell us about politics. That's their motion. And the Coalition is so enamoured with local government that they campaigned ferociously when the Hawke government put up a proposal to recognise in our Australian Constitution local government in 1988. And in 2013, the Coalition scuttled, by the way, the bipartisan approach that the Gillard government wanted to do in recognising local government and proposed referendum. So, local government in this country is recognised by state legislation. And the Coalition has an appalling record when it comes to local government. Who could ever forget Tony Abbott and Joe Hockey's infamous 2014 horror budget? The Coalition broke an election promise. They froze indexation of financial assistance grants for 3 years. And at the time, the Australian Local Government Association, ALGA, estimated the freeze caused a permanent 13% reduction in the total grant space, compounding the shortfall for local councils nationwide. It was a politically disastrous budget and a shocking decision. It severely damaged Joe Hockey's relationship with ALGA and the coalition standing with local government after they opposed the two referenda that were going to be put to them, one by Hawke and one by Gillard. And I think in large part this really destroyed Joe Hockey's aspirations for Prime Ministership. Now, in contrast, when we came to office, what we did was we provided assistance, for example, in natural disasters. We heard the previous speaker speaking about natural disasters. I remember being in this House, in this Parliament, when the coalition voted against the natural disaster funding, much of which were going to local councils in Queensland, and it cost $11 billion of taxpayers' funding to rebuild Queensland after the 2011 floods. The coalition voted against the funding to provide support for local councils and local communities. So don't give us this nonsense, this complete nonsense that we've got in this motion, that somehow the coalition is supportive of local government. Look at how they voted. They opposed the referendum to recognise local government. They opposed the funding to provide support to recover the floods in my home state of Queensland. When we put it up, they opposed it. This was money going to councils, and we had to bring forward other money to councils to help them to rebuild. And also, during, of course, the global financial crisis, when we rolled out extra support for councils for community infrastructure, the coalition voted against the money again. Again, in federal parliament, they voted against it. So don't give us this, rank faux worry that somehow we're not supporting local government when we've actually doubled the Roads to Recovery funding from $500 million to $1 billion. And we've increased black spot funding from $110 million to $150 million per year. That's what we've done. And we brought forward assistance also with financial assistance grants. Look at what the Labor government does, what Labor governments have done, and look at what the coalition governments have failed to do or opposed. So this motion here is just full of nonsense, absolute nonsense. And I've had the honour and privilege of representing all or part of Ipswich, Brisbane councils, Scenic Rim, Lockyer Valley, as well as Somerset region. And I can tell you, it's been Labor governments that have made huge differences, like Rebel Domain Parklands, upgrades to the Civic Centre in Ipswich, other projects like the Orion Pool in Ipswich and Springfield, other projects all up the Brisbane Valley Highway, like the S Community Centre and Civic Centre up there in Somerset. Also, things like the Art Gallery in Toogoolawah. And recently, as part of Thriving Suburbs, we're providing $5 million for tourism, for environmental, for medical rooms, and as well for library facilities in Esk and Toogoolawah. These were things that Labor governments have done, not coalition governments who actually oppose these things. The Kilcoy Information Centre, funded by the federal Labor government, also upgrades to Kilcoy showgrounds and other showgrounds, and the coalition has opposed this again and again and again. So to come into this place and provide this type of motion, which is exactly the opposite of what coalition governments have done and exactly the opposite of the incredible commitment the Labor governments have to local government.
I thank the member. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. The next motion is due at 6:45, so we will suspend.
Parliament members' business, order of the day number 2, resumption of debate on the motion relating to housing investment, moved by the member for Adelaide.
And I give the call to the member for Holt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Housing is one of the great challenges facing our country. It is a challenge I hear about every week in Holt. I hear it from young people who are working hard, saving carefully, and still feel the dream of owning a home is moving further away. I hear it from families who want security, stability, and a place to put down their roots. And I hear it from parents who worry their children may not have the same opportunities they had. A generation ago, buying a home was not easy. It took time, sacrifice, and careful saving. But for many Australians, it felt possible. Today, too many people are doing everything right and still cannot get into the market. That is why this government is acting. The long-term answer is clear. We have to build more homes. More homes mean more choice, more affordability, and more Australians getting the chance to live near work, family, school, and community. But homes do not get built by words alone. It needs roads, it needs water, it needs drainage, utilities, and local infrastructure. It needs the practical work that turns land into livable communities. That is why the Albanese Labor government is investing a further $2 billion through the Local Infrastructure Fund. This funding will help deliver the pipes, pavements and power lines needed to unlock new housing projects. It is about unlocking the last mile infrastructure that can hold back housing projects that are otherwise ready to go. This investment will support up to 65,000 new homes over the next decade. It is practical, it is targeted, and it is exactly the kind of work growing communities like Holt need. This investment is a part of our broader $47 billion Homes for Australia plan. We are making it easier to buy, better to rent, and building more homes. We have expanded the 5% deposit scheme to all first home buyers. In Holt, around 2,747 people have bought their first home because of this scheme. It is 2,747 families, couples, and young Australians who have been able to get into the market sooner. This is what good governments should do. Back people who are working hard and help them get ahead. We are also rolling out Help to Buy, supporting 10,000 low and middle income Australians into home ownership each year. We are delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes across the country. But we also have to confront the parts of the system that have made it harder for first home buyers. For too long, the tax system has given investors an advantage over young Australians trying to buy their first home. Deputy Speaker, it should not be easy for someone to buy their fifth property than a nurse, a teacher, tradie, or a young family to buy their first. That is why we are levelling the playing field through capital gains tax and negative gearing changes. This is not about attacking aspiration. It is about backing the aspiration of working people. It is about saying the dream of home ownership should not be reserved for those who already own property. And that is the difference between this government and those opposite. They had nearly a decade in government to act on housing, and they failed. They invested just $123 million in housing enabling infrastructure. They said no to the Housing Australia Future Fund. They said no to Help to Buy. They said no to Build to Rent. They said no to Labor's 5% deposit scheme. They even said no to having a housing minister. And now they are saying no to giving first home buyers a fairer chance. Their record is clear. When it comes to housing, they do not build, they block. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities, the Honourable Claire O'Neill MP, for her work and leadership in driving this housing agenda.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I support the government's efforts to make housing more affordable, but I stress that far more needs to be done to address our housing crisis. Let's look at one important piece of the puzzle for affordable housing. The government aims to deliver 55,000 social and affordable homes, and I welcome that. But this commitment doesn't mean anything if those homes aren't actually affordable for the people who need them. And the question here is the meaning of affordable, because at the moment governments can't seem to agree. Let's run through some of the inconsistent definitions that we're dealing with today. To the Housing Australia Future Fund, the federal government's main housing investment body, affordable means 74.9% or less of market rent. To the Department of Social Services, affordable means 75 to 80% of market rent. To the New South Wales Government, it means less than 30% of gross income. And to the Willoughby City Council, it means up to 30% of a household's income for very low to moderate income households. It's a mess. And this mess has real-world impacts. Take the 30% of gross income definition. For most young people in my electorate, young people working in nursing, teaching, hospitality and retail, there just isn't anything available to rent for 30% of your income. They end up paying more like 50%. And they can't sustain that, so they move away from their families, their workplaces and the places that they love. The 20 to 25% discount on market rent isn't necessarily any better either in an electorate with such high market rents. This patchwork system just simply isn't working. And that's why I'm running a campaign to establish a national, consistent definition of affordable housing. And the first step is to craft the best definition we can. I'm consulting with experts on this subject right now and we'll have something to report very soon. The next step is to give the government the next step is to get governments to cooperate. Now, that's a tricky part at best of times, let alone on an issue as vexed as housing. But it's essential that we find a way to work together. And the federal government has a unique position to lead on this because of the leverage it wields through the GST, through the National Housing Accord, and through programs like the Special Investment Vehicle Housing Australia Future Fund. I'm also convening a roundtable in Parliament in August, bringing together industry, parliamentarians, civil society organisations and academics to drive the conversation on affordable housing and push us closer to real solutions. This is complicated and it's difficult work, but with your support we can make it happen. Already over 5,000 people have signed on to this campaign, so please join us. My goal is to ensure that when governments talk about funding affordable homes, we actually understand what they're talking about and intend to deliver, and we can hold them to account. But of course, there is more to the housing crisis, as the member for Adelaide's motion points to. Boosting housing supply isn't just about building houses, it's about building the infrastructure that underpins those houses. It's the roads, the cycle paths, the footpaths. It's water and sewage infrastructure. It's the electricity connections and public transport stops. It's open spaces, recreational facilities and cultural centres, all the things you need to make new housing development places that people can actually live. In the budget, the government announced $2 billion for these infrastructure improvements. And I welcome this, and I want to see it flowing into housing developments that build genuinely affordable housing supply where it is needed most. And between the two LGAs that make up my federal electorate, we're working hard to deliver 11,000 new homes slated for the development over the next 3 years. And I want to see a fair share of this $2 billion directed to Ku-ring-gai Council and Willoughby City Councils to support that effort. These councils are already pulling their weight in building more housing supply and they need assistance from the federal government to do this. I've already met with the Minister to discuss this funding and I'll keep pushing until we see that the funding that my electorate deserves and needs goes there so that we have livable places where people can call home no matter what stage of their life they are in.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Ford.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to support the motion from the member for Adelaide, and in doing so, it's I reflect on something which I remember coming across many years ago, which is that when we think about the Whitlam government, we think about this reforming government and the crash through or crash style of Gough Whitlam. But one of the central election commitments that the Labor Party made in 1972 election was to put sewerage in Western Sydney. Hardly radical, hardly crash through or crash. Something as practical as putting sewerage into western suburbs of Sydney opened that community up to decades of prosperity. And so it is the Albanese government's commitment of $2 billion in this budget, building on $6+ billion to unlock that sort of infrastructure which is just basic and fundamental to developing our suburbs, outer suburbs for housing. I think back in 2024, the Albanese government committed something like $40 million to unlock effectively 500 dwellings in Meadowbrook, suburb that I represent in Logan. And it was able to reduce the time needed for approvals from 12 months to 12 weeks. And so it is, I think, when you see that sort of multiplier impact that a small investment can have across the whole across that sort of whole economy, it really does show, I think, the fundamental philosophy of this Albanese government, which is it is about rejecting business as usual. And I think that we have seen, as the Housing Minister says, the housing crisis that we have today is something that is 40 years in the making, and that it was effectively neglected. Neglected particularly, I think, over the previous 10 years, where I think you had something like $130 million going into that sort of development of infrastructure under the previous government. Something like 50 times less what this government is spending. But also something which they neglected also was public housing. And it's something which I think is disappointing that the modern day coalition has walked away from something which they did for many years. And I say this as a bit of to surprise people sometimes, but in many ways my economic role model is Thomas Playford, who was a Liberal Premier for decades in South Australia. And he really, I think, the best example that you could show for him was that he built the suburb of Elizabeth, public housing around car plants, around Holdens, in order to keep the cost of living down, in order to keep rents down, to keep the pressure off wages. And that was then able to attract manufacturing industries. And one of the reasons why we've lost manufacturing in this country today is because we don't have affordable housing. And we see this sort of spiral of wages and rents, and it becomes unaffordable for people to live, it becomes unaffordable for companies to do business. And so providing public housing, I've long believed, is probably the most significant productivity measure that a government can take. And that's why I think that is a second thing that the Albanese government needs to be commended for, as this motion talks about, delivering 55,000 social and affordable homes. And in fact, in the 10 years of the previous government, they delivered something like 373 public housing dwellings over 9 years. Right now, in one suburb, in one term, in the electorate I represent in Ford, there's 206 public housing dwellings being built as part of that 55,000 social and affordable homes. And finally, I just say that the tax system, which has been for 20 years incentivised to treat housing as an investment and not as a family home, is something that this government is prepared to tackle. We're not just going to throw our hands up in the air and say, I wish we could do something about it, but we're only the government. So we have, the third thing I'd say is that we are tackling that tax system to even it out for first home buyers, at the same time that we're also supporting an increase in wages to help people get into their first homes. And so accordingly I commend the motion to the House.
I thank the member. The question is the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on this debate in relation to housing investment. Deputy Speaker, as a member of the opposition, it's our responsibility to hold this government to account. But what frustrates me time and time again, and we've seen it just now from the member for Ford, we've seen it in the content of this motion, what frustrates me is it is not the responsibility of the government to spend their time talking about what's happened in the past with former governments. But all we're seeing is a government that doesn't have its own plan that it's actually able to execute. They speak about a further $2 billion of investment. Now, it's all well and good to talk about money that's being thrown at different issues, but when Australians don't actually see the benefit and when Australians don't see the outcome, there's something seriously wrong. I also want to use this opportunity to point out something else that we're seeing in this housing debate. There's a lot of focus from those opposite on social housing. And there is a role for social housing, I'm not denying that. But what I am denying are the figures that are being constantly used by members of the government in relation to how we compare homes being built now as opposed to previously. Because what's happening is it's one thing for government to build social housing, it's another for government to create the economic conditions to enable the private sector to do what it does best and build new properties and build new houses. And what we're seeing at the moment is a government that is not making any inroads whatsoever when it comes to the removal of regulation and red tape in the housing industry, something that will actually bring down the cost and reduce the delays associated with new builds. We're not seeing a government that's making meaningful action to build new homes quickly, and we're not seeing anything from the government that is going to incentivise, investment in new builds, and new builds that are affordable, and I do make that distinction. The coalition by Alternative has spoken about a $5 billion infrastructure plan. Now, I do think that the infrastructure plan to invest in enabling infrastructure that's been spoken of is important, but it doesn't go far enough, because what we need to do is we need to make sure, when I speak to developers, they often say one of the biggest obstacles in, producing new builds is the enabling infrastructure. It's the cost of the roads, the cost of the sewerage, the water, the power lines, all of that. And that is something that the federal government can assist with. But we're not seeing any of those long-term approaches from this government. And then in fact, because Labor, keep in mind, promised Australians more homes at the last election, but in fact they're already around 80 to 100,000 homes behind target, with no state or territory meeting their share. So despite these billions of dollars on housing programs, Australians aren't able to see the homes that are being delivered. When we were in government under the coalition, around 200,000 homes were built each year, and under Labor we're seeing completions running around 170,000 per year. So despite around $80 billion to housing programs under Labor, fewer homes are being built than under the former coalition government. So if we're actually holding government to account, and if we're actually looking at whether or not taxpayer funds are being used to create more houses and more opportunities for young people in particular to enter the housing market, they're not. And that's really concerning. We've seen the Housing Australia Future Fund absolute failure, with $11.4 billion tied up. But get this, only 895 homes delivered in 2.5 years. Now, if we've seen barely any homes being built, but billions of dollars committed, again, something is seriously wrong, because Australians deserve delivery, not delay. I've spoken in this place before about the National Construction Code, which now expands more than 2,000 pages. This adds tens of thousands of dollars to new builds. There's no effort from this government to address that. There's no effort to rein in the regulation and speed up the progress when it comes to building new homes. So, Deputy Speaker, I say it's great for the government to come in here yet again and congratulate itself on investing in certain areas. But I think when we will have a reason to congratulate this government will be the day that they come in here and announce the delivery of new houses, because that is something that, from my perspective, is very far away.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Adelaide for bringing forward this motion. He understands, and the Albanese government understands, that housing is about much more than bricks and mortar. It is about security, opportunity and belonging. Owning a home, a place to raise a family, put down roots and be part of a community has always been at the heart of the Australian dream. For many Australians, that dream represents security, independence and the opportunity to build a future for themselves and their families. That's why helping more Australians into a home of their own is such an important priority for the Albanese Labor government. It's a priority that's delivering results for locals in my electorate of Corangamite in Victoria. Locals who last week welcomed the Prime Minister to their new home. The Prime Minister travelled to Clifton Springs, where I introduced him to Brooklyn, Lockie and their dog Roscoe. Brooklyn and Lockie are just so overjoyed to have accessed the First Home Buyers 5% deposit scheme. They told us about how they have worked hard, saved hard, and for a long time have dreamt of building a future in the community they know and love. But like many young Australians, they wondered whether owning a home of their own would ever be possible. Now, Deputy Speaker, through the Albanese Labor government's expanded 5% deposit scheme, they have been able to realise their dream of home ownership. Instead of paying off someone else's mortgage, they're investing in their own future. And alongside Brooklyn and Lockie, around 4,000 people, locals across the Geelong region, have benefited from the scheme. This is what good housing policy is about. Good housing policy from a reforming government. It is about giving people the opportunity to build a place, a life that they can call home. I know just how much this matters to my electorate. Corangamite is one of the fastest growing regions in Australia. We have families moving in to Clifton Springs, Armstrong Creek, Ocean Grove, Mount Dunedin, Torquay and right across the Bellarine Peninsula because they want to be part of our community. But Deputy Speaker, as a growing region, we also know that growth brings challenges. One of those challenges is making sure infrastructure keeps pace with the homes we need to build. Because building homes is not just about putting up houses. Before a family can move into a new home, there needs to be infrastructure that makes that home possible. And that's why our government is rolling out the $2 billion Local Infrastructure Fund. This fund will help unlock much-needed infrastructure by investing in water connections and power lines that allow new homes to be built. It will support local governments and utility providers to deliver the projects needed to get houses moving. Importantly, it will help unlock up to 65,000 new homes over the next decade. And it builds on the significant infrastructure investments the Albanese government is making on the Bellarine, Surf Coast and across the Geelong region, with projects like the $680 million Barwon Heads Road upgrade that will be transformative to Armstrong Creek, one of the nation's fastest growing suburbs. Of course, these investments in infrastructure and the Local Infrastructure Fund build on our government's broader Homes for Australia plan. We are rolling out Help to Buy, investing in more social and affordable housing through the Housing Australia Future Fund, supporting renters, and we are working to massively increase housing supply so that more Australians have the opportunity to have a place to call home. The previous government spent almost a decade failing to address this challenge. They opposed every measure that is now helping Australians get into homes. But the Albanese government knows that the housing challenge cannot be solved by standing back, doing nothing and hoping the market fixes itself. It requires government to play its part, and that's exactly what we are doing. Deputy Speaker, in closing, the Prime Minister's visit was a great opportunity to highlight the difference that these investments are making for local families today and the difference they will make for generations to come. Because everyone deserves the opportunity to have a safe place to call home. And through our Homes in Australia plan, that is exactly what we are working to deliver.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Housing is an important issue in my community in southwest Sydney. The government throws around big numbers. $47 billion in housing investment, $6.3 billion for infrastructure, a promise of 55,000 social and affordable homes. It sounds impressive, but my community does not live in the press release. They live in overcrowded houses, in garages turned into bedrooms, in rentals where the rent rises faster than the pay. The government keeps promising 1.2 million new homes by the middle of 2029, but its own expert body, the National Housing Supply and Affordability Council, forecasts a shortfall of 262,000 homes, with no state on track to build its share. The government has already shown it cannot keep its word on housing, so why should Fowler believe this time is different? And announcements do not lay a single brick. Homes are built by tradies, and we do not have enough of them. Yet from January this year, the government halved apprenticeship support for many trades, cutting the payment to both apprentice and employer from $5,000 to $2,500. It says it's protected housing and construction apprentices, and on paper, it has. But our building industry draws on the whole skills pipeline, and employer groups warn these cuts will deepen the shortage. So when the government promises 55,000 homes, I ask, with which workforce? Deputy Speaker, in Fowler, housing projects are already stalling under the rising cost of construction, materials and labour. And the biggest cost of all is one we rarely talk about: tax. On a new house and land package in Sydney, government taxes, charges and regulatory costs now add up to around $576,000, according to the Housing Industry Association. That is close to half the price of an average new home of about $1.2 million. Half the cost before a family even moves in is government. If the government is serious about affordability, this is where it should start. Working Australians are taxed when they earn, taxed when they shop, taxed when they drink, taxed when they drive, and taxed on the very roof they sleep under. Then they're offered a small tax cut and told to be grateful. But a small cut does not touch the $500,000 built into the price of a home. Real relief means lifting the burden of the homes our families are trying to build. There is also the $2 billion local infrastructure fund for the roads and services new homes need. How it's shared out matters, because not all councils start from the same place. Growth areas like Fowler carry some of the highest housing stress in the country. Our infrastructure is already stretched. The south of Sydney is one of the fastest growing regions in the nation. We are not starting from zero. We are starting from behind. Households spend more than 30% and sometimes 40% of their income on rent. People come into my office in tears because sometimes they can't afford the rent or they don't have a house to live in. Deputy Speaker, this points to a deeper problem. At every election, the major parties pour funding into the seats they want to win. But governing for all Australians has to mean more than a checkbook at election time. The Independent Grattan Institute examined billions in federal grants and found a clear pattern. Government-held and marginal seats receive far more than the rest, while worthy projects elsewhere missed out. This is not one side of politics. Both major parties, federal and state, have done it for years. Fowler knows how this feels. For years, it was treated as a safe seat, and a safe seat is one that gets taken for granted. Roads, schools and hospitals should be funded on need, not on how a seat is likely to vote. My community should not have to become marginal just to be heard. Deputy Speaker, I want more social and affordable housing, better infrastructure and a fair chance for young people to own a home and for families to rent securely. I will support any serious policy that gets us there, but I will not congratulate the government for a plan that does not guarantee a fair share for Fowler, does not prioritise growth areas and does not fix the workforce, costs and tax barriers holding back construction. My constituents deserve more than slogans. They deserve a housing system that works for them, in their streets, in their suburbs and in their lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting, and I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 9, standing in the name of the member for Moncrieff relating to Dr Katie Allen.
Can I give the call to the member for Moncrieff?
I move the motion relating to Dr Katie Allen in the terms in which it appears on the notice paper. I rise to pay tribute to my dear friend, former colleague and member for Higgins, Katie Allen, who was taken way too soon from us through aggressive illness. Before I talk about Katie's multitude of achievements as a spectacular human who lived life to the fullest, I simply want to talk about my friend DK, short for Dr Katie. Katie, Celia Hammond, known as Cece, the former member for Curtin, and I came to this place together in 2019, and we formed a very, very special friendship immediately. We went through a whole term of ups and downs together. We endured COVID together. We were indeed in government together. I was on the Health Committee with Katie and Trent Zimmerman and Dr Freelander, who's in the chamber, when we worked on the inquiry report, Walking the Allergy Tightrope, Katie's specialty. And he's waving it about. Thank you. The rise of allergies and anaphylaxis in Australia. Through it all, DK was always a positive force. She was full of energy and vitality. She was a thought pioneer and a staunch advocate for what she considered was right. She was never backwards in coming forwards, our DK. Katie was always willing to give her view, her support and her friendship. Even after Katie was not successful at the 2022 and 2025 elections, she would come and see me in my office and start with, "You're doing so well, AB, I'm so proud of you." She was always a ray of light, our Katie, leading the way to a better day. She was brave and fierce, but kind. DK was a leader, cut down way too soon, taken from us at just 59. I always believed that she had what it takes to be the Prime Minister. Tragically, we'll never see that come to be. The intellect, the empathy, the compassion, the drive and the determination, the knowledge and experience she contributed in every forum she was in was immense. She was an academic and fellow with more than 400 papers published, a researcher, a paediatrician, a scientist, a politician and a wife and a mum. But I will remember Katie as first and foremost my very good friend and confidant. And I'd just like to read a few words from the former opposition leader and the first female Liberal Party leader, Susan Lee. Katie was a pioneer in every sense of the word, long before she entered public and a leader in women's health. She broke barriers in medicine, championed life. She had already distinguished herself as an outstanding doctor academic, better outcomes for mothers and children, and earned deep respect for her expertise, compassion and integrity. When Katie stepped into politics, she brought with her the same sense of purpose that defined her professional life, believed deeply in service. Not service for status or recognition, but service grounded in a genuine desire to improve the lives of others. She listened carefully, she worked tirelessly, and she never forgot that behind every policy debate were real people and real families. As a woman in public life, Katie led by example. She showed that strength and kindness were not opposites, that leadership could be both principled and humane, and that conviction need not veer towards cruelty. She encouraged women to back themselves, to speak up, to support each other and to believe that their voices mattered. And many young women saw Katie, not just young women, as a role model, but a pathway. And her funeral at St Paul's Cathedral in Melbourne was the most beautiful service I've ever been to, befitting of our Katie, where hundreds of mourners gathered to celebrate her life. Professor Katie Allen was posthumously appointed as an Officer of the Order of Australia, an AO, in the 2026 King's Birthday Honours List. She was recognised for her distinguished service to medical research as a paediatric allergist and gastroenterologist, and for her contributions to the Australian Parliament as the member for Higgins 2019 to 2022. And she thoroughly deserved it. From those Katie lived with during the Canberra sittings, Burmo, Maurice, James and Trent, from CC and AB, and those closest to dear Katie, Malcolm, Monty, Jemima, Arabella and Archie. Our thoughts are with you, and may our dearest DK rest in peace forevermore. Vale Professor Katrina Allen, 24th February 1966 to 29th of January 2026.
Thank you. Is there a seconder for the motion?
Second.
Thank you.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Macarthur.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I knew Katie Allen in a professional capacity prior to her entering this place as the second paediatrician to be elected to the House of Representatives. I dealt with her professionally in her role as the head of the Centre for Food and Allergy Research to the Murdoch Children's Medical Research Institute. She had a national, indeed a worldwide reputation as a paediatric allergist, paediatric gastroenterologist. She specialised in allergy, and in particular some of the rarer manifestations of allergies such as eosinophilic enteritis and anaphylaxis. She had qualifications far greater than mine in an academic capacity, She was inaugural fellow of the Australian Academy of Health and Medical Science. She started the longest and biggest prospective study of allergy and anaphylaxis in the developed world, called Health Nuts, which is still ongoing. She had a PhD, and her PhD thesis was on liver cell transplantation using a mouse model of Wilson's disease, a very rare but well-known cause of liver failure. She, as has been mentioned, had a Order of Australia given posthumously, which was well deserved and really only a small recognition of her talents. I respected her greatly prior to her coming here, and when she came here, I respected her even more. I was expecting a rather patrician, aloof person elected as a member for Higgins, but what I found was just a really decent, lovely person, willing to engage on all levels, even though we represented different parties and had different political views. She was a really deep thinker, a really decent person, someone like many paediatricians who understood the implications of the social determinants of health and was willing to work hard to make sure that Australia led the way in paediatric health care. She was brave and she was steadfast. She was someone who stood up for her views, and I well remember the fight she had in this place with one of my colleagues, where she stood her ground. Well, certainly one particular one, and she stood her ground very, very strongly. I respected her views, and I think she respected mine. We were both placed on the National COVID-19 Health and Medical Research Advisory Committee run by the NH and MRC, appointed by Professor Michael Kidd, the Deputy Director of Health, and she served wonderfully on that committee, and her insights and her views on the management of the COVID-19 pandemic were very well respected across the Parliament, across the medical research group and across the state healthcare systems, and she had some incredible input into that committee and did a lot to help manage the pandemic in its most acute phase, and I think those who were in Parliament at that stage recognised her contributions. She, in the wider field of paediatric allergy, provided a huge amount of input to our report delivered early in 2020 and Walking the Allergy Tightrope, and some of her recommendations were part of our wider recommendations are in place today and helping manage paediatric allergy across the country. Just one of her many, many contributions to healthcare in this country. I had many discussions with her about healthcare. We also thought it was rather ironic that as the two paediatricians in the place, I was the one that would have loved her family history of being part of the Morris family, famous in winemaking, because Katie was a non-drinker, and I could have drunk the cellar dry, I'm sure, many times over. She made a wonderful contribution while she was in this Parliament, and afterwards she was incredibly brave to her husband Malcolm, her children Monty, Jemima, Arabella and Archie. I will like to let you know I won't forget her, and neither will anyone who worked in healthcare during the pandemic in those years, and she was taken far too young.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Goldstone.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to rise to pay recognition to the memory of the life of Katie Allen, the former member for Higgins. I first met Katie when she was running for the state seat of Prahran, and in that feisty election she of course put up a valiant fight against the Greens and the Labor Party, having been endorsed as a Liberal candidate for the state seat, one of course we were hoping to pick up, but she was not successful. But in doing so, of course, it led to other things, let's put it that way, with respect to the great people of Prahran, because she was somebody who had a long history and a lot to contribute to this nation's Parliament.
Well before I knew her, she was a medical researcher, a paediatrician, a university professor, and was involved particularly with the Australian Food Allergy Foundation, for which one of my late constituents who I spoke about earlier today, Patricia Ilhan, was actively involved with. And she always committed herself to advancing the best interests and well-being of the Australian people in her fields of medical discipline. And to be blunt, Deputy Speaker, her list of publications is slightly intimidating, I suspect, for every single member of this House. Of course, her professional success was also matched by her private success with her family. And while the member previously mentioned, Member McArthur mentioned previously that she was a teetotaler, there was a time before that where she met her husband, and I believe liquid imbibements were part of the process at the Melbourne Cup Carnival. And of course, her and Malcolm lived a very happy and long life together, but tragically not long enough. But her lack of success in the state seat of Paran, and backed up by or armed through the experience of that, as well as her professional background, led her to this place. And I still remember when Kelly O'Dwyer did a public press conference announcing her retirement from Parliament, and I was driving the car down on the Mornington Peninsula, and I immediately picked up the phone to Katie and said, I think this might be your chance, Katie, to be able to stand for Parliament, for the federal Parliament. And quick smart, she was in the race. And of course, she ended up serving here from 2019 to 2022. Now, that was a very challenging term for any member who was here at that time, as I was. It was essentially the COVID term. And of course, in addition to state blockages and, of course, the various restrictions that were imposed, it was a particularly odd term, but it was like it was a term made for Katie. Because when the issues of health rose to national prominence, and all of a sudden we need medical expertise to inform the decision-making of elected representatives, she was certainly on hand to offer her opinion to the government, to, of course, then Health Minister Greg Hunt, who actively used her to work with different medical agencies and to guide the discussions and inform decision-making. So she might have only had one term, Deputy Speaker, but I can assure you it was definitely the right term for Katie to serve in the federal Parliament. And she made an enormous contribution in a very short period of time. There's a lot of personal stories, of course, that I have about Katie, but really when it came down to it, she was spirited. She certainly made her views known. No one's trying to pretend otherwise. But she was always actively encouraging as well in the contribution that she made in this Parliament to others. And for that, she'll always have our eternal respect and love. Tragically, Deputy Speaker, after just before she passed away, towards the end of 2025, I organised with my husband and my dear friend Phil and his partner Susie to be able to catch up with Katie. Unfortunately, diary commitments clashed and it meant that I wasn't able to do so, so we rescheduled to catch up early in the year. Tragically, it ended up being the date of her funeral because she passed shortly after Christmas. And it was a devastating blow, I think, for many people, around Christmas of last year. And it was devastating for many people because her passing came a lot faster than we expected, and I think she initially expected as well. Her funeral at St Paul's was beautiful. It was, of course, an incredible celebration of her full life, which 59 years in, most of us would be jealous to have achieved that much. And of course, she's since been posthumously honoured with an Officer of the Order of Australia, which is justly and appropriately awarded. But to her family, and particularly to her husband, lovely husband Malcolm, to Monty, Jemima, Arabella and Archie, we just express our most incredible condolences. 59, too soon, but Vale, Katie Allen.
Thank you, Vale Dr. Katie Allen. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order for the next sitting. And I call the member for Whitlam.
Thank you, Speaker. I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that.
I'll move and second it.
Thank you, Member for Farrow. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those of the opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 12:30 p.m. tomorrow.